Oh, there we go. Hello and welcome everybody to a beautiful Saturday morning. I of course am Ace Maneuvers Sam Tate, and I'm joined by the wonderful Brian Garza of Response on Play. Why don't you introduce yourself to the people, Brian?
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Sam, for having me on. I'm Brian Garza. I am part of the Response on Play podcast, and I did well at Worlds one time, so then I got invited to this. That's how it works.
Hey, well, if you're gonna do well one time, Worlds is the place to do it, right?
And that's true because I didn't do anything else last year.
Hey, I didn't do anything else last year either, including Worlds. So it was a short competitive season, and I will say for all the people out there at home, I have not looked at the new like Worlds points system yet. I have been very specific and very choosy in how I'm engaging with Universe's content at the moment, as I prepare for Denver, and I don't really want to think about it. I don't want it to be like in my head like, oh, I have to get top 8 or top whatever points. Like I want to just be delightfully surprised if I do well, and if I don't do well, I want it to be like water off my back, right? Hey, JCAs, thank you for the 18 months, man. That is super cool. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, Sam. Unfortunately, I'm on the other side of the content spectrum, so I talked about it as soon as it came up. But
Yeah, fair enough. Well, maybe you can break it down for me because we got about 25 minutes to kill. It goes
yeah,
faster
sure.
than you think, but we're waiting for round one to pop up. I'm looking at some pretty cool deck lists. I'm looking for specifically critical role characters to maybe feature, but give me a quick breakdown on how does one qualify for Worlds, or maybe just the easiest way to qualify for Worlds this upcoming year.
Well, the easiest way to qualify for Worlds is to win a regional.
The winner,
You
okay,
get a
so
day
winning
two.
a regional, you're
Win
just
the
in there
regional is
like
a day
skin.
two invite. Yeah, day two win.
Okay. Oh, that's right. There's
It is.
multiple invite styles.
Yeah, it's a because day one is basically our last chance qualifier
Hmm.
from this last Worlds. Except everybody's invited to the last chance as long as they get. It's uncapped, I guess technically. You get 50 points to get into Worlds day one. 200 points gets you into Worlds day two. Winning a regional is 200 points.
Okay,
Getting
that's
second
cool.
at a regional is 150 points, and it kind of just like goes down from there.
A smile
Like,
sneezers think alike. Yeah, I'm trying not to stress too much about it. I haven't played in a competitive official event um since the last webcam regional, which maybe even the one before that. Maybe I casted that, and it's actually like two webcam regionals ago. I think I played Overhaul into the Eraser meta, or I played all Rodan. Like I can't even remember. But it's been so long. I know I had a lot of fun in David Toombs's webcam circuit events, so those were very
mhm.
cool. I was very appreciative of those.
Yeah, those
Um,
were really cool.
yeah, I had a lot of fun with that, and that definitely inspired me. Kind of showed me how easy it is, really, in the end, to run events generally, I guess, or gave me the blueprint. So I'm really appreciative of that, to get like that sort of blueprint on, what are things people are actually interested in, what kind of prizing we can do. And so I should talk about the prizing for today's event. First and second place are going to get a box of Critical Role Heroes of Exandria. I couldn't think of a way to really differentiate between the two. I thought about throwing some cash in for first place, but it'd be weird to like cash first and not second, and then third and fourth, and like, it was all over the place. And actually, I want to see if the effects of taking the pressure off the finalists can lead us to maybe having like a really good grand finals, because from the last Ace Arena, it was like really tense. Like it was a very tense finals that came down to the wire.
Well, I mean that makes sense on the finals end, especially for the first Ace Arena, because well, it was all or nothing effectively. It wasn't quite all or nothing, but uh, I mean, it's the idea of going home with you know everything and going
Yeah.
home with the voucher that says, "Hey, you were here. Congratulations."
Yeah, it was a
So
pretty
I
big
can understand that.
it's a pretty big drop off, and that was what I was most excited for with Webcam Warriors was how evenly the pricing was split. I felt like it was very rewarding just to make top 8 out of 64 people, which is super cool. Good morning, Linoko. And I was really happy with that. However, that model is not super sustainable just because shipping to 6 different people is a lot harder than shipping like a case to a single person. And that's why you typically see prizes, tournaments are very
Yeah,
top
kind of.
heavy. So I prefer to spread it out as best as I can. But going forward, I don't know how possible that would be. I think I'm talking to some stores about maybe doing store credit. So that way,
Sure.
you can win like a store credit amount equal to maybe a box. But then when it comes to shipping it, a lot of stores have like a minimum purchase for shipping and handling, right? For free shipping and handling. So if the minimum order for shipping and handling is like $100 and you put an $88 box on there and you buy some sleeves, boom, there you go. You got sleeves for your new cards. You've got free shipping and handling. The stores don't have to ship out to one tiny box to 6 people. So things are probably going to be different for the next Webcam Warriors, but that should be a little less top heavy for this event. I didn't mention it, but third and fourth place are also going to get $20, so they're going to get their entry fee back, and then walk away with some lunch money, which is none too shabby. Worth noting, really quick. I know I'm talking a lot, but in the very first Ace Arena, we had 4 rounds of single elimination, so 4 wins, and you win a box. In this event, it's the same thing. It's still 4 wins. And even if you don't win the final round, if you get second place, you still won a box. So I think this is more players, more opportunities, and yet it's actually the same pricing, which I think is really cool.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely exciting to be able to basically reward double the player base on the same thing. Going, well, it's still top 6. Like, we still are just winning 4 rounds, but now 2 people get to win 4 rounds and get the thing.
Yeah, and it's only 1 extra hour out of our Saturday instead of hosting a whole, because that's really what hooked me on the idea. Was I was gonna do 2 16-person events, winner gets a box, second place gets cash, and I was like, well, if I can just jam them together, which we didn't quite get 32. Unfortunately, if we had 32 people, I was actually going to upgrade third and fourth to getting a box as well. And again, kind of just sort of spreading it out pretty evenly,
Mm-hmm.
and making sure that everyone kind of goes home happy. Maybe at that point, bump up the cash pricing in first place and stuff like that, because most of the entry fees are just going back out into pricing, right? So
Mm-hmm.
um I'm trying to make it so that you have the greatest opportunity as a player to walk away with something. And if I can, now obviously not for TTS, but if I can get like an in with Universe's games, one of my goals for the end of this, before the end of this year, is to get some sort of participation pricing for like a community event. And I don't know how
Sure.
much they can be involved with that. I don't know, like, how much that is even possible, but I would love to get like prize wall tickets. Maybe you can get like prize wall tickets added to your loyalty store account, and like spend them at the next regional you go to. I think that would be so sick.
Yeah, I mean, something like that, or even if it was just like prize wall tickets to the next regional,
Yeah.
maybe. Like, you're gonna get them physically like attached to you, and it's just noted in your UGN. Maybe. Obviously, that's beyond our scope of like how the logistics of that would work right
Right.
now. But yeah, something like that would be definitely very very cool to see. Going, oh, I won this tournament. I get my box, which is awesome, and then
Mm,
also I'm gonna get a cool symbol mat or the pins because I like the pins. Or I like or whatever because it's basically like the pre sign up. You get like the 5 points.
yeah.
But then if you also pre-sign up, now you have 10 points, right? Like if you
Yeah.
really go, I this is the regional I'm gonna be at, and then you got this, you have the event, and then that, and like you could add those up, and it's basically like a side event. It's just a side event before the event.
I got people drag racing outside. My microphone picked all of that up. Yeah, no, that's actually a great way to put it. Like, the pre-side event, right? We have like a pre-show event for regional. I think that'd be sick. Um, I think that there's when I think of stuff, I think of like the loyalty shop a lot. I think that there's a lot that can be done with that space,
Hmm.
but obviously, it's like I'm thinking of someone. I'm thinking of someone as like, how does this serve me, right? Not from the logistics of how does it actually operate and what can they actually do. But I think that the pack redemption stuff was really cool. I think that
Hmm.
the loyalty points you get for playing an event is a good replacement for that. I know a lot of people were kind of sad because it's sort of like, it's another one of those eras. Like as universes grows and as um things inevitably change, right? Like we added 4 check attacks. The game has changed forever. We added transforming cards. The game has changed forever. We added counters, which technically doesn't change the game forever because like Sabretooth and Fantasy Flight I think had counters, but like Jasco era hated counters, no counters anywhere. So like the game is like constantly in shuffle. Losing pack redemption, but rewarding players for showing up to events I think is totally fine. And I would love to see more options from the loyalty store. So that way, if I said, "Hey, you sign up with Fidu, thank you for the Prime sub, thank you so much."
Thank you.
If the what you call it, so if the loyalty store had like all these extra different options, I would love to do that instead of saying prize wall tickets. But I feel like the
Hmm.
prize wall stuff has like better rewards.
Yeah, I feel like I also feel like there's a chance that some of the prize wall things that are getting added now might end up on like redemptions, like the symbol mats and such. I could see ending up as a redemption option eventually, like down the line after they've all kind of been prize wall effects, things you could only get at the regional for a while, and then eventually get added on as a thing they've already printed a bunch of. But at the same time, they might want to keep the exclusivity of that and then do something different in the same
Oh,
space.
we disappeared. Sorry, I had to troubleshoot.
Yeah, you're good.
We're probably
Hey,
gonna our screens might go black occasionally as I have to jump through other windows as the TO. TOing and streaming at the same time is actually not a great recipe, but it is what it is. This is a grassroots community movement, so uh we might disappear, but that's all. I'm just looking at a different window. We had a late sign up. So we're up to 28 players. So that's 28 players who all have the opportunity to win a Critical Role Heroes of Exandria booster box either by being one of the finalists or there's going to be a giveaway to one of the players who don't make it to the finals. So even if you win 0 games, you might still walk away with the same prize as the players who won the entire tournament.
which is very exciting, right? It's like it can be the cherry on top of your bad day,
Yeah,
your bad
exactly. Like
Saturday, not your bad Sunday.
you absolutely get rolled game one. Life's not fair. You checked bad. You bricked whatever, but you still walked away with the same prizing. Is a pretty cool story. Again, I would love to spread it out and make like just participation sign up. You know, like super worth it.
Mm-hmm.
But there's only so much we can do, right? There's only so many limitations. But player meeting
For
is going to
sure.
be starting in a couple minutes here. What's up, Westbound? Thank you for signing up. You did good in the last one, man. I mean, I'm excited to see what you got cooking for us in this one. But we've got 28 players. Obviously, I want to see some critical role characters. I would love to see
Mm-hmm.
Grog and Tarian. I think are number one, two, number one on my list.
Okay. Um, I'd like to see a. I'm a big fan of Yasha, so I'd like to see a cool Yasha list if there is one on in the bracket. I know we were talking a little bit about some of the decks you saw, but obviously I haven't looked at everybody's list that were signed up. Oh yeah, Pike also is cool.
Ike is
I'm gonna say
cool.
over in
Okay.
chats. I think Pike is cool. I'd like if they have a Pike list, I would definitely be interested in seeing what they're trying to cook up. Um, but yeah, and like and obviously, I mean, you have your Yashi, you have your Tarian. I'm trying to think if there's anybody else off the top of my head. If someone has a cool Scanlan list, because I'm down on that character, I want to see the secret sauce if they have it,
Okay.
because I like being proven wrong about those things. I want to be like, yeah, I think Scanlan might be the worst character ever printed, and someone goes, I just won this whole
Whoa.
thing. I'd be like, oh, fair enough. I
Worst
don't think that's true.
ever.
I was just saying, I want to be negative, and then someone go, you're dumb. Here's the proof.
True. Um I I think that Scanlan is rough. He's in a rough spot.
Yes, that's how I feel.
Yeah, I do think Scanlan's in a rough spot, but I will say Scanlan is actually the most fun I've had playing the game without winning. Like without having any goal or intent or ability to win the game, which is not to say that Scanlan decks are always like that, but it is to say that I've played Scanlan decks where I just wonder to myself, how do I win the game? But I'm doing so many cool things while it's happening.
It definitely feels like there's a whole category of characters in our games that are, well, I push these buttons and I do all this cool stuff, and then unfortunately I lost the game. But it was a good time until then. And I like a lot of those characters. It's just unfortunate that sometimes it's not easy to find a game plan in which they can consistently win while you're having a blast trying to get there.
Someone wants to see Wendigo burn. Why do I feel like that's a Magic the Gathering deck?
Yeah, it might be. I don't know. I'm not sure. I could be. That sounds familiar. That sounds like a before my time. Oh,
I'm a big
okay.
fan
So
of
we're talking about
Wendigo
Caleb.
mythos. So much. Oh, Caleb. So yeah, when you said that, I figured it might be Caleb, but I don't know what he's got going with Wendigos. But I will say they were a huge part, or they were supposed to be a huge part of like the early mythos in my D&D game. But my
Mm.
players naturally, like most D&D games, went off in a completely different direction. So it's been very cool and fun. I'm kind of sad that I didn't get to like share that mythology with them.
Yeah, no. Wendigos are cool and definitely would have been interesting. I agree though. Caleb could be cool. Allura would be interesting. I think Allura has some cool sauce, and I'd like to see somebody just gain a million momentum for free.
Allura
Well,
is
free.
a big stonks character. Like she
Yeah,
has the stock market
money
cornered on
money
momentum.
goes
She
up.
does it in the coolest ways. And the only thing though is it's very funny. Like there's so many decks that are so good at just getting momentum, and it feels like if you spend momentum, you're not actually winning the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you need a bigger pile in the corner before you win.
Yeah, like you can
You
just
don't want to
play the
actually use
attacks.
them.
You can just play attacks that get buffed by how much momentum you have, and you don't ever have to actually spend it until it's like the game is over.
Mm. Yeah, in some ways it feels like it's like super meter in a lot of fighting games, but at the same time, some people don't actually want to spend the meter.
Yeah, it's I think of it it's kind of like I've played quite a few games like Overwatch style games
Mhm.
where not necessarily hero shooters. Yes, it is single limb. All the Ace Arenas, the TTS events are single limb. Um and so hopefully Nick better know that. I don't know. They're doing the players meeting right now. If Nick doesn't know, it's single elimination because Nick jumped on to judge at the last minute. So my judge had a huge life event come up at the very last minute, and so I did have to get a last minute replacement. Uh, and oop, oh, the event is in Swiss mode. It's the event. Oh, I know I set it to single limb. All right, let me set it. The
That's okay.
joys.
It's still right before it started, so we can fix that.
Okay. Good heads up, everybody. I will. It's still saying Swiss, even though I saved it as. That's so not good.
That's less than ideal, but we can
Invalid
probably figure it out.
configurations, play rewards. What? I'm so confused. Why? It won't let me put it to single limb. Well, this is not good. Well, I'll see what I can do. I know I saved it as single limb before.
I'm saying Ace Arena 1 was set up in single limb style. If it auto dropped the losers, did it not?
If I have to hand bracket this after the first pairings, I will, but that is really annoying.
It would be a little bit time consuming. It'd
Yeah, I also
be a little unfortunate.
Spotlight sealed. Can I? Okay, Cat. No, you can't be on the keyboard right now. I know. I know. This is the one time. Every other time. What if I do? No, that doesn't do that. I bet it's because the event already checked people in.
Maybe that could be.
I don't. This is so. Maybe I can get a tech support guy really fast.
Yeah, you might be able to submit a ticket real quick and request to get it swapped.
I think they just sent it through. I don't know what to. Could be because it didn't keep up. Well, it's saying. Cut them out. Like. I have to talk to Nick. Give me a second. Come on, Cat. I love you. Not right now. Come on. You are a menace. I really wish someone didn't let him into my room while I'm doing this, but people I live with don't respect me or my time. This is not good. Don't got enough tables. There should be. Oh boy.
Oh, in the Discord, let's see.
Yeah, let me see. I might have to give permissions.
I'm only seeing 8 tables showing.
Yeah, I have to add more permissions.
In the tournament channel.
Okay. The joys of running a tournament. All right. I'm more concerned about this single limb thing. I don't know what we're going to do. That's so frustrating because I know I said it as single limb before. How many tables do we need with what 28? We need 14.
Yeah, we'll need 14 of the 16 that could have been.
All right. We're almost there. Fun times, fun times. So, yeah, I don't know. It looks like Nick already started the tournament. I don't know if I can change single limb nature, but if I have to hand bracket it after this, I will. Don't know. Well, everyone that loses. Okay, so hypothetically, everyone that loses should get paired into each other, right?
Yes, and technically it should auto pair all the 1-1s into each other, and then all the it'll mostly only matter for the like round 2 or 3. As long as nobody reports draws or anything, there shouldn't be any weird issues that way. We would just be looking at the tables going up and up, as far as I know.
We can force single limb in the Swiss pairings by dropping players that take a loss.
True. Which may be what we have to do.
It is what it is. It is
okay.
What it is.
We live with our technical difficulties. Sometimes things don't work exactly like we want them to.
Nope, I only see 8. Okay, what? I only see 8.
Let me refresh. Well, I can't refresh my Discord. That'd screw me up on your side. I see table 11 now, but it's locked.
But it's locked?
Yeah, it's got the little lock saying
But you
table
see it?
9's normal now.
Oh my. I don't know what happened. I had this all set up fine with the first one. Just having more people. People can see table 11. Oh, they have view channel unchecked. Weird. Alright, we're gonna be here a little longer. Nick will definitely have to leave before the final round now, but that's alright. As long as we can get down to the final two,
Yeah, we
you
should
and
be
I
getting
can
pretty
judge it.
close. Yeah,
Chat
it'll be
can
fun.
judge it. Chat, you guys are experts,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, everyone knows that Twitch chat are always the best at everything they watch.
Yeah, Twitch knows
No questions.
everything. And of course, Nick can see everything because he's got the judge role. Do you still have the player role, or do you have what role do you have in my?
Probably no role. Because I joined this morning when I realized I hadn't joined yet. But I was going to say, I see tables 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14, but I'm showing the lock next to them. But that could be because I'm not a
Because you don't
player
have the
role.
player role.
But the others look like they're openable, that I could just join them. So
Yeah,
I'm not
table
sure.
9 has been added, which makes it good. I just didn't want to have like random people able to enter the rooms. You know what I mean? Like people who aren't in the tournament should not be jumping in.
Because it looks like
Okay,
these
I have
are
to
enterable by
agree.
me. Yeah, I say, and I was gonna say table 10 through 14 do not look enterable by me. But I could technically jump into these other channels, which might be for the best if we have to pretend to do our best judge impression at the end.
Yeah. All right. So apparently, setting the permissions for everyone does not also set the permissions for player. I thought I could shortcut it and just make sure that like everything is copacetic for everyone, but everyone is not including rolled people.
Yeah, and I'm unsure. You have more experience at this particular thing than I do. I'm just along for the ride.
Not be locked in.
I'm just the internet personality to add views. Oh yeah, because Nightbot brought it up, I'm gonna say it too. Of course, thanks to Cryptid Gaming for sponsoring the event. It's gonna start a little later than intended. Probably
Yeah,
just a few
we haven't
minutes.
started the timer yet. I'm so very confused. I see the lock too.
When I hovered, it says it's voice locked.
This is so weird. Don't understand. Maybe it's like an old player role? Something? I'm
Do
so
you have the private channel checked when you made them?
No, private channel's not checked. I guess I just have to green everything.
Yeah, because 10's now good.
Okay, yeah, I guess I just went through and I greened everything, whereas every other channel, all I had to do was just enable the player role to it and they were fine. And now I have to green check everything on here.
I'm not sure.
Maybe they're on a delay. All right, well, you guys get to see how much fun it is to run a TTS tournament of your own through Discord, babe.
Yeah, we learn by proxy here. That way, when Response on Play puts one on in the future, then we go, okay, make sure we fix that. We get to look smoother, and it'll all be because of your pain.
This is fun times. Next 11 and 13 are open. It's so weird. I think there might be like a Discord delay.
Yeah,
or
it might be a
lag.
Discord delay because it looks like, but also because I see people in those other channels now
Yeah, okay. People are in there.
are
This is
jumping
so
in.
weird. I genuinely don't understand.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I wish I
It looks
knew,
like
but
everybody's there. I wish I was a knower as well.
I'm not sure. There's still a lock symbol on 12, 13, 14, but not 9, 10, and 11 now. So,
That's what I'm seeing as well.
but people are in there.
Yeah, and you didn't put them in as server admin, I assume.
Yeah, I don't know what changed, but hopefully everything's okay. We're gonna double check. Okay. If they need help from here, they'll probably have to call a judge, right? Everything should be
Probably.
fine. We still gotta find a
A
pairing to
match.
watch.
Like,
Yeah,
we gotta find somebody to watch.
Let me find. We had a Yasha. You want to watch Yasha first?
Yeah, Yasha's cool.
All right. If Yasha is not playing someone else who's already streamed,
Fair. That's fair. There are some celebrity contestants, as it
yeah.
were.
Okay, Jeremy Clad. We love Jeremy Clad. He plays in a whole bunch of
Yeah.
events, and I think for once it's not Toga, but I could be wrong.
We're gonna see, right? We'll find out.
We are gonna see. We should be able to join here. We might not have their room up yet.
That's fair.
Then, if I can remember password. All right, you got the password. You got the info.
I do not. If you'll send it to me real quick.
Yeah, I will text it to you. So everyone on the stream probably just saw it.
I was the only one not watching, I guess.
You could also, of course, see the announcements chat where I told everyone what it is. But yeah.
Yeah. Let me look and see.
Oh, they already started, even though I don't think the timer has started. This won't take long. See, I'm fine with this level of enthusiasm. Their game did not
excited,
take too long. And so we're not trying to be here all day, right? We're trying to get in, get out, win a box. You know, we're trying to play some Critical Role and also do something else on our Saturday, like go to our locals.
Yeah, right. We're at table 7.
Yes.
Awesome. Give me 1 second. I'm cheating and watching it on the stream technically.
Fair enough.
At the moment to see what's going on. There we go. Now I'm in. Perfect.
Yusuke Yoshino. No, I'm not going to mention. All right, so we got Crystal Lens. Looks like it's on the chaos symbol.
Yeah, my name.
Versus
I'll change it later.
Yasha Nidoran?
Yeah, Nidoran. Orphan Maker. Okay, it looks like we're in turn 2. There's no way Yasha built that many on turn 1. I hope. That'd be really impressive.
That would be super impressive for a 6-hander to build 8 in this format. There are formats where that was doable, but this is not one of them.
Yeah, I feel like this is probably not one of them, unfortunately.
And, you know, you and I talked a little bit about it before the broadcast, but I think that, like, the conception of how to play Yasha is a little different, you know? Even though Yasha works with rage counters, it's not grog. It's not, I would like to rage, I would be angry all the time, and, you know, all the damages matter. This is a character that really kind of creates, like, some efficient combos and takes some curating. And so I think you play more of, like, a normal game. And these symbols, looks like it's a void deck, but it also has death and fire attuned, which are some of the best attuned symbols, but especially for damage reduction. And I think that is exactly what you want from Yasha, a good high quality main symbol. and then as much damage reduction as you can pull from the last couple sets.
I agree. I definitely think that's the game plan for Yasha. And then I like that we're seeing Krista. I think that's an interesting choice here. I mean, obviously she did very well in the last event, so we're kind of seeing a new versus old matchup here. We saw the stun come down, and it looks like they ate a stoic. Yeah, they ate the stoic enmity with the remove.
Yeah, we've got a 6 mid for 5 stun 2. It can get another instance of stun. Put a lot of pressure on the board here. But Yasha does have access to -5 damage. We want to hit that 3 damage cap, right? So we've got a nice little -2. But that could be counteracted by Titanic comp. So a little early in the turn to tell where we're going. But I do think that as Krista, you're going to want to follow up this Deception Dagger pressure.
All right. Looks like a burn effect. Hostile went into the discard.
Yeah,
So
which doesn't remove to do its thing, thankfully, because we don't need more ways to activate combined firepower in this mode.
It's both true and not true. I mean, it makes sense in both directions. Design space has gone both ways. This was just you get to keep it, which I think is for the best. Obviously, once things shook out more, but at the time, I don't think anybody would question that at all.
There is a world where I think you can play leaving the bebop on one of those symbols, and you could just try to like continuously mill that over and over to put your rival at 1. But then you'd have to find a way to like insert a card and attack back into your deck so you don't mill out. But I've been working on that deck for a while.
I'd love to see it later because I'm trying to do the mental math, and I'm like, I guess you could, but I'm not sure.
The trick is
you pull out the last piece.
You have to find a response to like a cycle trigger. So first of all, you have to not cycle all of your hostile introductions, and then you have to find a discard response to discard an attack into your discard pile before your next cycle after your rival's at 1. So that way, when you cycle and you have pro hero rankings in your stage, you protect that one attack from the cycle, and then you mill to it with leaving the bebop and draw it and kill the rival.
I mean, obviously, hostile introduction can't kill by itself. You still have to hit them somehow.
Correct, because it's going to leave them at 1, and then you have to pick up the attack.
And then you play the 1 attack.
Yeah. So that's where I'm at. There's no way. I haven't found a way to discard a card in response to stuff happening. So I think there's like a card that says like after you draw a card or remove a card, you can like draw and discard, but it's like not on the right symbols. So I don't know, but that is a thought that has existed in universes for a while. Do you remember the card Loser?
It might have been before my time.
Oh, we had to change the name. I can't remember what it's called now, actually. But there was a card that was called Loser in like a demo deck, and then when it got officially released, they changed the name. But it's a Bakugo response. When it enters the discard pile, burn the rival for 2. Burst speed, that's what it is.
Burst speed.
Yeah. In life, there are winners and there are burst speeds.
And there are burst speeders. Okay, so we just did a poke. We got the stun 2 for next turn. We built out. Everything looks good here. Some interesting ideas to be had. Got the 1 counter. Stole a momentum with Hacker Extraordinaire. So, and we were playing Titan Cliff, which I was saying I think is probably very good in the Void Yasha version. Specifically because of that top card that's in their discard pile.
Yeah, which number is it? 23 Pro Hero?
Number 23.
Yeah, number 23. That's actually one of my lucky numbers is 23. So, it being a 6 check, you can build with Titan Cliff, and your character caring about counters means this sounds perfect for this deck.
Yeah, exactly. Basically a match made in heaven eventually once we get to that 3rd counter, which now that we've got an Unyielding Rage and a momentum, could be next turn from just a single hit, because we could spend the momentum and gain. If we can spend the momentum to draw through Hacker, commit unyielding to gain the extra counter. Okay, okay. Looks like it hit. We're playing a rejuve. Always good here. Obviously, is your second attack. That's what you want to see. Drawing our two. We're gaining health again. Lots of excitement to be had here.
Yeah, sorry, I gotta.
Photons, yeah.
I am trying to. Apparently, players can't ping the judge roll in my Discord now, and
Oh, well,
it's
that's a little awkward.
it's pinging
No worries.
Peyton instead of. It's not like there's no clickable at when they do it, but there is for me. And
That's
so I
funny.
don't know
No
why
worries.
that.
I'll solo commentate while you try and figure it out a little bit.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, we got
so it looks
Rejuve.
like we
That's
just
my
did a
favorite.
Botan's coaching. Yeah, Rejuve Gus played. We've gained the responses. We just Botan's coaching with Yasha discarding another Botan's coach, and it looks like we discarded a Wall Maria's Might on Krista's side. Krista with two in hand still. Ooh, we just stole the momentum because of the discard. Yeah, of course, of course. Very good, very good. And we committed. Interesting. We we committed it here. We've hit with two attacks. We are kind of doing the Lord's work as far as hitting with Yasha right now. Maybe I think Krista maybe is banking that 32 isn't in the cards yet. But or maybe I guess it wasn't in the cards because we just built one and passed.
It was not in the cards in our hand. That's for sure.
Yeah, it wasn't in the cards at that moment for sure. Because I definitely would have been a little afraid of two more attacks. 18 is not an insurmountable number. Not that much committed. Definitely could have passed at least one more.
Yeah,
And with two momentum,
the
two
momentum
and
count is looking pretty good because one of the best ways, one of that, kind of combo centric sort of game plan we've talked about is I would like to rage. Like the big
mm-hmm.
thing about Yasha that everyone poo poos is the rate at which you can get rage counters. And one of the best ways to get a lot of rage counters all at once is to play I would like to rage, which requires you to have
Mm-hmm.
a lot of momentum. So this is pretty scary. One hacker extraordinaire activation and I would like to rage will turn on that once per game ability. And while Krista decks have been pretty good about picking up, drawing extra cards, we see the Walmeria's Might in the discard pile, and our counter count is only at 8.
Yeah, I would say plenty of wall counters, obviously, which is going to be very critical to Krista's game plan.
Ooh.
It didn't seem to matter because we had the second one. Maybe we already had it, and that's why we discarded the first one. Maybe they drew it here. Point being, they're going to draw 4 cards, if I'm right. Yeah, 4 cards. So we might just be off to the races. It may be, hey, I think I can do 26 now. Or maybe they're fishing for that last one. They're like, we could do 20. Can I get the last 6?
Yeah, it's crazy to me. I in my heart of hearts, I love drawing cards so much. I don't think I could ever willfully get rid of a Walbury as my. But sometimes it is the right play. But that's going to be a big draw 5, I believe. I don't know. Is it round up or round down? For every 2, so it's essentially round down. So draw
Yeah.
4, pretty good
Drawing
way to
4 is
fight against the discard deck.
for sure, for sure. Okay, well, that'll help a little bit on. And the burn. So that'll definitely help for Yasha getting to Breaker to this. Might slow them down enough, depending on the check following. And
Yeah,
got the
and
burn.
imagine if we block with a hostile introduction. That's effectively breaker 4. That's a check hack that does
Mm-hmm.
end the turn, so you will have to fight through it if you want to continue your turn. I think our players are about to ping the judge and ask if hostile introduction being checked counts as entering discard pile for the pink one, which it should.
Yeah, it seems like, and when I was like, and from my understanding of the game, which I'm not the best player in this game. It is currently the enhanced step. It did enter the discard pile. Um, but sometimes our rules are a little esoteric and get a little weird.
Yeah,
And things
it
that
is.
seem like that would be the right thing are wrong.
Yeah, it's such a small thing, but we are gonna get a judge call here on our
Yeah,
stream
totally.
table. So, um,
No worries. I still think it's the right call to confirm it. As always, if you're not positive,
we don't know.
the best judge etiquette is to just call the judge and
Yeah,
and
and
get the official.
yeah, and it is very funny because it is probably like the small, it's the smallest margin that you can really work with in the game, right? Is one health, but that stuff can be pretty important. And when it's happening multiple times throughout the game,
Mhm.
it can be pretty important. And it looks like our judge didn't even have to join the game. He just joined the voice call, got the question. It's a simple enough answer.
Yeah, it's a pretty identifiable game state, but just on the question alone.
Yeah, it's a very simple one. If I check hostile introduction during the enhanced step, does it count? Obviously, it does. Um,
Mm.
and yeah, hopefully, now I hope that that one health matters. Now I hope that that's actually like a game deciding amount.
Yeah, and in our game it easily could be. Okay, we reduced the damage and gained a second counter. I okay.
We've got
I wonder if
minus.
we. Ooh, it's at 3. So yeah, I mean we could be setting up a. Oh, sorry, I clicked the thing like a doofus. Setting up another half block to get the third counter as well to
Yeah,
take
a half
our
block would
mythical
do it.
3.
Pull from danger. We could flip pull from danger, take 3, and that would
Mm-hmm.
do it as well. Or we can take
Mm-hmm.
6 and get a
I
hacker
guess that lets you
extraordinaire
draw,
momentum.
gain another momentum. Oh, that's so many. That's scary.
Yeah, looks like we committed hacker to a stun though, so I don't expect us be utilizing the that response on it this.
Yeah, it does look that way. It looks like we were committed it to Titanic. Um, so it doesn't look like we've given the extra damage. So maybe not.
No, I believe we just spent wall counters to get stun one.
Uh,
But Titanic is turned sideways, so maybe they did do Titanic and when they just fought through
and then
extra damage reduction already.
maybe there we missed a reduction effect.
But you're right, we do have the barrier shield breaker 2 primed and ready to go. So I have to believe this is going to be a partial block into a breaker 2, potentially a double breaker 2 because again hostile introductions live. I don't know actually, is that the right keyword? Are they the Mighty Nine for hostile introduction?
Yes, Yasha is a
Okay.
Mighty Nine member,
I can never remember which.
and it
Oh,
is. We were talking about it. We've streamer cursed this, Krista.
yeah, I can never remember which one's Vox Machina, which one's Mighty Nine, as far as like which effects care about what, right? But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
this is a Mighty Nine character. It's gonna breaker two, breaker two. We're gonna take 3, which is the optimal amount of damage to take as Yasha, and so this deck is firing on all cylinders so far. We've had the a deck that won nationals, got second place at Worlds. The character at least, right? Um,
Mm-hmm.
and it's being at the moment contained by Yasha, who again is a character that not a lot of people out there believe in.
Agreed. Not a lot of people believe, but I'm a believer. Not that I'm wishing ill on this crystalline specifically, but I do think Yasha's cool, and I would like to see her do well. I'd like to see her thrive.
I also think Yasha is cool, and I didn't think it would be as hard in my testing to get rage counters as it has been. Um, but our Yasha player here is making it look pretty easy. I think it's Thomas. I don't want to get the names wrong.
27.
Thomas H from the
Okay,
Ultimate
okay.
TCG Boys.
Ooh, okay. So we play the vast hybrid.
He's
But
giving
we
them
checked
the
a 3
freeze
on it.
token. He's like, yeah, just fuck my shit up, bro.
To be honest, though, the options that he has are not that good. With the amount of health that Krista has, it might not matter that like Botan's is frozen unless he just whiffs, which obviously is always possible.
Yeah, so one of the things that made Krista a sleeper pick for so long is uh is that she doesn't pump damage. And we saw that get
Mm-hmm.
absolutely preyed upon at Worlds when the Kevin Broberg's Hanj deck had
Mm-hmm.
just an absolute immense amount of damage reduction and attacks couldn't go positive. So luckily here, Yasha still wants to take some damage, but we chose not to freeze the pull from danger, meaning that this is going to do once again like the optimal damage amount and give us another counter and put us even closer to to having that once per game active. And now we also have once per turn tenacious. You have 3 or more
Mm-hmm.
rage counters, you get to ready this foundation. So a potential block to even prevent the fast hybrid coming into momentum, though I don't think that'll be the case.
I don't know if that would be necessary. I mean, I guess it depends on what cards were in my hand as the Yasha. But I'm looking on like we're taking the mythical Trinity number of 3,
Right.
the number we want. Like we've done all the things we wanted to do. There's it's very unlikely we get hit by another attack. Um, and if there's 3 attacks in my hands, I just say I'm gonna send them because 17's very doable when I have 4 counters.
Yeah,
Giving
and
+3 makes that very easy to do.
it looks like we were readying the foundation to protect it from stun 1. Because I don't believe we've activated Funeral Pyres yet, which is remove the top 3 cards of your discard pile minus 2 damage. And if the first enhance that Krista plays on a potential next attack, even though we are pretty heavily
Mhm.
committed out, there was an opportunity, and luckily we didn't take it. There was an opportunity to attack again, and if we didn't have stun 1 or another commit effect as our first enhance, we would have got minus 2 damage from the Funeral Pyres and probably taken pretty close to 3 damage again.
Yeah, for sure. It may have also been the thought of an attack that already had stun on it, so that you didn't even have the window to protect yourself.
Right, exactly. That would
Uh,
have to
but
be
but
the first enhance, right?
yeah, but for sure. And it looks like we're about to pass back over. I mean, some damage went in. We're both looking a little hurt, but I do think. Ooh, had to commit Crystal Lens. We wanted the card. We value the fearsome transformation.
Yeah, but I gotta think if this is a mistake, it is purely because this puts us at 11 foundations. So not only did we commit 2
Oof, yeah.
resources, lose our character's ability to stack cards for us to draw with fearsome, stack
Yeesh.
good checks so that way our resources go even further than they did before. We also opened ourselves up
Oh,
to a potential deadlock threat.
ooh, there's gonna be so many counters. So much rage to be had here.
Oh, and this is what we were talking about. 4 momentum, 4 counters from I would like to rage. Also, you get to draw a card. I always forget this card draws a
Yeah,
card.
it draws you a card,
Oh, you know
and
what?
we can remove it for the powerful 3 once we get far enough in.
Yeah, and
Uh, and it doesn't count. Oh, we're playing the second one. We're like, actually, I want a million counters. My mistake.
yeah,
I,
this one will count
we
towards progressive, but somehow I feel like it's gonna be worth it. And you can just remove it from the card pool, like you said. You don't even have to
yeah.
use the powerful. It just leaves the card pool if you really need it to.
I have done that in testing of the character going. I'll play both because I needed the extra few counters and also I wanted the extra card draw, and then just removed it in the middle.
Yeah,
I played the first attack and I was like, it's buffed. Why not?
I really
Oh,
wish
I
this
forgot
card
this
had
has Fury on it.
I really wish this card had Breaker 1, though, just because I love the trick of blocking with it and then removing it to not have progressive difficulty when blocking as like a -1 speed to everything. little trick. But yeah, sweeping daggers. What do you think we're gonna grab with sweeping daggers? I have to feel like it's probably something with a targeted commit effect on it.
Targeted commit would be good. I mean, even just like a stun 2 would probably be okay if there's something like that. Like if there's a deception dagger in there.
Oh, I can't mess with the piles. As a
Yeah, I was gonna
spectator,
look too. I'm spectating. Oh, what did we remove? Free. Oh, Deadlock Blitz frees 2 rival foundations. We're just saying, hey, if I don't get there somehow, these aren't coming ready.
okay, yeah.
And this is unfortunate for Krista. I just saw we missed the timing on Nice Try.
Oh yeah, which not the biggest deal in the
May or
world
may
when
not matter.
when it can raid due to an effect, but I have to feel like the game's probably gonna end before this freeze comes into play. I could be wrong because they did go out of their way to choose it. What a nice guy. They let him hit the
We're
response
yeah,
on
it's like
Nice.
we're being really good sportsmen, saying, hey, you can have it. It's cool.
Yeah, so 3 cards get
Oh
frozen.
yeah, because it's Deadlock Blitz and Blitz. Yeah, freezing 3 might. Maybe it's just the safety net. I feel like if there was a stun effect in there, I'd want that instead. If there was any. And we burned one more again. Yeah, and we're gonna immediately spend it so that we don't have to worry about it anymore, like we were talking about.
Yeah, see, the main thing right now is we need an answer to this broken psyche if we want to do a lot with a little. Our rival's going to have like 5 cards in hand after this fearsome transformation. So sacking the counters to remove the cards from hand, probably not the best plan when in reality, we just want to be able to overcome the broken psyche damage reduction, which is going to be incredibly easy because we had how much damage to this? We added like
7.
eight,
We give
7.
7 to every attack right now because it's half your counters plus 1, and they have 12.
Yeah,
So
so we've got
so you spend
power.
the 2 momentum, make them spend theirs if they can't block it.
I mean, yeah, so
It,
if we could force out the broken psyche if they can't block a 5 speed move, but especially since we allowed them to ready that nice try. I mean, it's not the fastest move in the world. It shouldn't be super difficult to block.
I guess there might be a thought where we actually just play, um, let this one play out and see what they do. Because if they do block it, which they probably should, we're
Oh,
runawaying it. Okay, fair. Do
similar.
we have any? It's like a block. They check the 6. Okay, they stuff
Okay.
that. That's okay. We're just back where we started, right? Really?
Yeah.
With one progressive additionally. Did the 5. Ooh, besieged.
Yep.
Good
Down
old fashioned,
to
and it has a deadlock. I always forget that there's the deadlock blitz on it. Which says we to 8. It's gonna be for lethal by itself, no changes,
yeah, and
and say you can only. Ooh.
if Krista doesn't have a legal block, they're gonna have to use Broken Psyche, which is a pretty big tell, right?
It, yeah, it's a huge deal if you have the second besieged in hand. You get to just say, "Oh, you didn't block it. You chose to use this other abort button. I'll just play another one." And on a 3, 4, 5, 6 to win the game, that's a pretty easy ask with your whole board open still.
Yeah, so if we Broken Psyche here, I would like to rage just gives this powerful 3, and then we can sync uh all we'd have to sync all 4 momentum into it to make it lethal again, but that's a great way to win a game.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that'd be fine. Yeah, 12. It'd go to 2. It'd be honestly, if they push the button, I probably would. Oh, we're running
Oh,
wing again.
okay, we're paid.
Spins, checks badly. Okay, this is why they were doing this, I guess. This was maybe that was the reason they were willing to commit their character instead of doing the check stack.
Hey, I mean, double runaway is pretty good in this format. We've now got 4 progressive, but that's not gonna matter to the tri
It doesn't even
gravity
matter that they
beam.
checked bad because can't give it.
Well, it's going to have Deadlock
Ouch.
Stun 3, so that Broken Psyche is not a
Oh,
factor.
you're right.
We're going
You're
to
right.
rip a.
Assuming we remember to press the button.
Yeah, Runaway is too high difficulty, even if we don't rip it out of their hand. And if they have like some kind of other action card that can save them, Tri Gravity Beam is going to open up the way. So yeah, Deadlock Stun immediately. I expect to see that hand get revealed next. And I think there's only 3 cards left. That's 0 cards in hand for where we're at with this game plan.
Yeah, obviously you could definitely go that route. I don't think it even matters. They can't block.
Well,
But I guess you might as well do it just to prove that they don't have any other trick.
they have vertical maneuvering
At-
equipment. So this is a 1-speed move on any zone they want.
That's fair.
But it looks like we're not going to play it out.
They chose to do it.
Yeah,
That's fair.
because
Yeah, you're right. They do have vertical. It could have mattered.
yeah,
There's definitely
vertical
an
put it
option.
to the zone where my +1 block that's left though, you'd have to have like 2 good blocks. But again, Yasha is just going to trash your whole hand, and then even if you had the Broken Psyche, the powerful and the momentum. So that was an absolute checkmate. That was a masterclass in a checkmate scenario. And I gotta think for game 2, our Krista player might think twice about how worth it that 1 difficulty foundation is.
For sure. I feel like not going to deadlock at 11 was that was probably the unfortunately biggest mistake made, is going into deadlock. I feel like losing the character was maybe even worse. If I had gotten to play it, go to deadlock, but I still had Krista up, maybe it still matters. I draw a new card. I get to stack things onto Yasha to make sure they're all bad. Maybe that would have been enough. But we're going into game 2. It doesn't look like they sideboarded or anything. So we're just going straight in. We reviewed. We built 5. A lot of excitement. I'm curious. Oh, we still have another Unyielding Rage immediately. And double
Yeah,
Botons. A lot
having
of
the
exciting
ability
stuff.
to stack and draw a +3 block mod for the for Besiege is a huge benefit, and it makes navigating this matchup way easier, I think, at least, because Broken Psyche or not Broken Psyche, sorry, Besiege is one of the cards that kills me the most. I love to have the ability to tutor up a Besiege block whenever I need to, because it is a card that kills me very often.
That's fair. And looks like we're just doing another build turn. I don't usually have that problem. I just run bad block mods. If you only ever want to block with 3s, it'll work. But yeah, it looks like we've built another 4. Going to 9 foundations. We got an incredible display. Very good card for us. Letting us double block something early could matter. Well, it looks like we're debating maybe doing the 10th. Yes, we're building the 10th foundation. We're going all in, saying 32 is a lot. Show me that you can do it with no counters.
But you saw the pause, right? You saw them count those foundations to make sure that we didn't go just tiptoeing into deadlock. Because again, that is a mistake I make way too often, where I look at all the cards in my hand and I think, well, these don't help me here. I need as many resources as I can to recover from a bad turn where I'm committing out, right? I want to replace those resources, and then by the end of my turn, I realize, oh, I'm actually at 11 or 12 foundations, and this has just made things exponentially worse for me. And speaking of exponential, here's Titan Cliff, a card that gets out of control pretty quick.
Definitely can get out of control pretty quick. And I agree with your first point. I also do that same thing where I miscount and then realize, oh, I went to deadlock. That was hopefully not gonna kill me, but we'll see what happens. Hopefully it doesn't end my career, as it were, in
Yeah.
the game. Uh, but yeah, an unfortunate 3 check on the Titan Cliff. But we get to build one back, so it's still effectively just a 5. We might get the redraw. Obviously, we'll see what they want to do. Doesn't look like we decided to
No
redraw.
discard and draws, kind of crazy. We played a Titan Cliff because we wanted to build a 6 diff, but our hand was fine.
Been in that situation once or twice. It's rare, but it can come up where, and
Oh,
it may also be one of those things where if they had checked well, they would have been discarding foundations, and if they checked poorly,
we're going to
we're
deadlock.
going into deadlock.
Now,
Huh.
granted, this situation's pretty different. Uh-oh.
And
But
then he went for it anyway.
did we give our rival a good deadlock? Can we freeze 2 again?
That would be pretty funny.
Oh. I don't even know if there is a sweeping daggers target.
Looks like we might have removed hindering the armor because there's one over
Okay,
there.
yeah. So this is the deadlock freeze too. And it looks like we did do the burn one sweeping daggers. Yeah, so this Titanic combat might actually come back to haunt us. We built one foundation but got at least 2 of them frozen. So we're gonna start our turn with 9 ready instead of 10 because we wanted to start our turn with 11.
Agreed. And maybe the thought was, I definitely get another turn. I can just build deep into deadlock, and then deadlock doesn't matter anymore. I mean,
Well,
quote unquote, matter anymore.
the thought process for sure was my rival checked a 3 on a 6 diff. How deep can they go on this turn? And granted, hindering the armor titan is pretty strong. Or is it armored or attack? Hindering the armor titan. Yeah.
The armor. Hindering.
It's a pretty strong thing to freeze 2 foundations, but it's not going to recoup your own resources, which I think is really what we needed from Yasha here. Was we needed to get our own effects like funeral pyres back online.
Yeah. I guess these 3 cards are pretty good. Since we didn't discard or draw them. My thought at the time was maybe it's worth keeping them because I checked bad. I want to build the foundations now, and I don't need to try and get a couple extra attacks to really punish the 1 card hand. But at the same time, maybe that's still the case. Maybe they just want to block with these and let it go. They did 13 damage, which is a very respectable turn.
Yeah,
but they are way behind in foundations if they can't. The bad check will help in that regard.
Yeah, evening things up a little bit. Kind of interesting. We did not commit the 2 Masters Pride, which have an ability where after you get a momentum, you get to ready them. So Chaos decks love to abuse this card early on. It's one of my favorites. Like in a world where good 0 diffs are going away, Chaos and Void especially have like a really strong suite of zeros, and I'm finding myself building more Masters Prides decks more than ever.
Yes, I found that was the hardest thing post rotation was figuring out what zeros were still worth it, or if the number of zeros could go down slightly and just have to play a slightly slower game, knowing that it won't be quite as strong of a build turn 1 on average. Forced to Surrender coming in. I almost said Forcing Surrender because that's the one I think of every time I see Force. And I was like, that's not an attack. What are we doing here?
There are so many cards that have similar names, and I can't tell if it's like actually on purpose or if that's like just how anime goes sometimes. But the same words get used a whole lot.
I mean, in some ways, yes, I do think it's a medium choice, but also we have to think about it. The names of the 2 cards at least in this case, are not getting the half block with the breaker too. That's very good. Are unrelated. Like
Right.
the anime didn't decide those names; the company did. So they just like surrender and force as a word, as words to use. Which I don't necessarily disagree. It's strong evocative language.
Well, so everything has to go through approvals, and I think that's where it ends up because I think there is like a translation issue where
Hmm.
when you want to translate similar ideas, sometimes they get condensed to the same words. Like there may only be so many words for surrender in Japanese, for example, right? Or only one that
Sure.
like or Japanese has a bunch of words for it and they suggest these words or use these words, right? And it's very different there, but then when we translate it to our cards it becomes the same word a lot. I think that happens. Also, some of them just happen like slash. There's a lot of slashing that happens in these shows. Like it's going to happen. So it
For sure. And in the case of like that, there's the idea like, well, you slash with swords, right? Everybody who has a sword probably has a
everybody
slash move.
everybody's using a sword in Attack on Titan. So yeah, it's just funny though
Exactly.
because we had like unwavering slash, then we had dramatic slash, and now we've got lethal slash, and there's so many other slashes, whirling slash that come along with it. But it is a fairly generic word.
I wonder in the future, could we get a Yusuke style character that cares about the word slash?
Hmm.
That would be neat.
Well, it'd
I
be
don't know who
Kuwabara,
that would
right?
be, but I
Oh,
mean, yeah,
Yusuke style.
I
I
just
see
mean
what
like
you
a
mean.
character that just says, "I pick up cards that say the word slash in it."
Slash or like how Spellbolt is. I see.
Yeah.
Really quick, this is
I
actually pretty cool. I thought the I would like to rage for 2 counters was kind of soft. Um, it does get you to like a
but
new. It does get you to a good damage threshold for Yasha's pump, but
Mhm.
what this also does is it lets you play rejuvenation smash on a 5 as your second attack. Sorry, rejuvenating smash. This card's really
unfortunately
really
that got
good.
canceled.
This card's super good, but playing it on a 6 doesn't always feel great.
Mhm. Agreed. It did check well. Unfortunately, the Incredibles play got to go off to cancel the draw to heal to, but we still get our 2 counters. We have the ability to re-ready Unyielding Rages now, and now our 6 foundation stage doesn't sound as bad when it's 8, and also technically a fake 10 on their turn.
Yeah, the unyielding
If this
rage,
isn't enough,
probably worth it alone to play the I would like to rage here. So that's a huge pickup.
and gives us speed. It also gives the mythical 3 being the arc number for Yasha in this game. 3 counters, 3 damage, 3 counters.
Cam Cardwell,
I,
thank you for the
we
raid.
exciting.
28
We
new
need to come up with a
viewers.
third thing that she needs to care about. That way, 3 is another good arc number for her. I'll workshop it in post. I'll workshop it before Denver, and I'll come up with something.
One thing is, I don't think we could have done the Botons to get a momentum, right? We didn't discard a card
Mm-hmm.
during that attack, so maybe a missed opportunity. Again, similar to the Titan Cliff, we didn't discard and draw cards there. Maybe our hand is just what we want. Who's your first
Huh?
favorite Ghidorah player, Korax?
I agree. I'm curious. I no judgment. I wouldn't even put myself at second favorite player, and I'm me. Maybe the idea is that they wanted the extra two Torin. That's fair.
Okay,
Torin
okay.
does seem pretty cool. I didn't get to talk to him much at Worlds, but he seems like a really nice guy.
Whoa, we're playing this on a
Okay.
7. Okay, but
I
we've
mean, it makes
got
sense because we're gonna be ready. We paid
yeah.
nothing.
We've got 2 unyielding rage, which makes this look like a genius play. But I'm so
Yeah.
curious if we're gonna discard and draw cards here, which means we
We might hold it because of Krista. If she decides to stack, we just go, yeah, we'll take that. Thanks.
maybe, yeah. I don't,
Nope, never mind. We're
yeah.
we're we're going all in.
Maybe that's why we held
I
the Botons, but again, just feeling like we missed
I
out on a
I
free
guess maybe that's the
momentum.
whole reason we're holding the Botons for the whole turn. Maybe it's just as soon as you decide to stack, because you can really only do it once. You can do it twice, but really probably only affording to do it once.
Yeah, I just win the deck that we saw, right? We saw it win on a turn where it played two copies of I Would Like to Rage and put the damage count so high that, Krista's defense was not as impressive. It just feels like that's such an integral part of our game plan. But we're up a game, right? And we're checking well. We've got most of our stage ready here, so it might not be the biggest deal in the world.
Yeah, and I mean, with the second number 23 Pro Hero, we're just doing a better Endeavor impression at this point. We're given +2, +4. And we don't even have to mill. And those are good stats. I wonder if they maybe just didn't put the damage on it? Because I feel like this should have been for 10 damage. Or maybe it got minused in some way.
Well, it should be Yasha gives 3 right now, right? It's half rounded up.
Oh yeah. Sorry, it's only 3. My mistake.
Yeah,
but it still should have been 9.
Yeah, 9 is better than 6, right?
50% more.
Is it keyword gated? Maybe it's like only for Furies. No, it's just your attack.
Nope.
All right, I don't know if they can see the spectator hand. I don't want to like interact with cards too often.
I'm worried about it too, and so I interact every now and then. I'm like, I need to read this. What does it say again?
Yeah, like I can see your hand. I think they can see both of our hands, so I try not to like point at cards unless we really have to read. Because that's why we're in the game. So Besiege coming down on a 5, checks a 3.
Oh, in a deadlock. Yeah, this is basically. I think this. It doesn't threaten lethal.
It can.
Yes, it can threaten lethal, which it might be worth it.
It would
if they don't think they have the block.
It would threaten lethal a lot better if we put 3 damage on Titan Cliff, though.
Yeah, we wouldn't even have to spend the momentum then. Yeah, we're stacking. That makes sense. What are we putting on top?
But we don't have a way to draw a card, so it's just got to be a check value rather than a card draw for us. And we saved the Botan's genius move.
Mm-hmm.
Genius move. No, Krista still has 2 cards. Krista has not played a card. Sorry, it's hard to get like a good view of the game and get the hands on screen. Tam Cardwell is an amazing stream setup for that I should steal.
Yeah, we should probably take it from him in the future.
Yeah, just show up to his house and rob him.
Hey, we're here to steal your techniques.
Yes. Hey, I'm a big Rando fan. I think technique stealing is a cool trope, actually. We're gonna stack.
We're stacking it. Can we draw it though?
How do we draw it?
How do we get it?
Am I missing something? Oh, off the long range support. If we
after they take this one, but this one could be for lethal. Maybe they don't see that line.
Maybe they don't. Maybe they have one in their hand. No, because then they would check it. They don't see the lethal line, but maybe their opponent doesn't either, because this would absolutely be like getting pumped.
Yeah, I feel like at that point you're saying, unless they have a draw in hand, or maybe actually they're saying you're not allowed to Botons because you give it to me.
Oh, that's cute. You either check a 3 or you give me Runaway. Oh,
but at the same time,
that's crazy.
At the same time, you don't need to give it to them because you can just give enough damage. So maybe they still aren't seeing the lethal line.
True. Maybe they're planning.
Maybe they have the block. Maybe it's the best of both worlds. They know they can block it because they have a 3 in hand.
Chris has 2 cards in hand. I can't back it up here. I'll back it up that far. It's not good for the stream layout, guys. Chris has 2 in hand. Yeah. Sorry. It's tough. It's actually bad that we can see the other hand, because then people think that you should see the the first player's hand. But anyways, we have teaming with the Attack Titan.
Yes, if they were up 1, it would be a little easier because the hands would be closer. But that's okay.
That's also true, but they can do that. If he wants to be
in the world that they're playing in.
Yeah, they want to be green and white. It ain't, my stream's not the biggest priority here. What is a priority though is how do you deal with this 5 mid for 5 that I think we
is
can
gonna
change. No,
change
we can't.
zones.
We're
No,
5 cards
we cannot.
short.
Yeah, I was like, I think we can. Never mind. We both thought the same thing at the same time.
All right, so
Um,
we know the rival
hmm.
has a 4 on top of their deck. This is going to be 6 speed, but Krista should be able to easily block this with a +1 mid on a 7/8 and commit out for it.
Yeah, I'm still feel like they're gonna restack again. That way they
Okay,
have a real good check.
that makes even more sense.
But if they stack again, then you are allowed to Botons.
Yeah, you have to also stack something that blocks. You have to stack something that either you can check to block with a card in your hand or will block this attack with a 4 on top of your deck. This is so
Mm.
interesting.
Yeah, they're playing 5D chess. I'm losing the sauce here. Maybe they this I feel like there's a thought where Yasha saw this as their line and forgot that they could just give Besiege Powerful to just win on that one.
I will say we've been missing some damage pumps here and there, right, throughout the whole turn, where things would have been drastically different. But I just want to say, how cool is this Yasha deck firing on all cylinders? This character that people had no faith in and don't want to build, and yet it's about to win 2-0 against a menace character in the format, even if it's not exactly the same list as a national winning list.
For sure, for sure. Um I'm excited because I want Yasha to be good. Uh Spoiler to people who weren't at Worlds, I kept saying I think Yasha might have the higher ceiling over Grog because of the symbols. So and this is kind of just proving me right that I was like, yeah, maybe she does just have the sauce. Maybe I do know things about this card game. But maybe I don't cuz this also just got blocked.
Yeah, so we see the 5 check coming down. We did stack a +1 mid. So we told our rival the math was you can't Botons here. I'm so curious if we just did not see the pre-lethal line because we're at 2 health and we had access to way more than 2 bonus damage that we did not apply. And I'm just wondering if maybe there was a bait somewhere I'm missing, an interaction that we were trying to avoid. Marvin, thank you for the 21 months, man. That is absolutely amazing support. Thank you so much. Um, but yeah, I don't have all the information, so I would have to hear it from the players themselves to know for sure.
For sure. For sure. I'm in the same boat where I'm trying to see the lines of the matrix that they are seeing. Um, Maybe they valued the momentum in some manner for something else. But I feel like it it may have unfortunately been their game to kind of lose on that turn. And it may not matter, but it could. It could be go to game 3 because of it. But I mean, people drop combos all the time.
Yeah, that it would be essentially a dropped combo, but that did expend a lot of counters from Krista. You know that one of the cards they drew is a runaway that, or no, they checked the runaway, so they didn't even draw that. But we're starting off with Walk the Dog, and we have 5 counters, which means we can either stack a really nice check or a card that we want to draw. So Botan's finally coming down.
Which I believe gets them I believe it gets Yasha the Titan Cliff because I believe that's what they stacked on top, or it was stacked on top. And obviously it's a random card for Krista.
Oh,
Ooh, okay.
we did put a
Setting to
low
0.
block. We did. We drew our low block and barrier shield. So this is going to be the only blocking, the only defense that happens. And it's a pretty good one. But Krista has the ability, again, to go find whatever attack they want. And that Botan activation gave them 2 more counters, putting them that much closer to stacking their deck for a card draw a second time. So if we just start chaining Walk the Dogs, I'm pretty sure we're going to go to a game 3.
Okay, that's Yeah, I definitely feel like that might be the case. It may also be that we're thinking 25. If I get to full block this one and breaker to it, a bad check on their part might be enough to slow them down.
I like that they went through and found rejuvenating smash, and put it on top, even though it kind of doesn't matter because this is like a zero speed move, so you know that like whatever they block with is gonna pass. But you
But
know,
I do feel like the best way to keep your muscle memory, do it every time.
right? It is good for it. I was just thinking it'd be funny if Yasha had a way to draw a card, and just all of a sudden was like, and I'll gain two, draw two, like.
Mm-hmm.
They just drew that card off the top and then had because Barrier Shield Rejuve is like a true combo, right?
Yeah, it's definitely a very useful and good setup, and would get Yasha the extra counter, but effectively take nothing. That would be a very nice option. That being said, we're just playing it the old-fashioned way. We're saying we don't want to take any of that 8.
Big
And
Breaker 2 coming down, but a lot of foundations in Krista's stage. And if Krista has a way to tutor momentum during the
mm-hmm.
turn, Master's Pride is going to be a nice little double refund, turning our stage into something pretty impressive, honestly.
I agree. I'm also a just like last turn. We didn't commit them on this. They checked a 4, I guess, or they checked poorly because they committed 2.
Yeah, I'm
Or
starting
they
to
committed 1.
wonder if these are just here for the deadlock response. Because I haven't seen like a Determined Advanced or a Titan's Pursuit or any of the cards that like give you momentum. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
here we go. Okay, well, we figured it out. Maybe they're okay. They better not be listening to the street. They better not have us on in the background.
I hopefully not. Hopefully they're not.
That should have
Hopefully
been
we're
covered in the
able.
players' meeting if it was not, but.
Okay. Getting rid of that. That makes sense to me. We're saying we think we have it now that we're about to draw. We only drew 2 at the time, but 2 cards is still good. I've never complained about I only get to draw 2 cards.
True.
I guess also at this point, you can't block with it. It's kind of a dead card for Runaway. If it goes back to their turn, you can't use it because you die. Every attack is at least 2 damage
Right.
printed. So
Not a cost you can pay. Unless it's the exact amount. I guess you can pay it. I'm told you can pay life if it brings you to exactly zero. So,
but yeah, that's
as a
kind of
Ghidorah
my
player, you should
understanding
know
as
about
well.
that, right?
Yeah, I was like, that's my understanding too, as I can't pay the life unless it's Exacxies. Um, I've not ever chose to lose a head, but I could. It is important to know when I'm allowed to.
So, looks like we're going for a bit of a pivot here. We're getting the Freeze Foundations attack. And it only freezes one foundation outside of Deadlock. So, not the most powerful follow up here. It's a cool game plan, right? I'm a big fan of having piercing ice wall with Krista, right? Because you get to actually stun two and freeze two. In this symbol, you get the card, the attuned card where you get to freeze one and then deadlock freeze two. But it certainly feels like it's missing something, right? It's missing some oomph compared to most chaos decks.
There could be a thought
Oh, this is a different one.
that um that's forced to
Is
surrender. It's
Oh,
the
it's
other
after it
one.
resolved. Okay, so bigger damage, same idea, right? We're clearly on a freeze game plan, which is kind of funny.
I will say though that even with freeze, you still can use the unyielding rages to get them back ready. There's definitely some options where you still have a pretty decent stage, and only one has to hit at this point.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't freeze a card that readies itself. We discarded a hostile introduction for burn one.
I Yeah, might as well get the burn. Get every little bit counts.
Yeah.
Um,
Can't do the
and it might be
breaker.
enough, right? Yeah, and you can't use the breaker as Krista. My options would be the 23 Pro Heroes. I feel are the best to freeze in this matchup because you have to block them all next turn if you can't kill it.
It's
If you
also
can't
extra
finish them now.
review, right? It's extra options to
Hmm.
review, so it's making you more consistent on the backswing.
Yeah, they would get to draw this card, discard it, and then
Oh,
build.
there's a
Cape's very
big one.
good.
Oh,
Ooh, a bad check makes it less good.
what do you keep up? You
Yeah,
get to keep one card. Is it your character or a foundation?
apparently it's the foundation, which I do think it cancels some important stuff. Um,
Cancels draw 2 from Rejuve.
and then draw 2, heal 2. It does seem like they may have missed the freeze. No, they did not. They just didn't put the token on it. So I also thought they had missed it, but it seems like they may have done it and just not put the token. I personally think I would have kept Krista up to stack a bad check and then remove with Cape no return
Right.
as just like an extra out.
Yeah, those Masters prides are just there for the deadlock, I think.
Interesting, because they could have responded them here
Right. We
and
could
had
add some semblance to
3.
block. I mean,
Yeah,
Yasha hasn't.
3 up would have mattered.
Yeah, Yasha has not made any of these attacks particularly fast. It's just Besiege is weird to block, and sometimes you don't have a hand. And speaking of not
Had to
having a
use
hand,
it, and here it comes. Boom. It's the only downside for Yasha right now is unfortunately they don't have the ability to spend a momentum because then they could unyielding rage to get that 6th counter and actually rip those cards out right now and just win.
yeah, which rejuvenating smash would have been cool for.
Unfortunate.
Can't
Very
win.
exciting games.
All right, so Yasha's gonna win that one 2-0. Struggled a bit in the second game, more than they probably should have. But that game one, man, that was exactly how you draw it up in the planning meeting, right?
Yeah, I feel like if I were this Yasha right then, I'd be like, that's exactly what the deck was supposed to do. I am truly God's gift to the world.
Yes, God's gift to gaming for sure. So let's get a quick recap here. It looks like all the tables except one have reported. And one of the things I like about doing this instead of TTS is we can just go to that game, or instead of webcam. I mean, with TTS, I can just go to this game.
It's 13. Okay, awesome. I
Yeah,
was gonna
we
ask.
can just go to table 13 and see what's going on. I have to imagine that they're pretty close to ending, but we can check it out.
Connecting as well because
Oh,
I'd like to see what's going on too. Woo.
so much. Whoops.
It's so white.
This
It's
is
thinking
Mitchell
so hard.
Chimino. Is it Samino or Chimino? I know the guy and I still don't know. I feel like he
I
doesn't answer either if you ask him.
I'm gonna ask him the next time I see him to confirm. Because I don't want to accidentally say his name wrong. So I'm going to respectfully abstain from answering that question. I plead the fifth.
Yeah, I feel like I've definitely asked him before, and he's just been like, he just gave me like a non-answer. So if he did answer, I'm sad because I've heard it said both ways so many times. But I have to assume that this is a game 3. I hope this is a game 3, and it looks like Edshot has 2 of one response and 3 of the other. So I'm gonna assume it's 3-3 to everything, but we'll know as soon as another attack is played.
For sure, for sure. Okay, so we're playing. I love Lurker Strike. I think that card's so cool. So it's exciting to see it in anything ever.
Okay, so on a 7, and it looks like we had the breaker 1 applied. Mitchell with
Sure.
double vertical maneuvering, but no momentum left.
Sounds like we spent them all.
What is this found? Is this the one that After you make a check, it gets +2. Only playable if you have at least one momentum. We don't have that. What happened to all of our momentum?
I don't know. It's
Oh
we're pressing the button. We made them discard. I'm curious what else we got.
yeah, it looks like it's got 3/3. So we made them
So there was
discard a card, which is an
and we minus
action
it.
or an attack. So we have reviewed 2 attacks. We've reviewed 3 non-attacks.
Okay.
I assume we're gonna build the next foundation we play, but we don't have the progressive for that.
Maybe we haven't reviewed the right things for that.
There's no way we haven't reviewed a foundation if we reviewed 3 non-attacks, right?
I mean, I would hope so, but I don't know. Unfortunately, I wasn't here, so
True.
I'm just guessing.
All right. Well, Thousand Sheep Pierce is sick because it has an enhance to discard a card, draw 2 cards, and that's going to be another review trigger. So you have to imagine this one's going to get another +1/+1, putting it at 7 high for 9. But that's not lethal, and I don't think we can pass another attack after this if our Mitchell player is actually at 16.
Yeah. The other option, of course, would be to review. I know we definitely did that. I would say if you reviewed the attack to get basically 3 easier difficulty.
Oh wait, I missed the face down there. I think we can play a 4 div. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We can pass exactly a 4 div after this.
Okay, so maybe we are just going for it. Maybe this is just I'm committing to the game plan. I don't think you can block another one because they're all really, really fast and really, really strong. We're definitely basically saying all of our attacks do double what they say.
Did we get... It looks like we gave -2 speed to this somehow. Oh, Mitchell does that. When you play an attack, he can commit a foundation for -2 speed. So this
You're
is
right. You're right.
It's only a 5 high. If this gets blocked, we might be in too deep.
I actually forgot about that for Mitchell because I've only looked at his card for about 2 weeks.
Yeah, we're gonna have to pump the brakes, even though. Oh no, we had the lurker strike, so we got to build it, which means we're not pumping the brakes. We're actually gonna guarantee this check as long as we don't check a 2. Actually, I think we could check the 3 and failed it, but still, we checked a 5. We're a god gamer, and this is gonna come in with 4 speed and 4 damage, and then get another speed and damage almost assuredly.
And actually, honestly, checking the 2 would have been better with 3 life of dangers down there. It's just a 5.
Yeah, the real question is, did we flash this with the Thousand Sheep Pierce from beforehand? Mitchell's ability to reduce speed is a response, so I don't think that's that important. I think getting +1/+1 is more important here.
It is still technically blockable, and
Yep,
we'll
8
see.
high.
Oh, we're pointing at some things.
Oh, these are deadlock enhances. What is the deadlock? Your next check gets +1. We have +6 to this check. This is so incredibly blockable. This is the most blockable thing of all time. We're going to check an 11 to block this. I was wondering why we kept pinging this card when we don't have any momentum. And, combined firepower is only going to hit +1 damage. I don't even know what we were trying to hit from this. +6 to our rival's check. We're just hoping that they're holding low blocks only, right?
Perhaps the thought was if I can get it 2 more, it's lethal on half, and then they have to have the actual.
Yeah.
Right now, I believe. I actually, yeah, because it's 11, so it'd be for 6. So they needed 2 more damage out of it.
Yeah, this is on a 10, 11, 12, but we have +6 to our check. So if we checked a 1, we would pass this.
And we check 11.
Yeah. Easy. Easiest block of my life. Can we play another attack after this? Teaming with the attack titan is fire attuned, right?
1, 2, 3, 4. It is, I believe. It'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It looks like we're just
Oh,
passing
he was
and
one
giving it.
damage short from the partial block. That was an 11, 2 damage short. That was an 11 damage move, and it looks like he had to deal 13. Oh man, what a turn though. I mean, it's that deadlock. The deadlock plus one to
Mhm.
your check being so versatile.
And
That's
the fact that it floats over with the way that one's written is a big deal. Allowed a guaranteed block at the end when it mattered the most.
yeah,
But it does seem like Edshot was on the right line of actually you better have the right one, and just
yeah,
got unlucky with that extra two.
I'm guessing from where we were at in this game, there's a good chance that Edshot was probably down a game, right? And if it goes
Mm-hmm.
to time after you went first, you're gonna lose anyways. And we were pretty close to hitting the time limit. In fact, we had time in the round 7 minutes ago. So this was absolutely a last ditch effort. I again assuming that Edshot was behind game because
Mm-hmm.
otherwise you would go into the tiebreaker turns, right? Where player two finishes and you take turns 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So, um, man, what a turn! That was so sick until you realize that actually is +6 to his check.
Yeah, he has double the foundation cost. Uh, on that check, it's going to be gigantic.
Yeah, he had what,
Uh,
5 foundations ready and +6 to the check. That's
he
absolutely
could have
crazy. So, looks like
blocked
we
up
have
to
round
almost a
two
20.
coming up. Um,
All
let me
right, where
double
are we
check.
thinking?
What's up?
I said, where are we thinking we're going? Where are we dropping, boys?
I'm not sure. We have 7 tables. It looks like we've got 14 players left. Yeah, we had 28. We're down to 14. We
Mm-hmm.
Nick is a genius and he found a cope for the fact that this was set up as Swiss, even though I know I saved it as single limb multiple times. We're just dropping the players after they lose. So hopefully that doesn't mess up anything's about the pairings. Round one recap is Yasha was amazing and smoked their opponent, and the deadlock +1 to a check got stacked 6 times to beat Edshot, who played 6 attacks in a turn. That's your round one recap.
And other people, I'm sure, had amazing games that we didn't see, but now we might see them because they made it to round two.
Yeah, so let's. Oh, you won. Oh, I thought it put it to 1.
Maybe they were up the game and it was the other way
Oh, maybe
around.
they were up a game and it didn't matter. Okay. I don't know that. See, this is why I'm talking about, guys. From the context as a. You were up a game. Okay, my bad, dude. From the way
So
it looked, I see your name here in the next round and I'm like, oh, he actually won. As soon as you said that, I saw your name. So, uh, well, your pairings are up. Get out of the stream. You're not supposed to watch the stream.
but also congratulations on your win. That turn looked amazing.
Yeah, that turn did look amazing, but with what I had. You want to see if you could kill, bro. We're trying to get out of here. You took 7 minutes into overtime. Now go to your table and close the stream. Thank you though for playing the event. All right, we gotta pick a table. I'm thinking either
Yes, yes, yes.
table 3 is Devil Jin versus Mirko 2, which I
Okay.
think is cool. Um, table 2, I don't know. Let me see what table 2. Table 2 is Grog. Okay.
New character.
New
So maybe.
character. And what is Ethan playing? Uh Ethan's playing Berthold Hoover. Berthold 2. Alright, we're going to table 3.
Table three. Okay.
Yeah, we're doing table 3.
Let me refresh the list and see if it shows
We're
up
gonna
for
check
me.
out table 3. Okay, yeah. So that shot was up a game, but that was still some pretty sick defense to live at 1. Like it was still
Mm-hmm.
pretty hype, but yeah.
Yes, it was definitely a well played turn on both sides. Um, Obviously, in the grand scheme of things, it didn't matter. We were just basically limit testing, but it was still very cool to see. Um, do we finalize a pairing? It seems like
Ooh, I think there might be some with the pairings. There's no. Oh, he has to approve and push them. Oh, I think it's because he hasn't pushed through the pairings. He's waiting to make sure in case, because once you get dropped, there's no coming back. So I think Nick is making sure that people are, uh, uh, with that the results are recorded correctly.
Which obviously makes sense and obviously something we want to do, maintain the integrity of the tournament.
Yeah. Yeah, we have approved and published pairings on my screen, so I think he just hasn't pushed them through yet.
Yeah, no worries. That just gives us a minute to breathe and talk.
Yeah, and again, it's things have been wonky, so normally just someone being eliminated, I think can be fixed, but someone being dropped, I'm not sure if can. So, um, yeah,
I'm unsure on the tournament side. Probably is a big pain in the butt to fix if we have to fix that. Hopefully we just don't have to deal with it.
yeah.
Mirko and Deviljin would be very cool to watch, but I'm excited to see new characters, and I think Sam's in the same boat there. Um, they've been legal for one day. We want to see the cool things.
All right. Yeah, it looks like round 2 just started. Pairings
No
have
problem.
been
We'll give
pushed
them.
through. I think people are confused because he said, ping me if you should still be in the tournament or whatever. Make sure that if you should be eliminated, you're eliminated. And everyone couldn't find their pairings. The pairings weren't published yet because once we publish the pairings, we can't fix it. So we're making sure that everyone's in the right spot before we go. But the pairings are pushed through. So we should see the tables popping up soon. If everything is broken, nothing is broken. Hey, I don't think this one is the website. It not being single limb, I swear is not my fault. I checked it so many times, but this one is just a miscommunication between the judge and the players on where we're at. Oh, the format? Yeah, you're right.
I mean, in some ways, I do think that's an idea. I do think if there's a lot of strong options, for sure, then a lot of things get to be strong.
That, really quick, if everything's
though.
broken, nothing is broken, was like a Jasco era company line for a while. Like, that was actually just canon.
I wouldn't know. That sounds like it was definitely before my time.
Yeah, Jasco era ended basically with MHA, so.
Yeah, it basically ended when I started. They were still technically doing it, and obviously, um, they got MHA, which is what got me into the game. But
Right. Which, did you start with MHA set 1?
I started right when 2 released. It had been out for like a week, and then one of my friends ran a game store, and they're like, "Hey, there's this card game with MHA. We know you really like that show." And I'm like, "I do, and I love card games. Let me check it out."
It's working. We got him.
Awesome.
Sure,
All right,
we got
so
him.
yeah, and then I spent way too much money on this card game, and then the rest is history.
Yeah, that's basically how it goes.
It's I hyper fixated on it, and then I actually didn't spend too much money. Honestly, I slow rolled getting into the game because I was afraid of with COVID. I was like, I don't know if I'll ever get to play, but then everything worked out.
Shane being perma drunk on nostalgia for 2008. I can't lie. If I was a designer, I would definitely be trying to reprint Templar just because. Which, by the way, should be standard legal because I was told it would be standard legal, and it was reprinted as a promo for standard. But
I do kind of remember hearing rumblings of that out in the ether and going, I don't know what that means, but I'm happy for you, or I'm sorry that happened when all that was going down.
yeah, it's just because standard was a different thing, right? At the time, standard was actually modern. And now standard is standard, like it should be. But yeah,
so
it was
looks
just
like Deviljin got to go first. That's exciting.
really quick. The only thing that really bothers me is they had just reprinted it, and promos were like legal as soon as they're reprinted. But because, or as soon as the product's out, but because the product never came out, the product still has never come out. It 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 wasn't legal. Like in the last event, it should have been legal in. It still wasn't legal, so I got handed Templar promos that I couldn't put in my deck.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, when all the
I
other
don't want to laugh
promos,
at your misfortune, but it was kind
yeah,
of funny.
all the
Take it.
other promos in that cycle were legal for the event, but this game, Devil Jin versus Mirko 2.
Yeah, I'm saying it looks like we just did a little quick poke. We're added in for the free extra build and draw. Makes sense. Ooh, we're running Inspiring Song. I think that card's very cool. It checks a 6. Kind
Inspiring
of.
Song is one of the craziest cards from this set, in my opinion. A 1/6 that not only just buffs your check for basically no cost, there's characters that want to mill and set up the top card of their discard pile with these symbols. And the nuttiest thing of all, and maybe the way I see it used the least, is it hacks your rival's check and it ends the turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the fact that it doesn't say failing it doesn't end your turn is big. And also, I mean, it's a 6 that basically makes your next one a 6. Like, you could just make one a 6 later. It's definitely very strong. Looks like we discarded double Feral Shriek. We said we want 1,000,000 cards, actually. Okay, okay. Some wild stats on this first attack.
We've got Fiery Stare, 5 mid for 9, but it looks like Devil Jin is going to add Aerial Goblin Bolt to the card pool, which is crazy strong because card pool flip after a Blitz or Enhance ability is played, cancel it. That cancels character enhances.
Which also means this. They pay the cost, but they don't get to ready. If they flip to cancel it, and that's so strong here.
Yeah, it looks like we're just gonna pop that off. So I love this about this Devil Jin deck. It's one of the first decks I built was Spells Devil Jin with like one or two arm bars, one or two attack titan, teaming with the attack titan.
All the classics.
Yeah, and a bunch of aerial goblin bolts. And it's just every turn, every enhance, I'm just gonna stack a cancel in my card pool. And it's really tough for a lot of these critical role characters because they usually commit to do one of their two abilities, and canceling a commit cost means that they're not going to be able to pay that cost until their next turn. So super costly to kind of run those characters into Aerial Goblin Bolt when it's so on demand.
For sure.
We saw Inspiring Song used 3 times in the exact way I talked about to hack the check. So -3 to the next check, and we had combined firepower to just blow through it. What a huge play for Josh Adkins.
Yeah, such a heads up play to go. I'll just spend it. I don't really want it, and I can probably get it back later, right? Because of the remove thing, all the things that I was going to do anyway.
Yeah, we just committed one of our remove effects here. So luckily for our Devil Jin player, though, canceling that Mirko enhance means that not only do we destroy a foundation for nothing, but we didn't get to respond and clear our card pool. So there's going to be at least some progressive difficulty throughout this turn, but loss of consciousness and I'm with you both going to get discarded. They're both going to remove. That's 2 Science Bros triggers. That's 2 damage from I'm with you. That's 2 damage from Fiery Stare. And now we're going to ready Mirko. And also
lets them respond if they hadn't already to play that again. Oh, these are getting so big so fast. This deck is spicy.
Yeah, the chat's like, can we send combined firepower to hell? We haven't even activated it yet. We failed that check, and it's still doing the Lord's work for us. But I have to imagine after all those activations, and we have an 8-speed move, combined firepower is not a not a terrible ability to get canceled here. but it seems pretty reliable to stack it onto an 8-speed move against our 5-hander opponent who has 2 progressive and 1 card in hand.
For sure. And then there's a question: do they cancel the enhance here?
The real Denver preview. Hey, that's why I do these events, guys. You notice how they're always scheduled, about a week before a tournament that you can travel to. Get you that last minute practice and see exactly how much you want to bet this card's going to remove after he botons it.
That sounds suspiciously like you may have looked at the deck or know what their game plan is.
How much you want to bet whatever possible. Card?
I mean, and if it is, this one might be able to just get big enough by itself.
We're really contemplating canceling this too.
We canceled the Botons.
That's crazy.
Which makes sense, but also definitely feels a little. I mean, this move is so fast. It's possibly blockable if they check the attack on it, or no, because there's no attacks in the card pool to really give the buff to.
Okay, we are gonna kick. We took 19 from that. We're down to 7. Heel strike. I was gonna say we can. Yeah. Which one are we gonna? We can unflip the Botons though, but then they can add another Goblin Bolt. I don't know if there's any Goblin Bolts in the discard pile now. We went through 2 of them.
Yeah, already 2 this early in the game. Might not have a third one. I think they're looking to see.
We get to ready Mirko.
But I don't think you're allowed to commit the Science Bros, because that's probably how you're going to get lethal here.
I mean, do we even have a way to remove cards, right? Like if we can't activate Combined, then we can't activate Science Bros either. So, and we saw that the card in hand was important enough to cancel Botons, even though we didn't block with it.
That's fair. It may also be.
Well, we're going to try and check an attack here to actually. Okay, never mind. We didn't need to check an attack to pass it. I would have only been +2 for an attack, anyways, making it a 5. So. Yeah. How many cards left the card pool? The answer is just enough.
It's just the one. No, not enough.
Wait, what happened? What did we discard?
It looks like it looks like he aborted it, which means. What is going on?
Blue Flame Torment response. Hack the check. That's why we raid our
that makes way more sense. I was very confused there.
It's because the Blue Flame, I didn't see the momentum there. Okay, so Blue Flame keeps us alive, but we built some spam back out, and Mirko's almost full health. So very narrow margins here. As explosive as those fiery stairs were, Devil Jin canceling some really important responses helped him hold on to that Blue Flame Torment, which helped him get it into his card pool, which helped him stay alive one more turn.
But unfortunately, whiffing on an attack turn. A turn that probably could have ended it if they got a good line. It looks like we saw a third bolt in that mill. I think we saw a third Goblin Bolt. We're building out super wide.
Yeah, it's kind of wild that the aerial Goblin Bolts don't remove for cost or at the end of the turn. I can understand why you wouldn't want the remove cost, because getting rid of progressive difficulty is like a huge benefit. But at the same time, the fact that Devil Jin gets to recycle them means that even at 7 life, this could be pretty difficult for Mirko to get through.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with Mirko so far behind in physical resource. And we might not have anything good to remove to try and trigger your combines to really get your game plan going.
Yeah, important. The 5-hander just built 4 and has 3 in hand. What a game.
That is true. That is true. But that's just the nature of the game we play right now.
We got Lunar Ring here. Not the best one to start off with, right? It kills an asset, but our rival doesn't have one. Gets bonus damage based on the amount of cards that we've destroyed, but those aren't that's not really happening this early in the turn. We added a
Okay.
Mega Burst to our card pool instead of a Goblin Bolt. Is there something
I'm not sure. Maybe they wanted to keep the bonus progressive a little bit longer. Knew that there wasn't anything to cancel yet. Hold it for the next one.
potentially, but I feel like
But
having them stacked up ready to go is the smart thing to do. I could just be missing some way
I
to recur it.
I isn't Goblin Bolt also a mid
Devil
block?
Devil Jin changes the zone. Tim Keefe got us. You know, I've never used that ability on Devil Jin a single time.
The question is the block mod of Goblin Bolt because I thought it was a mid as well, but
Goblin
I could
Bolt
be
is a
wrong.
+1 mid, but the attack zone is high. This changes it to match the zone of the attack.
Oh,
Unfortunately, we are
right. The
science
attack
bros.
zone, not the attack block. Yes.
Yeah, so we are.
You're right. I flipped what it was. My
Yeah,
mistake.
I figured it out. we yeah. Tim Keefe pointed out. I've never actually used that part of Devil Jin before. Actually, now. But here we go. We've got. I probably thought about it
Okay.
when he was first previewed because he's actually a sick defensive character, even though he doesn't like read like one. Which chef's kiss on the Devil Jin design, truly. But yeah, we've got
Yes, I
a
think Devil Jin's so cool.
we've got a +2 mid block coming in. We did check an attack, so we're gonna respond with Devil Jin to get +2 to our check. And then it's still gonna leave the card pool. I can't read that card. All right, I'm a spectator. I think we did. This is my chance.
Yeah, they used This Is My Chance on that first one. It got blocked, so I got cleared as the only attack. And now we're throwing the Besiege, saying we still want to try and threaten.
Will we remember the deadlock blitz on Besiege?
Probably.
Arrivals at 11.
I mean, it might not matter with how low the health is, but
I mean, it puts it to lethal immediately instead of having to do this. Unabashed manner, gonna trigger Science Bros, trigger all the other fire powers, and then we're gonna mill 4 from the last remaining cards from our deck. And unfortunately, we do
don't
not
get to
get to
respond.
use. You don't get to use avoiding conflict because it's part of the
But we do
pause condition.
But it does get 2 because we saw 2 avoiding the conflicts.
And it should get 1/1 from Science Bros. I'm not 100%
Yes.
sure with that interaction, but it says when you cycle or when you remove a card. So I believe cycling gives you +1/+1. Or it's after. It should be after. So it should be after the pause condition. But I'm not a rules guy out that deep. Maybe
I think you're right, but I'm not positive.
yeah, maybe when I've been told that a judge program should be on the way, so maybe when we have a judge program going. But
yeah, when we get a deeper judge program, I'd love to be part of it to learn those answers for myself.
Right. I'm super excited for that. I think it's something the game has really needed to be taken seriously. They do such a good job providing things like streams, and coverage of events, which not a lot of smaller games would get. But okay, so it's lethal. It's pretty much unblockable, right? You have to use a +3 block mod on a 10. We already used Devil Jin's response. So run away, check a 5, commit out.
Yeah, I was like, runaway, commit, check a 5, commit out might be enough to save you, depending on what's left in the hand. But it does not look like it was.
It's not there.
So let's go to the second one. Let's see if they sideboard any. Yeah, the Mirko just slammed out so much damage, and unfortunately, Devil Jin doesn't feel like got to see a single attack. So
yeah, we didn't see Devil Jin attack at all, which he's a little bricky. He's just a little bricky. I also forget to draw a card when I do his response a lot. There's like so many things where I'm like hyper focused on what card pool effects do I add to my card pool that I forget all the other things that Devil Jin does, like changing the zone and drawing a card when you do the response and stuff like that. So he's even got like a fake six-hander thing going on. So it's really really funny that this character has so many different angles coming through, but what he's known for is big damage.
Yeah, for sure. He definitely can sometimes be a fake six or seven hander. He can uh he can throw out things. He's one of my favorite kind of design styles for our game of character with very unique ability. If you want to do it, you basically have to be Devil Jin.
Yeah, and the Master George talking about one of my favorite combos with Devil Jin is that rando's spirit gun, so you can do that once per turn again, but it is kind of random if you don't also have camouflage counter, right? Setting it up can be pretty difficult to know for sure you're even going to get to do one once per turn, much less a second once per turn, but that is the gambit you run with a five-hander.
For sure, for sure. Looks like we're building all pretty normal. Um, Devil Jin sided 2, and I believe Mirko sided 1 or 2 as well.
Oh,
Um,
look at this six
well,
build. What does this guy think he is? The chaos symbol?
now that being said, he can only block 1. Well, I guess he could block 2. If he can block this one successfully, he's allowed to use a Botons to try and draw another one.
Or destroy a foundation, push the limit, which would be really costly, but an option as well.
But now it seems like we might not be able to get to do that at all.
Yeah.
That might not actually be an option.
Yeah, not to mention Aerial Goblin Bolt can not only seal Botons, but it can cancel the second one.
Yeah.
Which means if you want to use it at all, you probably should do it during this attack, because they probably don't want to abort this attack. But 5 damage, easy. Camouflage counter going on top, going to get +1 to this check. I have to assume a Devil Jin response coming.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I'm just kind of hoping Devil Jin, unfortunately, had like another to like push it in and get that extra little bit and really go, you put your shields down, let me hit you.
Yeah. But camouflage counter does guarantee our card draw off the check there. We also play the foundation where when was it Father's Sin? Mill 4 if you mill 2 attacks this way you draw a card. Reminiscent of very broken foundations back in the olden days. But luckily, this one at least sometimes you don't draw a card off of it.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, and has not missed it. We saw him play it on the previous turn too. So, or on the previous game, and got the same effect and was able to get it. It's why he was a fake 7-hander. Just again, he played 4 cards and has 3 in hand.
Uh-oh. This one's pretty scary. Defeating the Colossus Titan. This is one of the best, if not the best, lead-off attacks for this deck.
It's very good. And being so fast and being able to give so much damage to it with the way the deck is built is definitely a strong suit for in here.
Yeah, opening with an 11 speed move is always something nice. Looks like we're going to do Mirko just to get the +2 damage. And thank you, David Toombs of Let's Talk UVS, for the gifted subs. Starting a hype train, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I saw it go off.
This man has gifted over 50 subs on this channel. I just want to point that out. That is absolutely monumental, dude. Thank you so much.
And thank you specifically for me because you just gave me a membership for the month. Nah.
Got destroyed but ready for Ace Arena 3. He's already planning for the next one. Okay, I like that energy. We're going to keep it up.
Strong mentality. I lost, but that doesn't mean I lose next time. Let's do it again.
Absolutely. Hey, you know, David also, speaking of character, he won the giveaway from Webcam Warriors, but then turned it down so a different community member could get it. So uh, he still has a chance to win the giveaway of the players who don't win it, who don't end up in the finals. Also, Nick Reagan, your former world champion, thank you for the 28 months, dude. Huge with the Prime sub.
Yeah, 20 minutes is a long, long time. Oh, and we had the runaway. We're stuffing. We are playing the Fiery Stare, I believe is what it's called.
Yeah, Hex is
If I
turning out to be really precious. This is not a giveaway to turn down.
Yeah, I feel like maybe I'd been willing to not get an AOT too, but I feel like it's gonna be really hard for me to not open all my hex boxes whenever I get them.
To be fair, I
They
think
have
the
some really good
giveaway for
cards.
Webcam Warriors was also a hex box. I can't remember.
Well, I guess, but we
we
didn't know as many cards then, so
we didn't know that they were gonna be as precious as they are. So,
for
whoa,
sure,
Nick
for sure.
Reagan, thank
Whoa!
you for the 10 gifted, dude. Thank
Boom!
you so much. I'm
We
speechless,
almost got
guys.
you to. You, the, we're just. It's the internet personality is here to get you money.
Thank you, dude. I really do appreciate that. That's huge, man.
Yeah,
Um,
that's a very generous of you.
I don't know
Oh,
where
looks
we're
like
at
we
in this
passed with a
turn now. I
teaming.
got distracted by chat and the hype
We
train.
yeah, I know. We blocked with a teaming. Had to pay out, but that's fine because I think that's the right call. Um,
Oh, we're still going
and
though. Okay.
I'm not
So
surprised we're still going because I think you Mirko only has one pedal in her car and it's gas.
yeah.
But
And we get to activate fire powers here. You know, checking a 5 is nice, but oh, we add the aerial goblin bolt. Really quick, we're seeing the power of the zone change from Devilgen, despite only having a few cards in hand, making sure that we have the right block zone, cards like Runaway, to prevent Mirko from doing damage, means that Mirko doesn't get to clear that card pool and has to play with real progressive. And I think we're seeing it pay off here. I think as long as we draw a decent number of attacks on the next turn, Double Jin is going to be set up for a great backswing.
for sure, and it's gonna be even if they aren't a great backswing. Mirko's stage looks very blank. Not that she necessarily cares about the words on them specifically, but a lot of those are cards that ideally maybe would have had words
Yeah,
of some kind
ideally
to get a little bit further along.
would have done something before they hit the discard pile, probably. But yeah, 4 ready foundations, not a lot of text, just some more card draw, which is that gas pedal you're talking about, and a camouflage counter is going to get started here. I have to imagine we're going to be adding a buff to our card pool. I don't know if we
I don't
haven't
know if
seen
we've seen
the
one.
Titan armbar yet, but that's been a very popular one to add to the card pool.
For sure. It just lets your first activation be the same as your third or fourth activation of Devil Jin. It just starts you up basically +2. I don't know if we've seen one. I'd be excited to see one, but instead we're just saying we're gonna cancel stuff. You don't get to use cool abilities until very late in this turn.
Yeah, canceling Botan's coaching could be a big deal. You can't stop the pushing the limits draw, but the play to keep Mirko committed is very funny to me. Actually, just having Mirko destroy foundations for no benefit is super funny, but we're going to take 6 from a 2-speed move, maybe sniffing out the correct zone. Another camouflage counter. Uh-oh.
That's fine. We can re-ready these, so we don't really mind paying the one extra because now there's
Yeah.
3 in the pool. So
But the big thing about these aerial goblin bolts is Titan
and
Armbar would
another.
keep it as a low attack, but it looks like the
Mhm.
high zone might be one that Mirko either can't or isn't willing to block with.
Yeah. Um.
I'm
And
sorry
you're
to hear
about to
that,
put.
Charles, man. You had such a cool turn when we tuned in for that turn that didn't even matter. Headshot's a cool
Oh,
character, too.
Edgeshot is cool. I do think he's a very cool, and he's a lurker. I like all the lurkers. I
I
think they're
wish,
cool.
dude, they just need to make like a review character like once every 4 products or something. Like once a year, give
Please
me
and thank you.
review support, something.
Please and thank you. It's
Headshot,
a not very important part of our game, as it were, but it's important to a lot of like to the game, as it were.
yeah. We got 2 cancels in the stage. I don't know what enhances Mirko could use from the hand. Probably an enhance like a combined firepower, maybe. But I think we're just trying to check the zone because that's our second high attack that dealt damage, and we're not choosing to hit the camouflage responses yet, which means we're either saving the momentum, which seems a little unlikely, or we're gonna have a huge follow up after this blue flame tournament. Oh,
We get to respond it.
what's the hype chest? I've not seen a hype chest before. Oh, a turn up emote. Okay, cool. It says choo choo. I don't know. I've never had a hype train this cool before.
Hey,
Anyways, blue flame
you and me both.
torment.
And we shove another Goblin Bolt in because we said, "Hey, apparently you don't like highs, but I do."
Yeah, and
And
that's going to
holy,
be
it's gonna be
massive damage. That's 7 attacks in the card pool plus 7 damage. We don't have any more speed pump though, so potentially a partial block will keep us alive. I would be on a 9 though. We'd have
yeah.
to,
You'd have to check the 6 unless you have a good block mon in hand.
yeah, it would be on a 9 if we use a combined firepower. The Mega Bluff would be super cool, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, -2 damage? It's something.
Not quite enough yet, but
Oh, never mind. It's he got even more damage.
oh yeah, because of the checks. I was like, because he gets one and loses two.
Yeah. Okay. We live
Just
on a
enough.
partial. Deviljin's once per turn is used up. There's no way Deviljin can pass another attack after this, right?
I agree.
We could clear 2 progressive from our card pool to check a
Which I think we're
4,
doing.
which is kind of like checking a 5.
Yeah, looks like we move both. Yeah, and like because the clear is also a big deal. So 1, 2, 3. If it's like teaming,
If it's
that's
teaming, it
passable.
passes. That's true, actually.
Because it's just a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It'd be a 6, and you
Oh, we
check
have
a
plus
4.
2 from Torment. But
You're
we
right. Wow. I guess we just didn't have it then.
but we
Because
just didn't have it. Uh-oh, you don't want to give this Mirko deck another turn. Unfortunate. Yeah, we absolutely could have passed pretty much any other attack, but this is the
yeah,
5-hander problems that you hear so much about.
yeah, it could have even been a real attack. I think the only thing you couldn't have passed was an actual 8 diff.
Right, a true 8 diff. Can you imagine the Devil Jin deck that's just like cooking up massive check bonuses and then it's like, I don't know, man, here's Armored Titan advancing.
Yeah, or armbar. Like if armbar was the only attack in hand at that point, I'd be
Yeah,
like, maybe we should have
true.
played it earlier, but I guess you could slam it out and win.
Yeah, this one's not for attacking with. It's not for playing. Yeah, counting to
Uh,
23 won't be super easy, right? We don't have Science Bros, and Devil Jin can keep canceling combined firepower. It's very unlikely for the first enhance to be combined firepower enhanced. And so adding Aerial Goblin Bolt to your card pool means you can hedge your bets against all the random damage pump because it's not coming from Mirko, and it's not really coming from her attacks unless it's Colossus Titan attacks or there's one other attack. Fiery Stare can kind of pump itself, right, by activating things with the discard and such. So Aerial Goblin Bolt probably going to do a pretty good job of actually stonewalling Josh's ability to cook up one big attack the way that we saw in game one.
Yeah, for sure. And then I was just thinking, I was like, he can re-ready those 2 foundations now because there are 3 attacks in the card pool. So he might even get another block with a good check if necessary.
Low key, it is wild to me that capture the target doesn't flip. You can just keep using this card turn after turn as long as there's 3 attacks in your card pool. And that is not difficult for Devil Jin to do unless you flip Aerial Goblin Bolt.
I think he's just gotta put another one in first.
In which case, we gotta add another one in first, which is what you should do first, anyways, I think.
Yeah, because you want to just be able to cancel this and say you don't get more cards. I feel like they're hunting. Or cancel it, actually, is kind of funny.
Remember when we banned Amphibious? True, but Amphibious was a little easier to use. Not really. It's about the same. You basically used Amphibious 1 attack earlier, but Amphibious was not clog your card pool with progressive. It was do a good thing, get a good thing. This effect theoretically is supposed to be negative because you have to have 3 cards in the card pool. Theoretically.
I do think canceling there is very good. And it's gonna do that because it can't cancel. Makes sense to me.
Oh, Botons to get a seal out?
To seal the one that hadn't been readied.
Okay. I think we're doing it here. I think we're cooking.
I'm just looking. I mean, they get to combine firepower. I don't know how many are in the discard pile, but they get to try and do.
We canceled the ready Mirko. That's so funny to me, man. I don't know if it's even.
That's the one I would have canceled. I feel like canceling this is more important.
Yeah, I think. Oh! At least we don't have a Science Bros out. We're getting the hits. Yeah, I feel like canceling 1 combined should be better overall for me, but it's tough to say. Gonna get 2 more damage on this. Especially with only 3 cards left in Mirko's hand, we've already seen. Oh, really quick, I missed it, but it's worth pointing out. Canceling Avoiding Conflict is super funny because it sits in the.
Like I was also on that where I was like, yeah, no card draw. I think that's the right line.
Yeah, that's actually super
and every card that stays that counts.
Yeah, actually super funny. So canceling Mirko is banking on the idea that our rival cannot pass these checks, but like I said, I think that we could have maybe sniffed out that the likelihood Mirko has more attacks isn't that big of a deal, and if she does, she can definitely pass them. So like a little bit of extra damage. We took like 4 to 6 extra damage from that combined, but not the biggest deal in the world because we get 1 more turn.
Agreed. And I do think maybe the intention there as well was we're canceling as many of the card draws because every time you say you want to draw, that tells me you're fishing for the last attack.
Correct. And there it is. We see the scoop up immediately with the wrong zone. So we're going to get a game 3.
The only reason I wouldn't have scooped is in case they change the zone. Because Devil Jin can.
Yeah, I think
But most
that's.
like I would have just made him play one more attack probably, or change the zone to a zone I couldn't block anyway.
I'm not an early scooper myself, but with a single limb thing, and it's so likely. The Devil
He
Jin drew 6 cards because of the lower decks card that says at
yeah
the start of your turn increase your starting hand size. Hey,
yeah. So I
Sea
was gonna
Dog,
say
thank you for the raid. Beard Nation raid,
Beard Nick.
okay.
Yeah. So yeah, he used the I don't remember the name of that card, but yeah, he used that one to get the extra card. Um,
I'm here for the Beard Nation raid. This seems like a good
this
cast
is the
for
stream
it,
for it.
doesn't it?
Yeah. So let me lean back and you can actually see me a little bit better.
That's what the commentary team. You should message Levi. That's what the commentary team is missing right now. There's only one
More
sweet beard
beards.
on the commentary. Well, no, I guess Jesse's got a sweet beard, but we need
Yeah,
more.
he could grow it longer if he wanted to.
The event's going great. Thank you for the raid, Sea Dog. But like
It has
we've
been going pretty
got
good.
Babyface Tam on there. We've got Babyface David Toombs on there. Barrett Bryan's not quite a baby face, but he does shave for most of the events. I don't think he's rocked the facial hair for any of them. And then Christopher Bromley, who had one of the most magnificent mustaches I've ever seen, refuses to rock the the mustache again. I think that might have been maybe just like a quarantine thing, but he needs to bring it back.
Maybe yeah. I mean, this was a quarantine thing. I just decided to do it because I wasn't
Yeah,
gonna get to do it.
see? I actually, it's so
Um,
funny. I've been trying to grow mine since I think right before, or maybe right after. I can't remember. It might have been right after, but I need to start trimming it more because it kind of stopped growing.
yeah, I understand.
You can try, but it's not
uh,
pretty. Well, it doesn't need to be pretty. It needs to be manly.
we fail it to get the extra card. That makes sense to me. And we have a Goblin Bolt for sure to be able to grab.
Yeah, having the Goblin Bolt there is really nice. Having just the response to draw an extra card is cool, even if it doesn't actually help us pass the check. We at least get to respond and draw another card.
Whew. Yeah, it's like getting an extra card, getting +2 to the next, responding with the Science Bros because I got it again this time. It does feel like when this character has the right foundations, Mirko just gets to say they're all for way more than they should be. In at least
Yes.
in this version of
Oh, come on. I was going to say we're
Ooh,
already
and
at
check
7 mid for 9 because of the Science Bros. Now we're going to be at 8 for 12.
already and didn't even get an enhance yet to slam in the Goblin Bolt to try and mitigate some of that.
Yeah. That was blitzes and responses and then the first enhance.
And that was not from hand. I was double checking. Or was it from hand?
As a
I don't
crit
think it
event.
was.
Oh, you mean like Critical Role Spotlight? I have half a mind to do a Critical Role Spotlight event. I think what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to do an event where you have to play a Critical Role character, not exactly the Spotlight format, because I don't think the Spotlight format is like super great, but I do like the Critical Role characters. That's what we should have done.
Kind of agree. When they first were talking about Spotlight, that's what I thought it was gonna be. Was a you can build everything that's legal, but it has to be these characters. Kind of like the Monday Mayhem calling back to a while back,
Correct,
where you
yeah.
had to play League of Villains characters, which that was a lot of fun. I thought that was a really cool event, and I really thought that's what we were gonna do for Spotlight as like a idea. Just you could do whatever as long as your face says you're
Oh
from
my
this property.
Sorry, we're just keep hitting bing bongs with our Science
Mm-hmm.
Bros, Al. We're pretty much entering Christmas land at this point. Okay, finally a pretty big whiff. Only 1 damage off the firepower, but sealing our rival's stage. I
Is
wonder why we
important.
did the pass walls. I guess there's nothing else to really seal.
I shouldn't laugh, but it's really funny that all that, and then it's just It just
Wah,
I'll take 5
wah.
actually.
Hey, I don't feel
Uh,
bad for this Mirko deck. It's on the symbol that can play 2 different action cancels. I don't think
uh,
Critical Role Spotlight would be horrid, but I can see issues where it might not be great. It's not as big of a set, which, I mean, Attack on Titan 1 wasn't really good Spotlight either, but there
mhm.
isn't as many, like, super core foundation ideas. Like, there is, like, some 1/5 commit for -2 speeds, but there's not a lot of card draw in the format unless you're some very specific like symbols and character ideas, but I have enjoyed every single um I've enjoyed every single game I've played in standard where it's 2 critical role characters playing against each other. So I'm down to try that out and see how that goes. I think David Toombs is going to do a spotlight event, so maybe we'll see how that goes and test the waters. But we're opening with a walk the dog on an
On a 7 and check the
7. All
4.
right, manly move. Excuse me, big manly move
Man,
there.
the man believes in the power of his offense here, or maybe this is the only attack he had. And he just wants to get something.
Yeah,
Hard to say.
I have to assume that this is a I would like to draw a card and play the game kind of a move.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely could see. Oh, it looks like David's saying he'd probably do an AOT spotlight event after set 3.
That sounds about right.
Uh,
3 sets should be enough to get like a feels goody sort of format. That's about when MHA started to feel okay. It did
mm-hmm.
also release, like uh
Too
Ojiro
slow.
2 on the world, but we won't talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, we won't hold that against them.
We're deciding on a card to destroy to ready Mirko. Saving
Okay.
our remove trigger for when it is most applicable, but we take 8 from this first attack, and we're gonna stack a camouflage on top. We're gonna have what looks to be +2 to our check.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they flipped in the inspiring song
And then we're
to
gonna
give
get to
themselves
draw
the
a card
bonus.
when we check this attack as well.
It may have
So
also been protection from another walk the dog if they were worried that it was just going to be a walk the dog run.
true, multiple
Getting
walk
rid
the
of the red,
dogs.
getting rid of the like so. Now it's on a
Oh,
7/8 as opposed to before. Checks a 5.
gets +2 the check, checks a
8.
7/8. What a play.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, I think that was kind of heads up on the Mirkos in 2, just to know you don't get it for free.
Right.
Please pay something.
I've lost plenty of games as a walk the dog deck because my rival just started turbo sacrificing their stage to make sure I couldn't play walk the dogs late in the turn, and having to set it up with stun moves beforehand can be a
Mm-hmm.
little bit of a liability. But this is a 6 high for 10 now. The high zone has been plaguing our Mirko player Josh Atkins through previous games, so might not be just for the enhance cancel, but it might also be for the zone that has been the weakest block wise.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely a thought in there. I also wonder if the idea is also that I mean, you're sniffing them out either way. Obviously, the low hit, so I don't know if you necessarily need to change it on this one, but it does seem like they have a bunch of lows and highs, and then the one teaming that gets to swap later. So maybe the thought is I never play a mid.
We get
Uh,
we get 10 damage in. So 18 damage from 2 moves. However, we only have 3 ready cards and we already used our once per turn response. We're trying to figure it out here. What's the best
comes
way?
to 4.
We got +1 to our check, so we're gonna check a 4.
If it's teaming,
Is camouflage to play an
it's
attack?
teaming.
Okay. So
No,
this was
I
on a
think
5. Okay, so it was on a 5 either way, but this way we guarantee that we check a 4 instead of a 3. So,
instead of
that's
possibly a
pretty
3.
nice. And then I haven't talked about this foundation this whole time, but it's just been chilling here. Exam strategy, almost a Devil Jin specific card. The only deck I've seen play this card. Enhanced Destroy. It gets 1/1 for each attack in your card pool. And who is good at putting cards or attacks in their card pool?
Kima does it once. No, definitely Devil Jin is the premier man of I want to only see orange. I want a big line of it.
Does Mirko have a runaway? Is there a defensive card in this deck?
Yeah, I don't know if there is. This might just be game, and it may go to Devil Jin.
I think what we're about to see a combined firepower get canceled is what I'm assuming.
What I would do if you can cancel a response, I think that would be the right call.
You can't
but if there's
cancel
more than one in there, it doesn't matter.
You can't cancel the response, but you can cancel the in-hand. But what this is doing is we're fishing for cards that remove for -2 damage. And we have to hit 3 of them and not non-foundations.
Because I'm looking at the stage, and if you do that, there's an option where you just block it, because it's still a mid.
Oh, if you hit avoiding conflicts, you can reduce the speed down and attempt to block it. But
yeah, I'm like, maybe. Yeah, I guess we're just hunting. I don't.
We just buffed it. Okay, it's 17 damage now. It's gonna be lethal on a partial by the time we're done with this. Oh my god. 2 more damage. Okay,
Another
okay.
2.
Play another one.
Yeah,
Play it again, Sam.
I was gonna say I don't know actually that you can. You would have to whiff and get just the -2 speed.
Okay, avoiding conflict.
But did we play them all to try and get there? Is the 4th one in there?
8 speed. You have a +1 block. You block it on a 9. You check a 5. You're good to go.
You commit, yeah. Oh, we have another one. We're going wild with it.
Check. Okay, canceled it. Finally, we canceled that one. All right, sick. +1 block mod. Here we go. Check a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What a game, dude.
To be fair, I think there's an option now.
Wait, he's gonna play another teaming with the attack type. Crazy. No,
yeah, if he has it, it just kills.
No, it would be like on a 7 by now. Oh wait, am I tripping? He chucked a 6 off the top. He checked a 6 off the top. What the hell?
3, 4, 5, 6. He is a gamer. I don't know that I would have been willing to try it.
What?
But he did it. He doesn't even care. Absolute cinema. That was crazy.
But it's not lethal. It's only 11 because we're not playing Titan arm bars. So what was even the point?
It's only for 11. Maybe they miscounted thinking about the attack there.
We're gonna check a 4. What is happening?
Nah, we might just be building a foundation now, right?
What was the plan?
It's so unfortunate too. Because the last one was 12, but it was huge because of the thing.
No, he can put an attack in, make it 12. He did put an attack in. That's what made it 11.
Yeah.
That is what made it 11.
Because there was only...
Ironically...
6 attacks afterwards when you flipped.
Ironically, if we didn't cancel the last combined firepower, that is lethal. So the choice to not cancel the first 3 combined firepowers lost us the game in tandem with the choice to cancel the 4th one. And
for sure,
like the format or not, this game, Universes, still remains the highest level of interaction of any card game on the market that I've seen. You cannot show me one that is even close. That is an insane interaction to have to look back, watch the tape, and realize this is why I lost.
And there's a thing where maybe you don't even lose, right?
Right, that's true. He's got 30 health. I don't know why I'm acting like he lost, but he didn't win is the thing.
Yeah, he definitely didn't win. And if he loses on this turn, it's because of that turn. But Um, but I could see a point where if he has a runaway and
Yeah.
he successfully checks it on maybe not this one, but maybe like the next one.
I mean, this one's probably going
Um,
to have the highest difference between printed speed and damage, I would have to assume, because it's already got the blitz going to put it at 10 damage. And now we've got Science Bros getting activated here. So maybe, maybe
yeah, it's
not.
very no for sure. I definitely don't know. It depends on how much the Mirko spins into it. If we give it any more buff, I think I would just play it regardless because you basically doubled it. Um, as is, I would be willing to see one more, make them destroy their foundation, kind of spin the stuff because maybe a bad check saves me and I don't have to spend it.
Yeah, we've got 4 cards left in our deck. We're going to go ahead and get them out of the way. Oh,
If we
the check
respond,
was. Oh, the check was the I'm with you. That's huge because if he milled the I'm with you, he would not get to respond with it, just like those avoiding.
and, and just like before, those don't get to go off. He's off by 1, but he does get to respond this one
But
and seal.
so he should get to respond to cycling with Science Bros and then respond to the loss of consciousness with Science Bros as well. But it looks like
It
we're
looks like he
missing
just
the
did the
cycle
1,
ones.
and then we just took it, so maybe we just don't have it.
Yeah, and then Mirko's going to get to kick this from the card pool. Our next attack's going to come in with 1/1. Not the most impressive stats, but these are pretty thin margins here. We don't have access to any more. Well, we don't have access to many
Oh, he has
more.
another one.
There's another 10 damage base move. But the question is, can we activate Science Bros? I don't think we have a combined firepower in our discard pile, which is the main way. Oh, wait. It gets 4 from... Oh, Unabashed Manner came in.
Yeah, it had a little bit from Unabashed from my previous.
And then we canceled the +4 from the Blitz, which would have made it lethal. So Aerial Goblin Bolt coming up huge.
Yeah, this card's just doing so much.
Mirko might not have another attack. It looks like we're going to try and change the zone on this one. We added a low, not an Aerial Goblin Bolt. So we've seen the zone change cook here. Okay, Mirko again.
But they're going to put it on top, I'm guessing.
Oh, Camouflage Counter responds to your rival's attack dealing damage? Whoa.
Just unattack dealing damage.
Okay.
I've seen that a lot of times. And now he has +1 to his check. Except it will actually be like +2. He basically has guaranteed that there's a 5 on top. If he can do it right.
Okay. Which means...
But I don't know that it'll matter for the block. Ooh, we're going to steal probably a Goblin Bolt. That's what I would do.
I guess it would cancel... Well, no, because you'd have to flip this attack. So if we don't have an attack after this, Goblin Bolt wouldn't help us. I think I would...
My thought would be to cancel, basically to remove... If there's only one in there, I guess it depends. If there's only one in there, he can no longer cancel if you eat it. But instead we're getting the Godzilla attack.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the out for Devil Jin here, but I've been wrong before. Can't interact with the piles as a spectator, so I don't know if there's anything else that pumps its own speed.
We took it because that Godzilla attack has Enhanced Destroy Foundation. This attack gets +2/+2.
Yeah, okay. +2 or +2. You get speed or damage. So that is the only one in the discard pile that pumped its speed. And we're going to pass the check to block, but then a Besiege is going to come down, and that's going to spell disaster for our Devil Jin players. So very cool, very explosive, everything that you really expected from these two decks. That was pretty exciting. So many close games. I mean, it was a race all the way to the end, right?
For sure, for sure. It was very exciting and really kind of down to the wire, really to the end. Um, I thought that Devilgen was going to take it, but that Miracle List is very exciting, very, very big numbers getting put up by it, um, on both ends, both speed and damage.
Yeah, the Mirko list is super consistent, it seems. In the Devil Jin list, it had some five hand size problems, right? It had some issues, but we've got 3 minutes left in the round. I'm going to take this opportunity to use the restroom, grab a drink, grab a snack. I implore you to do the same because we're going to be back very, very soon for the next round of Ace Arena, guys. Please don't go anywhere.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same.
Welcome back, everybody. We are excited for round three. The tournament gets a little weird here. You might have noticed we started with 28 people, which then, of course, went to 14, which has now gone to 7. And so, one thing I was a little worried about, but it is life, it is the nature of event hosting. Josh Adkins, who you saw last round, is actually going to get a bye. So he's the lucky lottery winner to get an advancement from top 7, top 8 to top 4, basically. But we've got pairings up, and it looks like we're gonna check in with TC, who you may know from Let's Talk UVS, and he won the last of the webcam circuit events to qualify for the Invitational, playing Bert Holt 1. So I'm very interested to see what he's playing for this event.
For sure. And I'm gonna say, probably just use the 2 lucky rabbit's feet that Mirko had to get that bye.
Yeah, yeah. Someone said in chat, never leave your opponent at 1. I mean, got the power up, and Josh Atkins has done pretty well in some of these events too. So we're of course waiting again a few seconds just to make sure that that everyone who's dropped should be dropped, because we did have some issues with Swiss versus Single Limb, and I will go to my deathbed saying that I set it to Single Limb, but Ryan's coming in a little quiet.
I think I'll sit up a little straighter. Does it sound better?
I think it's just because we took a little break, right? We had a little calm down, but once we get back into the heart pumping action of universes, we'll be right there. Looking for the game table. Taking a minute. Ace 1, 2, 3. Maybe if I see PC's name pop up.
A couple.
Yeah, maybe the table's got top
E1. No.
There is an ace. I'm wondering if they're like in a different room and they're just chilling in like ace 7 or something. That's possible.
I do see an Ace Arena T1.
Oh. All right. Well,
but I don't
know. The password better be correct. It's doable. I don't think okay, all right. The password is correct.
Okay, perfect.
They were trying to hide from us, Brian.
Yeah, they didn't want to be on the stream, but unfortunately, we are master detectives and we were able to find them.
Uh-oh, I gotta pop in. I don't know. The big 0 is not an issue. Let me pop in.
It is a little funny.
Let me get him to reset it. I'll be right back. Oh, hopefully this doesn't drop the call. Let me tag Nick.
Yeah. Because I'm getting the same effect. I have the big 0. And the big reset and auto promote in the wrong places.
Oh, he jumped in so fast. No, not the. They're pressing the reset button. They have to reload the game.
Reload the table, yeah.
They haven't drawn opening hands, right? They haven't rolled dice yet, even. So should be fine.
They just finished rolling dice while we were.
Yeah, see, they're still waiting. Rolling dice.
I don't know if it'll matter.
I just don't want to drop the call because it's going to mess up the stream. I know it's going to mess up the stream if I jump into the thing.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Thank you.
There we go. Beautiful.
All right. I know it's such a pain. That is the one downside, I think, to TTS over webcam. Is that you kind of run into some issues like that. That's
for sure. But
you know that is the tiny thing from a production thing.
We could probably give them a minute or two if we need to.
Yeah, I'm sure I don't think they're gonna need an extension with Ymir versus Vax.
I am excited. We were talking before stream about a friend's Vax list that just kind of slams out 30 damage moves sometimes. And maybe this is one of those. And that'd be exciting to see Vax be on display as far as power is concerned.
Yeah.
And we're going through mulligans.
This is a character that's super cool to me because he basically blocks on no progressive. And if you are playing cards that don't count towards progressive, which spoiler, he's got some combined firepower symbols. Or I think it's
True.
symbol. Does he have void? Yeah, he is void.
2. Death and Void.
Yeah, he actually gets some huge benefit from it. So it's kind of sad because I think combined firepower and its supporting strategies are just a little too much, and I think you don't have to necessarily hit firepower, but you'd have to hit a lot more cards if you don't. Um, but it seems like some critical role characters who are not like crazy broken, but they super benefit from these cards is tough.
Yeah, I definitely, as someone pointed out in chat, uh, Vax can play Science Bros and CFP and combined firepower. So
Yeah.
definitely he has that option to kind of just go really ham. Um, if that is the design you want to go in, and also still gets to kind of play some amount of defense, unlike Mirko, who's all gas. Vax can also tap the brakes if he has to.
Yeah, Vax is really interesting to me because when you do the full firepower combo on the first attack, right? Um, you when you do the full firepower combo on the first attack, you end up with +5 damage for the whole turn. So like that is absolutely crazy to me that you can just say, all right, well, not only did I buff my first attack with 4 fire powers and hopefully the science bros and all the stuff that comes with it, but I also am now going to buff all my other attacks with basically, no extra progressive difficulty for the whole turn. So again, it seems like a character that while he doesn't rely on combined firepower, it's not the only way to play him. It does seem like the way to maximize his inherent synergy.
For sure. And definitely that's how it felt helping test that deck. Was,
Mm-hmm.
oh, these numbers are way bigger than I thought they were going to be. That could be a problem for me, the person on the other side of the table. And by proxy, could be a problem for Ymir, who also lost some key foundations to really go deep on builds. Double Keikos probably lets you live through this turn pretty easy with a single block.
Double Keiko's aid, yeah. So definitely seeing at least the intention to play some blocking defense from Vax might be a refreshing change of pace for this tournament.
And also we have the not the forcing surrender to steal away and get another combined firepower either on attack or defense. But it looks like we're just building. That's fair. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
I do like playing the cards directly into my stage on the first turn. I don't really do it after the first turn on TTS, but I do absolutely do it on TTS. Okay, so Ymir using that Wild Pussycat's a super nice pickup with Immortal Shapeshifter here.
Immortal. If you didn't have the Keikos is also would have been a good choice, but we built one, so we're probably safe to just give that one away.
I think, yeah, I was gonna say, I think the Immortal,
anyway,
I think the Immortal is like the tier 0 choice, like um like the autopilot choice because it's so obviously important for your strategy. But I think double Keiko's aid is actually the thing you need to guarantee that you have another turn, even though Vax's stage is also pretty defensive.
I also find it interesting they chose to build the extra one, which means they go into deadlock. And I'm looking to see specifically they have brief respite. I was looking this or no they have brief respite there. to see if they had any way to go out of it immediately afterwards because they have to respond and build down that foundation to transform.
Yeah, and I
But it
think for
looks
the
like they're
most
safe.
part, TC is smart enough essentially to not attack Ymir early on because
Hmm.
Ymir's transformed, but has no inherent way, excuse me, to lose health. So unless we find cards like Dual Needle Lunge, which has been the most common activator, but also Tetra Terror, we aren't ever gonna actually get any damage pump, which is kind of interesting to think about.
For sure. And it looks like we said deadlock is not scary to me. I don't mind. Let's just go even further.
Yeah, true. Ymir decks kind of historically have just been willing to continue to build real big. And for the most part, that's been how the life symbol plays a lot of its defense. It destroys foundations to gain life. In the past, it destroyed foundations to reduce speed, which was a huge part of its ability to play defense. And then on top of that, life has suffered from some pretty rough card draw. Most of the card draw or the card advantage that it gets is from cards like Wild Pussycats or from cards that kind of want you to be at low cards in hand. So building out as many cards as possible is a pretty core strategy for most of the characters on that symbol.
Yeah, I agree. Life kind of wants to just keep growing their stage. Pun via sort of intended. Um,
Hmm.
and they want to grow bigger and bigger. I'm curious if the Vaxless has some way to possibly try and break that, like break into it, or just maybe a good deadlock effect to kind of let them try and get in on the turn they decide they want to go in.
Yeah, and we see one of the new cards making big waves, sweeping
Mm-hmm.
daggers, checking a 3 on it, committing a latent skill, saying, well, I don't need the card selection right now, but I love this card a lot. It's such a goofy, funny, silly card that becomes like a ridiculous threat out of nowhere because we're going to remove an attack from our rival's discard pile, and then we get to copy pretty much everything about it except the stats.
Yeah, you do, and I feel like that's a really good one to get to choose. I feel like it's gonna be a very big attack, and you get the option to make it a very fast attack. With the way I saw the deck before, this could easily just be a 23 damage move.
Yeah, I would be pretty surprised if we commit the foundations down to make it fast. Because that would pretty much, I don't think that would prevent our rival from blocking necessarily, and would just leave us wide open to double Keiko's ending our turn. But
Hmm.
paying 3 health to force you to block this doesn't seem too bad. But at the same time, maybe Ymir wants to take a bunch of damage.
Yeah, for sure. It just depends, I guess, on how big this attack gets after the pump. Because I mean, Ymir can only take 22. Can't
Yeah,
afford to take
correct.
23.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to see if this gets like fully firepowered out. Vax can put big damage on it. I mean, if we play the full firepower suite, if we hit all four, right? That's 5 cards in the card pool. We pay 3 life for 5 damage. With the Vax enhance, that's a 16, or I guess it'd be a 14 damage move. Um, that's not nothing, but I don't think that's even enough to make me block yet.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the. I guess there's an idea where I want to block, like half block it, just to activate the two Keikos and say, I don't think you can now play enough. Give me my turn back.
Yeah. Funny enough, we do see um draw your swords, which does have a deadlock enhanced to repeatedly give your attack speed. So if we do get like a full string out here, that could be one of the cards that makes a big difference, 3, 4, 5 speed throughout the whole turn can be kind of a big deal. And we are stacking a tech card on top of our deck, which happens to be dual needle lunge.
It also happens to have the special other keyword of weapon for
Mm-hmm.
what we want to do, and we definitely have a way to draw it.
Yeah, so this is gonna go to our hand. Um, Kind of funny, Ymir, typically the one playing the dual needle lunges and the spirit gun. Was it ultimate? What's it? Which one is this? This is spirit gun final. That's it.
Final.
It's spirit sword ultimate. I got that one wrong earlier. Pretty rare
Yeah,
miss.
you flipped them. No big deal.
Yeah, so Vax stealing all of these health draining abilities. Kind of ironic here with Ymir still at full life, but 6 mid for 8. I don't know, Brian. Are you blocking this one yet, or is it? Are we chilling?
I'm assuming we'll spend for the 3 health and make it a 13, and then maybe it's worth trying to block. We're
Yeah,
spending the speed.
we're coming for the speed. Interesting here. I will say I would think it optimal to flip the weapon clash first to have more foundations to destroy with draw your swords. Because if I'm committing this hard into this attack, I have to assume that it's not going to be the only attack of the turn.
Yeah, I would be on the same boat with you, most likely, and especially, I mean, but with double Keikos, I feel like if this gets blocked, which is very doable, but maybe not. Maybe it wasn't.
It was
Maybe it
tempting
wasn't as doable as I thought it was.
as soon as he committed the 3 foundations. It was tempting to say double Keiko's says you can't do anything else. So pretty interesting. Not sure if the dual needle lunge was to like grab each block zone. But the low
Maybe.
block zone typically not a good one to hold into Ymir decks, right? They're almost always playing mids and highs with Tetra Terror being the most obvious threat that you have to have a block for.
For sure. Um, yeah, for sure. And here's one we were talking about.
Yep, there's the
Boom,
best buddies. Gain 1 health. We're gonna
boom,
respond for
boom.
1 damage. Probably want to get like another tracker for Ymir's life gain to this turn.
Probably. They might just use a die, depending. Yeah, they're just gonna use a
Yeah.
20. Fair enough.
To be fair, if Ymir never paid health, it wouldn't be too hard to track. It would just be,
Yeah.
subtract 10. But I'm assuming at some point in this turn, Ymir is going to be paying health, but I could be wrong because Mist of Despair is almost never the attack you want to be your lead off.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I'm looking at why we're doing that so early. And it's I mean they took it. Maybe they don't have the high because I feel like it might have been worth it just to triple Keiko's if they could get off a. It wasn't too fast. But maybe they just don't have it. Because this one's just going to be bigger again. Hmm.
Sorry, answering a player.
You're fine. I'm like looking. I'm trying to see what the plan is here. Because I personally feel like it was like a 5 or a 6 high. That's pretty blockable. And even if you just had to half block it, giving +6 difficulty if you got checked well
Mm.
is a lot.
Yeah, we know one of these
Mid
cards is a low block, and now we know one of them is a mid block, and you have to
fail.
assume the last one's not a high block. And we committed our latent skills like like you mentioned, I don't know.
I feel like I would have latented before I committed the 3 for the speed, just to see the extra little bit.
Correct. Another we're talking optimal. So like the choice not to use the latent skills feels like a really high level bluff to say I already have the attacks that I need, right? And it looks like TC did because he's got tray size. He had double tray size. That's a ton of attacks that he could have poured out. And it makes sense now why he didn't use the latent skill, but at the same time, we committed our stage to play a spirit gun final and not play all these follow up attacks.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, and they didn't answer afterwards because I feel like it would have been worth playing it as an extra setup to go. Hey, this one's not quite as crazy, but like, do you want to block this one? Do you want to block this one? And slowly stunning out that deck would have maybe been an option.
Yeah, it's it's pretty tough. I don't think TC had like a crazy good hand, right? Especially if we're not getting a bunch of cards into our card pool before we play the tray size. Playing a bunch of 3-speed tray size, I can tell you from experience, not a winning strategy. But they would have all had like +3 damage on fives, or +4 on sixes, and that seems pretty fine. I just think that Ymir would have been willing to take like 10 damage, and then we could have overwhelmed them with attacks through the rest of the turn. But maybe he just didn't want to get baited into triggering the double Keikos, because there was a multi Keiko play to fight through. So maybe committing more foundations to play those attacks, and triggered the Keikos, if he checks poorly on the first tray size, felt worse than just saying, let me get this spirit gun damage in.
It may have also been an idea where they thought that they were going to get them to push that button and say, we're done, that's fine, I got what I
Right.
wanted.
That's what I'm saying is like, if you play the tray size, right, or the dual needle lunge, and they do block and they do the Keikos, but you didn't commit 3 foundations, the pivot there is great because you have a mostly ready stage, you have your own Keikos, and your rival won't have Keiko's aid for next turn. So it's just a tough decision though, because again, it looks like he was flooded with orange, and typically those are the hands you want to see and win the game with. Oh my god, did we get all 4
Yeah,
hits?
I think they checked in another combined, and I think they hit 4 times. And then, as was talking about here in the chat, that is true, and was able to seal the extra draw to try and get out of, and maybe get a better block when they went in, when Ymir went in, which also is a big heads up play.
Yeah, it looks like we're doing the remove 3 to put a tech card on top. Stacking the top of
Putting
your
in
deck
mold.
is a really strong thing to do. But again, we're looking at this dual needle lunge. I don't see a way to draw it.
Oh, because we're just gonna check it.
Yeah, we're just doing that for the sole purpose of a combined firepower, which gives us 1 more damage.
No, because you checked that one, so I'm not sure what maybe
Well, no,
the
there's
thought
2 in
was.
the pool. He just stacked them.
Well, yeah, no, but I mean, you'll check the attack, and that doesn't count for the
Right,
move
no, he
through.
just had to put a tech on top, but it's the remove cost that let him play the combined.
Oh, yeah, you're right. He was
That's
trying to
all,
get it
yeah.
that way. That makes sense. That makes some more sense. You're right.
Yeah.
You saw the line, and I didn't.
Yeah,
Apparently.
yeah, that's all. He was doing it purely to activate combined firepower, which also gives you bonus damage from your character, right? It's also
Mm-hmm.
1 additional damage from the firepower, 1 additional damage from Vax. But our stage is mostly committed again.
Yeah,
Did we get hit with a breaker? I think that was only on a 4.
it should have been only a 4.
I might have missed something. Might have missed
They, I feel like they accidentally overcommitted. Unless that has breaker and I'm mistaken. but I don't believe it does.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We're not judges though, and we were wrong
Yeah,
about that Charles's game earlier, Charles
that's
Creighton's
true. That's
game.
true.
So you know, I don't.
Oh, they realized
I
it.
think they caught it. Yeah. Okay. Cool. 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 So yeah. So I don't like to interfere if I don't have to. You know, if it doesn't seem like a world breaking error, or like
Yeah, as
someone
long
getting
as no
away with
one's
something.
cheating. Yeah.
It's so common that you miss stuff and you're just throwing players off by interfering. But
Yeah, for sure. And then the game's like, this game's just really complicated in that way, and it's harder because we're not hearing them, and where
correct.
something might have
Yeah.
happened. Okay, seems like we're assembling Exodia over on the Ymir side, trying to get all the cool cards, do all the cool things. But they didn't get to transform, and they're only at 14. With
Yeah.
7 foundations, it's very possible, as Vax to just say, I can do 14.
I didn't realize Discord notifications would
Are they
through on
showing
the
up in your?
window, so I gotta mute.
Yeah, you think you're fine. I didn't even notice. I'm not watching the stream close enough to to get the secret background lore of whatever's going on. Um, yeah, I feel like it's you want to go in as Vax here, but Double Keiko says it's probably unlikely you get to go in as Vax here. That would
Okay.
help a little bit.
I wanna see the Vax enhance get big, man. We're playing this dual needle lunge, and while cleanliness is next to godliness, and having a clean card pool is a big deal. Vax wants you to fill the card pool and get big numbers, and that's what I'm waiting for from this deck.
For sure. It looks like we're stacking something. And this time we can draw it.
PC's definitely running loss of consciousness. We saw it in game one at a Science Bros, I'm pretty sure. I'm like 90% sure we saw it. I could be
I'm not
tripping.
sure if that was this one. I think that one might have just been a different game where we saw something like that going on.
I might be tripping. I could have sworn.
I don't know if I've seen it. We're about to mill a whole bunch, so maybe we'll see it now.
Yeah, keep an eye out for it now. We have seen most of his deck, and it's not coming up a lot.
2 extra.
He might not be
He
playing Have we seen I'm with you even? What have we
might
seen?
be playing a very fair game.
That would be a choice.
Of combined firepower.
That would be a big choice. I mean, that's typically like the way that you activate firepowers, right? Is by hitting things off firepower. That's one of the best chances that you have to remove cards.
He's not. According to chat, we don't think he's running any of the casino stuff.
Not a damn one.
I mean, other than the prime piece that you're casinoing.
All right, I'm gonna cheat and I'm gonna look at the deck list, and you're right. We haven't seen. There's no removes, and there's no Science Bros. Yeah, I'm just actually thinking of the Mirko games because that all happened. Those games were so huge.
And I feel like, honestly, that Mirko list is almost not card for card, but very close. I mean, obviously the attack lineup would be different. Very close to how I'd run a Vax list that wants to run combined firepower, especially on the death symbol.
Yeah, the only ways I'm seeing that activate combined firepower.
The ad for tech.
It's just weapon at the ready. That's the only one I can see.
That's an interesting choice.
I think Levi's overhead strike discards a card from the card pool. Doesn't remove it, so I don't know. And also, I think this is the only match still going because let me check the reports.
You've got a bunch of gamers in the other channels.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah. Okay, I don't know. Maybe some players like add something else that they had to do, but Josh had the bye. Dominic B beats Ethan B. Gavin F beats Blamed Siren. Both of those were 2-0s, so they were pretty quick. Uh, Interesting stuff. So this will probably be, so once this is done, we'll probably jump right into top four, and then we'll have a small break to do our giveaway before the final
Yeah,
round.
for sure. Which is very exciting, and of course, uh, also means if this goes pretty quickly, not that I'm trying to wish anything on either player, uh, we might get out of here a little early.
Yeah, we might. Nick
Comparatively.
Reagan has to leave at like 2. We got Nick Reagan
And
for
he
2
might
more
get to do it.
hours. So he might actually get to finish the tournament with us, which would be super cool. But it's gonna depend on this matchup because TC is definitely not a player to, uh, uh, to count his chickens quickly, right? To count them before they hatch. He's definitely wants to make sure that he gives himself the best chance to win at every moment.
For
Oh,
sure, for sure.
so Dominic is on
Um,
Grog. So Grog won 2-0 in less than 20 minutes.
I mean, I'd believe it if you told me Grog just 2-0'd a character because he just got to slap them really hard. I would not say that sounds like something you made up.
I mean, card draw and damage pump, and that's where we're at, baby. Like that's movement.
I'm a little surprised that Ymir uh blocked the first of the dual needle lunges and didn't activate a single Keiko's aid.
Right?
Because I feel like I'd have pressed the button.
Oh, we're getting a
It,
report from our Grog matchup that Grog's opponent built one card game one. That is, yeah, that sounds
that
like it's
is
gonna be a 20-minute match.
that is very unfortunate. And I'm sorry to hear that for you, because that would definitely puts a damper on all your aspirations for that particular part of the game.
I would definitely chap my buns.
Yeah, I'd be a little sad. Um, but I mean, unfortunately, that also the nature of our game. Sometimes you just don't see anything. Bad. Seen a lot of words. But we're stealing. I wonder what we're. Did we steal another final? That might be enough now.
It
This
looks
isn't
like
like
it.
last one where we have 7 cards. Or but there's a lot up. But it might be something where you spend it. You can maybe play one more attack afterwards, and it.
No, this was top 7. This was top 8, but it was really top 7. So there's going to be 4 people left after this, Chiefs. And I guess the
Yeah,
players could try to split 2 boxes amongst 4 of them, but that sounds messy if they don't live together.
yeah. There should be 2 more rounds after this.
And I already basically forced a split. Um, yeah, Josh Adkins was the lucky person with the freebie, and there's gonna be a lucky person who gets a box of Critical Role who was signed up in the event, who is not in the grand finals. So even someone who might not have won a single game might walk away with equal prizing to the grand finalists.
So they can successfully block this if they check well, I think, if I do the math right.
+0 block mod is a way to do it. Commit Ymir double Keiko's aid.
Oh, and was able to keep the double Keikos. That was the question, was if they checked bad, I think they could still block, but they don't get to double Keikos. And then another attack probably just
If they
kills
didn't,
them.
hey, if they didn't have a +0 block mod, I love Replicator Enthusiast so much, and at least half the time I'm actually just blocking with it when my rival thinks I can't block. It's so good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely like kind of a surprise. Here's the thing. Are
Whoa,
they I guess you're just playing it to fail?
on a 10, we can check a 6. That's not a 6. That's not one of them. We
I
had
feel
only
like, yeah.
attacks in our hand, huh?
I have a feeling, yeah, that we're just like, I'm not allowed to take.
Or
I'm doing my best Mirko impression. I'm only allowed to play attacks.
DC had 3 opportunities to try and seal those Keikos. Oh, because a button collector, huh?
Yeah,
We could have done
yeah,
button
you are right.
collector. And does button collector say ready? They have to destroy one found. Okay, so we would have had to probably chew through some committed
But
foundations, but
it might have stopped them from. It would have stopped them from transforming.
right, stop the
'Cause they
transformation.
weren't transformed. So if they blew one up, they don't get to transform.
Oh, here's a blast from the past. Spiral Wave Surge. Lose 1 health. This attack gets +2 damage. If this attack is blocked, your next check to play a card gets +1 for each attack your rival has blocked this turn. This Nejire had like almost sort of like a pre-frenzy sort of identity of like punishing multiple chain blocks, which I think is kind of cool. And this one helps you
Mhm.
lose health, so it's pretty well statted for Ymir. Very very interesting to see this one come back, right?
Yeah, for sure, because it's not been on the radar of, it feels like, any Ymir player, but it is definitely a card that Ymir can utilize probably the best. So it's definitely an interesting idea. I guess my hope, if I am Vax, is if I can block this and get my Keikos off, I can try and slow them down enough that they check bad on that extra difficulty, and maybe I don't die immediately.
Yeah.
But it's a very big move.
All right. So Vax not out of it yet. Um,
There we go. We're going down the line I was talking about.
yep, we hit our own Keikos. We don't get our
He says
minus
I could do
speed
that
enhance
too.
anymore though. So I mean we're tapped out. There was no more blocking
Right.
anyways.
It's like, I don't know if we could block another one anyway.
I was
But
thinking of a world where like we activate firepower and then we play a bunch into our card pool and then we like minus a bunch of speed. But again, it just doesn't seem like DC's deck is really like set up for that, right? It's not on the incubating symbol. It's not playing all of the bing bong remove cards. It's playing a, like you said, like a very honest version of a firepower deck.
yeah, it feels like this is gonna be shade to myself. Feels like my Ghidorah list, where I was like, I don't get to do anything cool extra when I see fire powers. I mill 4, I get possibly up to 4. Like, there is nothing special here. I can only do it when I'm Ghidorah, when I Ghidorah enhance effectively on offense. I got to block with it a lot, but
Right.
but I didn't get to go. Actually, this one's for your whole health bar
Yeah.
ever.
This speaking
But
of
that
your
wasn't
whole
what I
health
built
bar.
my deck to do.
Speaking of your whole health bar,
Speaking
this
of that,
this spiral wave surge is gonna be real big. Um, we got recuperation times going. We got double respite. Looks like Ymir is up to +7 now, which will be +8 when we gain one. Or no,
yeah. Mm,
can this one become lethal? It's at what 9 already. I don't know how many activations we've had, but as long as we keep hitting these immortal
if
shape, well, I
hmm,
jinxed.
didn't get that one, which means they're at 6. They get 8 because he presses the button, heals 1. Let's see,
Uh,
four,
I
that's
think they got.
15.
I don't know. I don't know how to say your name. Sorry, Lukeeter. I don't know if you're counting the +1 to the check when Spiral Wave Surge gets blocked.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think this is one off lethal. I think we
I
got
think
this
it's
to
gonna.
18.
I also think it's 18. I don't think there's anything else on board that lets it go up one.
If we had passed one more shapeshifter check.
Yeah,
Oh,
and then this is enough,
here comes the
unfortunately.
big one. Or what's the out? Genkai's? That last card has to be
Genkai,
Genkai's.
Genkai's as an out would be kind of hype,
Can't
very
be a
exciting.
runaway.
if you had the Genkais to do the thing, but we're doing enhances now, so it doesn't sound like we're. Also, I guess there is an option. No, they're not on the right symbol for that. I was gonna say if you barrier shielded here and blocked with a combined firepower, but I don't know if that would be doable here. You're on the wrong symbol for that.
Spirit Gun Final.
It's
Exactly
gonna be
3
the
foundations.
final attack.
Okay,
Just
thanks,
showing how much
TC.
block. Fair enough.
Like, he knew he was the last match in the round, so
He's used up the extra time. It's
he's
fine.
like, I don't know, man.
This was still.
Maybe my opponent will disconnect. It's online, right?
But like, unlike in like webcam, he disconnects, but the state of the game can't change.
Well, it depends who's hosting, actually, which is kind of a weird
That's fair.
drawback.
I guess. Kate is the one hosting, so maybe could have
Yeah,
actually.
but that's about it. It's like
Lucky
maybe my
for the tournament.
opponent's power goes out.
Yeah, maybe God will bless me in this moment. But
Yeah, which I think you could still make a case for, like, looking at the game state. You know, if we're still in the game, we can investigate and, like, basically confirm who the winner should have been, because all the players moving on to the next round officially prize out. Third and fourth are going to get a little bit of a cash prizing, so there would be an argument to be made for why you might fight over a disconnect at that point in the game, right? Because that was what, like a 12 speed for 26.
yeah, it would have been. I don't know the exact number it would have been at for damage, but it would have been an easy like 20 damage move probably.
Yeah, that was almost one-shotting Vax from full. So
For sure.
that should be our last report, right? Yep. We're just waiting for them
so.
to report, and then we'll push
We've
things
now
on.
got at least you double your money now that you're here in the tournament. If we're now at the point in the tournament, these 4 people go. I paid 10, I get 20.
Yeah,
That's
you can
good
basically
math.
think of it as winning $10, right? You didn't pay nothing, you won $10.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
lunch. It's a lunch.
Yeah,
It's a small lunch.
it's your lunch today,
It's
but
a
in the future.
cheap lunch. That's ingredients to make your own lunch. Man, inflation's bad.
Actually, it's ingredients to make your own lunch, but it's probably a nice-ish lunch, or it's a cheap lunch that somebody else made for you.
Yeah, you could probably get a combo meal for $10 these days. You get like the regular sandwich, not the double bacon, super sized fries, but you probably get like sandwich and chips.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. You could get something. $10 is not nothing. It's just not as much as it used to be, unfortunately.
You know what you
Back
can
in
get?
my day.
You can get some booster packs.
Yeah, that's true. Just get a couple more cards. See if you open up something cool.
You know where you can get those booster packs at?
I would assume some kind of local game store.
Well, maybe not necessarily local, but you can go to Cryptid Gaming. Cryptid Gaming, who provided one of the boxes for this tournament. I reached out to them. They were super down to support the community, so I'm very excited to include them. And if you guys want to show them some love, they were vendors at, I think, Nationals. I think that's where I ran into them. Well, multiple times through multiple events. They've been vendors at multiple events, but they were vendors at Nationals. They might be vendors again for, I don't know which region, but I'm gonna say Midwest. And you can check out their TCG player. The link should be getting spammed throughout the tournament to their TCG player, so check them out.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't really get to talk to them at Nationals. I was too busy on the content grind, but they seemed really nice.
Yeah.
Obviously, thanks to them for providing a portion of our prizing, and a good shout out to them. I would assume they might be at the South event, depending on where that is.
Okay.
As well,
Yeah.
based on where they're at.
Atlanta. If we're lucky, it's probably just Atlanta again.
Yeah, like Atlanta. If it's anywhere in the like Missouri
I
which isn't really
really
south south, but
I really don't hate a couple events being in the same places every year. Worlds should probably change at least a little bit to different metro areas. Like a California Worlds wouldn't be terrible. It wouldn't be the best decision at first, I don't think, but they've got like enough playgroups in state and stuff like that that I don't think that's a terrible idea. Um,
mm-hmm.
but I do think that some events that are reliable, right? Like if I know that there's an Atlanta event and I know there's a Dallas event every year, I can game plan around those, right? I can check those out. So I
Yeah, I agree that either having a reliable setup in that manner, or since we're wanting to try and put things in different places and get different communities to get to do things, the earlier you can announce, the better. Last year felt really good for that, for sure. That part of organized play was not a mistake. Saying here's when, and I really don't think there was that many mistakes
right.
overall in that structure. But that is definitely was a big plus, knowing exactly when an event was going to be, where it was going to be, and obviously one of them had to get changed. But
Yeah. Really quick, do we want to see Ymir again or Mirko again? Mirko versus Grog or Ymir versus a mystery deck because I don't know where Gavin sent me their deck list on Discord, but they had an alternate
um,
submission.
I since we just saw Ymir, I feel like we should see Mirko Grog. We haven't seen Grog yet.
Yeah,
Um,
okay. I'm
obviously we
down.
haven't seen the mystery deck either. Probably.
Right. It might just be another Grog and I just can't find it right now cuz some players are having trouble with the UGN. Understandable. It's been giving us issues pretty
Sometimes it adds
regularly,
up for sure.
unfortunately. And I think this is also one of the last signups. So, but yeah, let's go to table one. Let's check out the Grog deck because I want to see that one in action for sure. I want to guarantee a critical role character on stream. Basically, is what I want to do.
Yeah, that's kind of was my thought too. I was like, well, I like that, and I think Grog's good, and I think you'll see him in a
Yeah,
week. So it's worth seeing what this, at least the one person, thinks they want to do with it. Oh no, it's being a little weird.
I'm super
Let's
willing to
get
be
on here.
converted to a Grog player. Oh, I gotta
I
ask them to. Give me
Yeah, it's
one
like it looks
second.
like mine is being a little weird too. Yeah, mine's looking the same. Um, I'll say I do think that both of the rage characters are probably pretty good. I mean, we saw obviously Yasha didn't make it this far. Um, I don't know who they lost to. I'm gonna look later because I'm curious. Um, but I do think they have options. Grog obviously is very simple in his design,
Yes.
elegant, streamlined. He knows how he wants to win, and then he just has to do it. And honestly, this Mirko list is kind of in the same boat.
It's
Of
funny. I
I
think
know how I want to do the thing.
it's funny. I think Grog is almost a perfect design, honestly. There is exactly one nitpick I have with the Grog ability, and it's a good thing for him, but I do think it makes him not a perfect design.
Okay, hit me with it. I love hearing people's opinions about stuff.
So Grog has a really good ability in that he says you reduce the damage that you would take, which is a strong
Mm-hmm.
interaction with cards that care about preventing reductions and interacting with. But it's the only thing about Grog that doesn't make him like an obvious character. When I say obvious, you read everything on him, and like a brand new player who has played like one card game before understands everything that he does. If an attack deals damage, you get a counter. Before you would take damage from an attack, take less of it. And you don't block, you take less damage, and it's thematic and it reads well. and then you
Mm-hmm.
remove the rage counters you get, and then you draw cards and get damage. So that's things you want to do. And the only issue is that like there are weird interactions with the response that aren't obvious to new players. So he's like a 9.8 out of 10.
Is that the Titan's glove? Is that Titan Stone Knuckles?
Yes, this
That's
card is
exciting.
sick. I'm hoping
This
this is
card's
a
so
throw deck.
cool.
Yes, we're seeing throws. I'm so happy. I want to see this deck.
Oh, and there was a what you call it, the
Grog's Rage.
battle ore release, I believe as well. I think I
Oh, okay.
saw was this last check. I can't look to confirm, but I believe that's what I saw right before he threw the foundation
Yeah, I think
over to the
Titanstone
discard.
Knuckles is absolutely being slept on for decks that don't need to play or that don't commit a ton of foundations while they attack right and can afford the cost. And it just,
Mm-hmm.
if you're willing to block once per turn, you kill assets. It's so good.
I agree. I do think it's kind of scary for Grog here on this turn that he committed himself. He doesn't get to minus the 2. Now that being said, this Mirko list throws out huge numbers. They are massive. Um,
But
and if you're not
Mirko's
blocking,
Mirko's also got a great backup plan of overloading you with lots of attacks with that card pool clearing, right? So like both
mhm,
versions of Mirko's like normal game flow is something Grog is theoretically good into.
yeah, agreed. And then I mean, I don't want to. I'm not a guy who really does puns, but Mirko may have legs in this portion of the format.
Yeah. Pun intended, I'm sure.
Pun intended this time, but I'm not usually a pun guy.
All right, so we've got Science Bros hitting off the loss of consciousness, which I think we sealed the card that gives -1 damage and a rage counter. I think I would seal a Titanic combat because that's going to be, if Grog survives, it's going to be how he gets back into this game, is basically surviving from 31 health and building 2 free foundations. So didn't catch which one got sealed, but with these fire powers hitting, there's a pretty good chance that we're just gonna seal everything by the end of this attack.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the same boat as you. Letting Grog, if unless you think you just have it, right?
Which,
Letting Grog get to untap with 5 as opposed to 3 is a big difference.
yeah, I mean, if we really wanted to, Mirko could have destroyed the loss of consciousness in the stage for another 1/1, and to just seal something for sure, for sure. So we'll see
Well,
which responses come down.
respondings, but I mean, if they respond with both, he's for sure not blocking, right?
Okay, then I think we sealed one of the Titanics, and because that makes the most sense to me, and especially since we didn't respond with both, that really makes me think that that one Titanic combat is sealed. But Fiery Stare coming in with bonus damage from Mirko and Unabashed Manner, and we're gonna not get the bonus off of its Blitz, but we are gonna dump a
Gonna
firepower that's about to be activated.
Yeah, for sure. Which I think is huge.
Yeah,
Sealing
sealing
the
the
other
last
one.
card.
Okay. Does it say non-character card in stage, or is it just foundation?
It's a foundation.
It's just foundation. Okay, because I
Yeah.
was like, I don't know. I might be sealing
Oh,
Titan Stone gloves if you get the option.
oh my god! Another unabashed. Another Science Bros tick. Another 3
Whew.
damage added to this monster. And if we have another attack, there's no way it's not lethal with Mirko and Unabashed Manner. And I'm with you pumping it. I mean, I'm with you could put this to 16. Oof. I don't think we're gonna get to see the Krog deck.
Well, definitely not on this turn. It seems like we're
Oh,
going back into.
oh, and he hit another firepower. That's it. Oh, you're killing me, Smalls. Josh Adkins with the freebie round, also going first, winning game 1 of top 4, looking like a top contender for the Critical Role Heroes of Exandria box.
For sure. That was, yeah, just showing actually 30, 31. That doesn't really matter to me.
Even more, right? We overkilled.
Yeah. Yeah. Even if he had been ready, it wouldn't have mattered to him as how much damage he threw out.
Yeah, right.
If he had gotten to respawn, he still would have died.
He was at 5 and he would have been at 9, and that the falling heel strike was coming in for like at least 7, then you hit the I'm with you, it's at least 10. Yeah. The He would have needed to find exactly one more damage after everything like in the state.
Yeah. So they're asking if Mirko say David asking if Mirko 2 is in our top 10s. And I can say for me, the answer was no, and now yes, because this list seems terrifying.
Yeah, I've had a Mirko 1 trick at my locals who, if you guys watched the showcase match before Worlds, the Mirko deck was pumping, dude. The Mirko deck that already existed was good, and now it's got just a couple more things that's really putting it over the edge, and Science Bros is definitely one of.
I feel like it is the one that did it. I feel like she may have just been on the cusp of doing it, and then this one extra thing, because it gives that extra little bit of top stat,
Yeah,
was enough.
I don't know if it's in this deck. I won't spoil it just in case, but uh I think Sweeping Daggers is really good in her because it's a Fury. And it lets her play stronger into really specific stuff that might stall her out. And stealing like really high impactful blitzes early on and stuff like that. And just like if you play against another Besiege deck, like stealing a Besiege on sweeping is super cool. So I think Sweeping Daggers might count, but Science Bros is the only new card we've seen in this deck so far.
Yes, I agree. That's the only one I can think of. I do agree, though, that Sweeping Daggers is wildly good. I think it probably is going to exist as a staple on all of its symbols, as just a card that you want to have, as long as there are good attacks in the game. And I don't think you ever plan for your opponent to play bad attacks.
Right. I've struggled in the past a lot when I'm relying on my opponent to play good attacks. So I've definitely played a lot of the copy my opponent's moves characters and gone, wow, you really have like the Ibarra only ability. Like you have, true 100% and tri-gravity and nothing in between. So there's definitely some duds, but importantly, Sweeping Dagger removes a dagger card for cost. So it's also another activator of combined firepower if for some reason you don't have a bing bong in your stage or a way to discard them or whatever you need to activate them. I think that tiny bit of utility is worth considering, but so far we're going to see Grog get to do something, and it is Electric Moth with a full stage.
Mm-hmm. Checked well. It's just drawing, saying, actually, I'm not going to be... I obviously, I'm not going to be a fake 5-hander. I'm going to be like a fake 7 or 8-hander minimum.
Interesting partial block that is going to deal, 4 damage and give Grog a counter?
I believe he has 1. Because he hit the first time, and then they didn't play any attacks. He just hasn't been putting it on his character and taking it off, but I think the 1 over here under his momentum is supposed to represent it.
Yeah. He's spending them, right? Yeah, but he's...
Yeah, he spent it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he's sending it off. Yeah, so yes, I mean, he's going to basically stay at 1.
Look at our 5-hander. Look at him go.
Instant Shining. I love
Okay.
this card. I think this card's very good.
This card was like an absolute stud for me for so long. It's fallen out of favor a little bit, but every now and then it comes back because it's a 1 low block, momentum hate on symbols that desperately need it, to be honest. And it's got ranged weapon, which I'm a big Vex fan.
Yeah. I mean, it's got good keywords, got good ability, has a good block mod. It really gives a good... it just does a lot.
Yeah,
for what it costs, basically.
I love using it with Vex's enhanced commit that helps you ignore progressive. It's a card that you can do it with if you have to, because there are some times where the correct play is to play instant shining ignoring progressive and then give -1 to the next card, like in a very overhaul kind of way. And then on top of that, it's something you can storm of arrows away because it has those keywords. So very, very good stuff there. Have to assume we're going to see one more attack from Grog.
There we go. Drew 3 cards. They're really digging deep.
Yeah, a fraction of the card draw from our Grog player. I'm going to see. I think my cat's trying to get out of the room. No, he's just grew.
No worries.
I thought he was scratching at the door, but he's scratching the wall while he grew. All right, big partial block once again from Josh. Josh has.
It seems like
Josh has 1,000,000 cards in hand. He's clicking the botons. Potentially frustrated with himself that he just used a perfectly good besiege block.
That's fair. That makes more sense. I was like, it's not a high block. Is he asking about the rage counter? What's going on here? Yeah, that is unfortunate, but it's possible that he still has one.
I mean, he's got a lot of cards in hand. I would be genuinely surprised if we don't have a +3 of some fashion. But we're also a little low on resources. We can check up to a 9, and we have 2 cards in our card pool, so a +3 block would be on an 8. If we check a 3, we fail it.
We could go up to 11.
We can ready Mirko.
Yeah, we can ready Mirko.
Oh, and there's
Mirko,
I missed
and we have 5.
I missed Marco's potential, which also would clear a card from our card pool. So we actually have a pretty good shot at blocking this with a +3 mid if it doesn't get any speed, or if Titanic Combat doesn't make us start committing foundations. But using attacks to block, not the strategy we're looking for sure.
It doesn't even matter. So 1, 2, 3. It's on a 5, and you just have to commit 2. That's really not that bad.
Yeah, teaming with the attack titan, so we can get 3 damage.
Did full block it, so we don't have damage to give it. I think.
Well, so yeah, we don't have a counter from Grog. That's what we're missing.
We've only had 1 the whole time.
Yeah,
but we'll give it damage from this.
Yeah. So if we could have given it damage from Grog, this would have been at exactly lethal. But it looks like we're gonna be 3 short.
Now that being said, if he has another one in hand, it doesn't matter.
Which we drew so many cards. 4, 5, 6. Easy money.
For lethal. And most likely we're going to game 3.
Yeah, these decks are not fooling around, huh?
They said, we want to hit you. We want to hit you hard. We want to kill you. We do not want to... When I take my attack turn, I want it to be the only attack turn I'm ever taking.
Wait.
I want to go from 100 to 0.
Wait a minute. Oh, wait. It reduced the damage and then we just gave it back.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so we had the I'm with you to give it -2 damage, but Grog has his own card that says if you reduce the damage of my attack, it gets +2 and I get a rage counter.
He checked it.
Oh, he's clawing.
It's still
back.
not enough though, because I don't think he can block.
Firepower? Do we have a firepower that we can go milling for? We can go mill -2 speeds or -2 damages? No.
Nope, doesn't seem like it.
My goodness, he was close. You got pretty close. Double I'm with you.
Yeah. These are slobber knockers. They're just going, hey, I want to do your whole health total. I don't want to go in the middle.
That sure was a lot of card draw from our 5-hander who started that turn with 1 counter, right?
Yeah, he just had the 1. To be fair, Electric Moth does go plus.
Right. Electric Moth is a huge culprit of these Earth decks that are draw my whole hand. And why are they always fire attuned? Or draw my whole deck? Why are they always fire attuned? What's with this Earth Fire pairing that's just saying, you know, go through my whole deck and also ignore progressive in some way.
Mm, no, it's an interesting design decision. It feels like when like MHA1 was around and it was always death also has evil. And it's like,
Yeah,
well, you know,
true.
that's fair, but also maybe let's split them up.
Death either had evil or it had air, or if you're Shinimoto, it had both.
Yeah, right.
I
For sure, a
uh
lot of craziness.
I don't know what I was expecting from this Grog deck. It wasn't that, but now that I've seen it, it seems obvious. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think I would have written that down on a piece of paper outside of maybe if you told me Earth Grog, I'd be like, okay, some attuned throws and battle order release. Um, but I don't know if I had exactly like teaming with the attack titan in my 5-hander. Is this the second time we've seen a 5-hander play that today, huh?
Yes, it is. I kind of agree, but about Mirko. If you had told me a Mirko list, I was like, oh yeah, it's probably these cards, and then it's just like actually it does all this crazy stuff, and I'm like,
Yeah, it actually really
I
does
mean,
do
now
all
that you
this
showed
crazy
it to me,
stuff.
yeah, it's obvious that you could do that because you just did it.
It's
Which is some of my favorite things in this game is when someone goes, hey, here's this really cool thing.
it's the
Fair enough.
critical mass of just having every attune symbol that you need to have science bros, combined firepower, all the enters from death, all the when you discards from fire. I don't think there's an air card that triggers on entering, but like it is just like the perfect three symbols to make this work, to make it all come together.
For sure. Air only cares about the remove because of Percy now, and cares about when you clear stuff typically.
Yeah, I think it's just Science Bros as far as like air cards. Like Unabashed Manner, there's a Deathfire air, it's all three of her symbols, so you can't like attribute it to that. But um yeah, the air
And
tuned
we're also
on
just
This Is
standing
My
around. It's
Chance.
only 15 minutes into the round. It's
Yeah.
this is so fast.
Yeah, the air tuned on This Is My Chance is also a really big deal because there are decks that can like block out Mirko, and if she doesn't have Science Bros, these aren't like 10 speed moves typically. I mean, I guess defeating the Colossus Titan. No, this is top 4. After this top 4, we're gonna do a small giveaway, and then it's finals. Which I wouldn't be too surprised if the players in the finals don't play, but I'm really gonna encourage them to if I can, because they basically get the same prizing. So we'll see. But
Yeah,
anyways,
which is why I would play it just to like get the extra match and see
I'm
another thing that maybe if I'm playing in Denver, I get to see what it is.
I'm hoping it lets the players end the tournament on a good note regardless. I'm hoping that it lets them play stress free, basically.
That's a good question. I assume deck lists aren't currently available. Will
Deck
they
lists are not
be able
currently
to be made
available. They
available?
will be after the event. I'll
Yeah.
I'm gonna
But
tell you guys, deck lists will be up by Monday. I'm gonna put an announcement. I don't know if I'll have them all up like tomorrow for the top 4 or whatever. I don't know how many I'm gonna put up, but I will provide at the very least the winning deck list uh within like 48 hours. But you gotta give me some time.
okay, we're playing. We're doing the good old fashioned string. It does help a little bit. That's not a crazy build, and also kind of check bad.
Yeah, check it 3 on the
That
opener kind of sucks, except for we can ready Mirko and then start activating firepowers if we had them. It would be great to just start blitzing Grog turn 2 like we did in game 1. So
yes, I do agree that I think that's what Mirko's kind of was hoping for. Check a 5 would have made it that much better in some ways.
check a
I
firepower, we win the game.
right, that would have been pretty good. I do think we're gonna see more than the one attack though,
Oh, we thought
for
about
sure.
raiding Mirko and then we decided not to.
I think they just like accidentally skipped over the enhancement. They're like, actually,
Yeah,
tap
that
into
makes
this.
sense.
And then sealed the other one.
So choosing to ramp out with the weapon clash, believing. Well, I guess the weapon clashes are also blink if you don't flip one. But believing that we will survive to see another turn.
Clear it. One's been cleared.
Oh, we're keeping a storm count. Luna Tahara
Yeah,
spotted.
I don't know if they're doing it for this particular turn. They seem to have been doing it every single time.
They should. You have to
Uh,
bluff it, right? That's the one thing about keeping track
oh,
is
we were talking about this. This card's
that's
so cool.
the one thing about keeping track is if you stop keeping track, it tips people off, right? And
Mm.
if you should be keeping track and you don't, it can lead to arguments. So you like have to always keep track if you do.
Ah, this is a 4-diff Attack Titan's Haymaker.
Oh, with the stun too and everything.
That's so cool. I feel like that's not the 2 I'd have committed, but we'll see
Uh
because the sealed one's kind of blank.
yeah, I definitely would have committed the sealed one if I had to guess. Um because it's
But no
not
big deal,
uncertain that Mirko isn't gonna actually put up 25 more damage.
right? And then -3 might have been enough.
Yeah, like you can give this plus this is my chance, right? No,
Oh,
we're just
didn't
gonna
kick
build
it.
out. Gonna bank the
Trying to.
momentum and build out. That was the most likely end of this turn, but you know, as commentators, it behooves us to theory craft essentially. Oh, figure it out.
Oh, oh. I do that sometimes too, and then I'm like, oh god, put these where I want them, please stop.
Yeah, I only do it when I have like a really big stage where it's like my hand is you know, over where the stage is, but yeah.
I usually do it when I accidentally over highlight and highlight something I
Yeah.
didn't realize I'd highlighted, which I think is what happened to them. They accidentally highlighted their thing. Getting rid of the momentum, that's a big deal. I mean, it can be a big deal. I don't actually know if Mirko has any momentum mounts
Yeah.
in the list. But if they kept it, I'm assuming they do. That's kind of where I would be at as Grog. If you kept the momentum, you're not allowed to have it if I get to get rid of it.
That makes sense to me.
Hits for 7. Flip to give this one make. It's a 4. Check to 3. No, it's just a 3. You flipped one. No, you didn't flip one. My mistake. Because you have 2 flipped already. Makes sense. You're at 2 again. You're going to spin? Interesting.
I'm gonna start setting up the giveaway if you can solo
Yeah, I can
cast
keep
for
talking.
just
I can totally talk about this.
yeah.
So, we are currently playing Close Combat Tackle. It is a throw. It's a 7 throw now, which will be kind of nice. Guarantees that we're going to go back to 2. The big question is how deep Grog gets to go here. 13 left on a besiege. Checks a good on the besiege. Could easily see 7. If double besieged, could end it if they don't have the 3. But I do feel like if that's the case, they're going to try and dig for it with a Botons. Or if they have a combined firepower in discard pile, they could dig for it that way. But no, they just took it, but it didn't have enough. We're building out. Fair.
I do want to
Very.
mention Gavin and Kai have finished 3 games already. And it looks like Gavin won 2-1. So if you thought this was the fast match, I've got some news for you.
I have a feeling that match was also wildly fast then.
Yeah, I'm
Which
wondering
kind of
if
makes
that
sense.
was.
Yamir's going to be slamming things in.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what would because it's Gavin is on a mystery deck. I forgot what they sent me, and I
What
can't find it at the
good
moment.
thing we didn't go watch it because now we get to be surprised together.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's like another Grog deck. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Berthold Living Weapon. There was a couple of those signed up that I avoided putting on screen.
Someone
Just a
is
little
saying
bit.
in here that Gavin might be on Mirko.
Oh, could we end up with a Mirko finals?
That could be exciting. That would be interesting because we get to see if their lists are different.
Yeah.
If they're valuing different things, that could be worth knowing. But we'll have to see, obviously. And that's assuming that's correct. Obviously, I don't doubt our omniscient Twitch chat because they always are
Yeah,
aware of
Twitch is
everything that's going
experts in
on.
everything, right? Chat, you guys are experts.
Which is why I assume they just know everything that's in every list, even though we haven't given it to them yet.
Correct.
But it's possible that they're thinking of a different Gavin. There's more than one Gavin in the world.
Well,
Maybe
but we saw the
another
other
Gavin is playing
Gavin,
Mirko
right?
right now.
The other Gavin was on Devilgen.
Yes, yes, the one in this tournament.
Right, falling heel strike. I wonder what that's really here to unflip.
In
Photons? Latent skill?
general, probably Botons and Latents.
This is my chance. There's actually some really nice targets here. I don't hate this at all. I'm a huge falling heel strike fan. I call it kickflip because you know it's a kick and it unflips at the. Anyways, I'm a huge fan of this
hit him
card.
with kickflip.
Yeah.
Not a kick heel flip.
Dominic is on Grog. Dominic is in this game on the left. Should be on the left on your
He's
screen.
playing and he's playing this Grog specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't hate the idea of flipping. This is my chance. Definitely no Ollie. Unflipping it and saying, "Hey, I get to clear it regardless, and then I can play the next one and clear it regardless."
True. Yeah. Having like the forced synergy is. I so far my best unflip target has been meeting Hanji, but I should be unflipping Keiko's aid more often. And oh, there's avoiding conflict. That's a big hit. Three damage and
3 attacks and a responder
and a whatever. I don't think we even actually have to do that unless we have another firepower.
Yeah.
The ready stage is already sealed, so it's not looking good for Grog. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, it's definitely looking less than ideal. This is a 10. It's going to be for 8.
It's not looking great for Grog. For half his health almost. We do get to respond to the -2. Here's a sweeping daggers. Uh-oh.
Sweeping daggers is coming in for the game ender. What's the card you steal? Not that I think it matters too much.
I mean, I feel like at worst you're stealing card draw. Yeah. At worst we're stealing something that draws us a card or two, like stealing, you know,
flip draw that.
Electric Moth would be like the, oh, I don't have it yet, but I need to find it, right? But we haven't activated Botons. We could have done Falling Heel Strike to Botons twice. So I have to assume that Josh already has the gas in hand. Oh, as he activates Botons in my, making me look like an idiot.
Making me look silly. Me, I am foolish now. Yeah, I think he may have just been
flipping for battle aura. Oh.
Yeah, now he's flipping for fake battle aura.
He was flipping for battle aura. You know, a lot of times it's on the battle aura player because they say flip and draw. They don't say like which one they're doing, and it's just ambiguous enough that I always think that they're doing Botons. But
I will say in this case, I know that's not the case because he flipped over a "I'm with you" very first thing and drew a card, and that card definitely doesn't say that.
Yeah, okay. So we're just thinking about it for a while.
I think he's just saying, "Hey, I also actually was doing it this way."
Okay. All right.
That's also
we
doesn't seem like he got there on this one so like he has to play one more, but obviously that's not a giant ask from something like this Mirko list.
Oh, or we're 2 damage short.
We're a little less than 2 damage short now.
Oh, this is only gonna deal 2 damage. What a huge play!
That's a big.
That's a.
I don't think there's anything left to respond with.
Josh is blowing up his ready stage. This could have been the difference between having to play 1 more attack and having to play 2 more attacks, and he might have another jury in hand. Holy moly. Just
Yeah,
when
that's
you
a cool. Yeah, just when you thought he was out, like you were gonna say.
Yeah, just when you thought you had all the answers, referee jury changes the question. Oh,
Yeah, that's such a big deal.
this is
Andy gets to commit one if they check bad.
this is causing Josh to pause for more than a second, and we're gonna
He
build two
might.
foundations. Probably one attack in hand, right? Which again begs the question: we
Yeah.
could have doubled Botons into a stage where our rival had one ready foundation, so the +2 speed and the blocking, probably not the biggest deal, right? Probably not the thing to prioritize, but we didn't see the jury coming. We just thought that we already had more than enough in hand.
I agree. I think that was the thought there. They're like, I already have it. I don't have to think about it. And then turns out, I probably should have thought about it a little bit more than I thought.
Yeah, and
Because all of these are going to be for lethal. It's really just on Mirko to be able to block them all. And with 2 cards and Grog drawing as many cards as Grog likes to draw, it's very possible that it's just like not able to block the third one.
yeah, Grog doesn't
Well,
have
maybe
the
even this one.
Grog doesn't have the biggest stage, but he's playing low difficulty attacks. This is all very value centric, right? These are low difficulty, well statted, 4 high for 8, 4 high for 7, and replacing themselves, drawing lots of cards. Mirko's running out of stage pretty quick, but there is a chance Grog as a 5-hander didn't, has to dig a little deeper. Nope, that's it. He only has a besiege in hand. That was the last attack. He was going to kill him with a besiege, but besiege was not enough damage because of the referee jury. So Grog saving us from a potential Mirko 2 mirror, but man, what a crazy deck that Mirko is.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, when we're gonna see see it again effectively, because the other qualifier is a Mirko, and if that's the case,
So we
then
assume, right? We have to find out for
yeah,
sure.
what we've been told, that's fair. With the idea that that might just be pretty much the same list. It might not be exactly the same. I'd expect there's probably a couple of cards different, different attack lineup if they value something different, things like that. But definitely really exciting, and I really thought that Grog was done.
Me too. It was not looking good.
But calm, cool, and collected went, actually, I don't die on this one. Do you have another? And
Absolutely
you
massive.
love to see that kind of stuff when you're playing, like when you're on that side of the table. You're going, actually, no.
Yeah, the overwhelming card draw. So Gavin F, he is him, and Dominic B from Kaboom Games are gonna be your grand finalists. So you know what that means, Brian? That means it's time to do our giveaway.
Exciting. I love to see it. And I'm excited to see who gets the free box.
Yeah, let me get the window capture up here so I can get the giveaway. It was funny how many
And
people said it was rigged when David Toombs. I guess we were on a podcast together for a while till he quit making content. But people were saying that the David Toombs one was like rigged. And I was like, why would I rig it for David? He doesn't need it, which is why he gave the box back.
yeah, I was like, why would I go? I'm kind of
I
in
guess.
the reverse. If I were gonna rig it, I would rig it against them. Not to slight David in any way, but
Yeah.
specifically, I'd just be like, I know that these guys, these content creators, get stuff. I'm not giving them
Well,
extra free stuff.
to be fair, now we're getting 3 packs, so it's
Yeah,
not.
no, I
Well,
just saying in
actually,
general, like
David got a box, so there's definitely a hierarchy here. There's a
maybe there's a 2-tier
class.
system.
There is a class system. All right. So we've got the wheel to spin here. We got 26 names, all the contestants, all the participants who are not grand finalists. We're gonna spin this wheel exactly one time, and then you will have 48 hours to give me your delivery info to get this giveaway box. Are you ready, Brian? Who do you think is gonna win it?
It's really anybody's game.
All right, that's true. It is 1 in 26. So everyone in chat, send your energy, I guess probably to yourself, whoever
To
you want
yourselves,
to
and
win.
anybody who's not in it, send it to
All right,
somebody that you like.
I got to knock at my door. Give me one moment.
No worries. And then, chat, this is very important. I am not on this. I talked about being in it just for the thing. I do not get to win this, even though I participated in in this event, but on the wrong side. So top four gets prizing. Only win finalist and champion will get a box.
Yeah, so
Top four gets $20.
yeah, my favorite part about this, by the way, is I did word it in such a way that the third and fourth place could win the box in the giveaway. So getting third or fourth might actually be better because you'll win $20 and a box. When is the next one of
Wrangling to take
these?
my job.
Cast this bad boy. Oh, and you want to up the pricing? Message me on Discord. I don't know when the next one will be, but probably before the UK regional in April, right? Is it UK or Oceania?
I'm pretty sure it's UK.
Yeah, so there's gonna be like April 19th. I should be casting that regional, and I'm probably gonna do one like a week before. So we'll see how it goes. I don't know when David's event is. I think David's event is at the end of March, so I don't want to do it like too soon again. But anyways,
That sounds right. I don't know, David. Are you in the chat? Can you confirm that?
yeah, definitely anyone who wants to sponsor tournament, work, volunteer the tournaments, cast, commentate, stream them, whatever, please just hit me up on Discord and I'll get back to you whenever I can. But I think that's enough stalling. I think it's time to spin the wheel, right?
Yeah, it's time to spin the wheel.
All right, you know how it goes. Only one spin. Your fate will be decided. Oh, was there an ad right when that happened?
We're gonna add. Okay, we'll wait. We'll wait.
Well, you can't wait. But oh, it's so close. Who's it gonna be? It's Pippa. Oh, it was so close to Cameron Cardwell. Here comes the ads with the steel chair. That's a pretty. It didn't give me it. Normally, I can snooze the ad. It did not give me the option to do so. Or else I
well, no
absolutely
big
would have.
deal. Congratulations, Pippa, on the extra box.
Yeah. Congratulations.
It's basically like you won, and you didn't even have to play the whole tournament.
Pippa was the second to last person to sign up. They signed up at like 7 a.m. this morning. So yeah, they snuck in there at the last second, huh?
And came to take it.
They came to take it. All right, so I'll have to get in touch with Pippa. Hopefully Pippa's going to Denver. Yeah, sorry for the, you know, guys, there was a hype train earlier. You had to be here to get the gifted subs. So
yeah, I mean, they were even giving it to the casters. Everybody was getting a sub.
Yeah. So I'll get in touch with Pippa. We'll figure out if Pippa's going to Denver. That'll save me some shipping costs.
I shouldn't laugh at Dindin, but that is very funny.
Oh, here we go. Nick Reagan. Total of 20 gifted subs, dude. Thank you so much. Little late for the ad break, but I'm certainly not complaining. The actual GOAT world champion Nick Reagan, who also, by the way, guys, last minute jumped in to judge this. So let's get on to the finals here, because I know Nick's got something to do at 2:00 and it's after 1 already. But something tells me, Brian, this is not going to be a long finals.
Yeah, I have a feeling I still get to have lunch at a pretty reasonable hour.
Yeah, I'm still going to get most of my Saturday, and that's, I think one thing I've really loved about these events is at least the single elimination element of it has meant that like you don't have to devote your whole Saturday to it. When you go like X and two at an event, or like you play like 5, 6, 7 rounds of Swiss and you like tie break bubble out, the worst feeling is that you could have been doing something else with your time, right?
For sure. I definitely think it's a double-edged sword because it depends on where you are. If you're really far back, yeah, I do feel like, well, maybe I could have done something else. But if you're really close, you go, well, I just didn't do it. And it's kind of a mindset thing for me. Sometimes I'm like, well, I could have done something else. But usually I'm like, well, I came to do this. So what are you going to
Right.
do?
That was me for a long time. For a long time, I was like, well, I came to play the game, and so I would play every round regardless. Now, granted, this is not like a humble brag, but just to be like transparent, um, I would usually be in the event, and that's why if my mentality is like, if I ever didn't make a top cut or a day two or whatever, I bubbled out, which means I played every single round, and
Mhm.
I never got to play in side events. I got to play in retro for this, or not retro. I played in the standard sunset event, which was like day one of nationals, and I think I was working that event, and we just weren't casting day one. Like we just weren't casting that, and I scooped instead of playing top cuts. I scooped to go to sleep because I was working the next day. So like
Yeah.
my side event experience and stuff like that is so small, and anytime I bubble out, I'm just like, man, I like wasted all day, and that sucks. But the few times where it wasn't me bubbling out or whatever, I was down to play more because I traveled all this way to play universes, right?
Yeah, I'm in that same boat. And also in the same boat where oftentimes I just play it until they say, hey, you're not allowed to play anymore. The tournament's over. Please go home.
Yeah. What's crazy
And
is uh okay, there we go. I was gonna say if they did decide to just split and like not play, which I would
leave.
understand if they're like, hey, the pricing doesn't matter, I'd like to do something else. I would totally get it. But it would rob us of knowing what Gavin's deck is.
Yeah, we wouldn't know it all. That actually would be kind of funny,
It would
but
be,
I'd prefer to actually see it.
yeah, it would be kind of funny.
Plus, we just
Um,
saw this whole matchup's probably only going to be like 30 minutes.
yeah, if I had to guess, this is gonna be
I love Hunt
24 because the
24.
first
Yeah,
23 were taken.
yeah. He's the 24th one to do it.
It is a Mirko too. It is a
It's cool.
ridiculous deck.
It probably ever did. I bet it's not playing fair. I bet it's doing the same wildly not inappropriate. I shouldn't say not playing fair because
Yeah,
everything's in the rules that makes it fair. No one's cheating, but
right, right,
sometimes
right.
it sure feels that way.
I mean, it doesn't count towards progressive difficulty. That is one of the number one ways to cheat in this game is what we call cheating progressive difficulty. Uh,
For sure,
this
for sure.
grog is
Oh,
gross. I lost the mirror
grog
in
point.
round two. Yeah, the grog is nuts. The grog overcame a Mirko 2 to get here and is going first game one, which I think is going to be really important in this matchup.
But to be fair to the grog, also came back and got it from going second to win
True referee
in the
jury
last
was
match.
huge.
Yeah, and so and we know that's a tech that could just still happen. So
Okay,
it's definitely possible.
so if you are Grog, what's your ideal opening foundation?
Oh, that's a.
Okay, I would say Weapon
These are
Clash.
good.
Weapon
I think
Clash
Weapon
was
Clash is
good.
on there. I also think Titanic Combat's probably good because, I mean, in any normal circumstance, I'd say Titanic Combat's probably also good because you probably don't die on a clapback and you get to get the extra foundation later.
Okay.
Going second, I definitely think that one's good. Here, yeah, I feel like these are good. I mean, the damage reduction is a big deal. Getting the flip -3, I think, will matter a lot.
Nick's in the chat
Pro-
saying,
Most likely matter a lot.
yeah, Nick's in the chat saying, ready for your broken character to sweep the event and get hit. While I do agree, I've done some disgusting things with the Nick Reagan character. It has felt anything but consistent. And having tested a lot into this Murko 2 in a similar build and a similar shell, the biggest thing about this Murko deck is that it's incredibly consistent. It hits things with firepower by milling a lot. It activates firepower consistently. It draws consistently with latent skill and Botons, where the discard is now a benefit. And on the other side of the table, we saw Grog draw so many cards. That's the baseline for consistency, right?
Hmm.
So,
I definitely agree. It does seem like both of these decks are very consistent, and of course, that's probably why they're both right here.
and I love playing Nick Reagan. You know, the all symbol build has been the only build that's really clicked for me. Where you get to play true 100% and you get to play world's weakest hunter and you get to play death from above. But these are all 3 damage moves. I play Patchwork Baby, it's a 1 damage move. Excuse me. And I had the absolute worst time in the world trying to fight Kevin Broberg's Hanj deck with 4 copies of Always Cool. Like, yes, my move could get +15/+15, but you always cooled it, so it's actually just 1.
Yes, I have.
So,
I've been there. I've seen both sides of that table too. Um, we checked it. We
ooh.
also reviewed one of these laws of consciousness, which means there's at least 2 seal triggers that aren't going to be seen for quite some time, and that's kind of big. On Grog's side, getting to use the foundations kind of important
Yeah, actually getting
for
to
his
use
gameplay.
foundations is a rarity in this matchup. We've
It
seen
does
Weapon
kind of seem
Clash.
that way because they both don't build very much.
Yeah, we've seen the Weapon Clash get sealed so often. Here comes Feral Shriek getting discarded off the Fiery Stare.
Mhm,
It's going to give us 1/1 with Science Bros and then 2 damage from the
mhm.
Fiery Stare. And it looks like we're opting to ramp with the Weapon Clash. Once again, generating those face downs early, even though cards like Pull from Danger could, right? But um, I would say it's a tad disrespectful just from what we've seen this Murko deck do in the past.
I kind of agree, but it is a new player, and so that kind of a different person doing the same kinds of things doesn't mean it's going to be the same thing. If the mentality of what they want to do might be different, and that could matter.
Yeah, Science Bros makes a huge difference to this deck, but so does checking threes. Um, when you don't have the full send bonus speed from hitting a million firepowers, you do tend to end up needing to string out multiple attacks and actually hit and have your card pool clear and things like that. But we've also seen players not take damage from the first 3 attacks, run away the card pool, and then a besiege still comes in and does half your health. So.
Agreed. And it definitely also seems like there might be, because there's no way, or it doesn't seem like there's going to be a way for them to easily seal during this turn, that they get to kind of actually use that earth damage reduction package to say, I'm not blocking this one, and it also probably won't be for half my life total.
Right.
Oh,
It's
but never mind. I misspoke.
I'm
I
telling
was
you,
unfamiliar with his game.
it's not crazy, but it's a tad disrespectful.
Yeah, I think I would have probably held it. But that being said, if you get to untap with 8 and you have like 2 or 3 attacks already in this hand,
And you'll have
25
multiple
isn't that
counters,
much.
right?
Yeah. He's gonna have 3 counters.
Oh, triple fiery stare though. Checks a 5 on this one. I mean, we might be regretting just a little bit.
Um, I mean, with 3 cards in hand and how many foundations are up, you are allowed to block one.
True, but we gotta start blocking
Assuming they
one
don't get fed.
soon.
I kind of agree. He already has 3, or at least he should have 3, because he hit once and he got hit twice. And it's a static, so he has 3 rage counters. And
I
3 is a
think
perfectly fine, respectable number.
I think he spent one to draw a card. I could be wrong.
Maybe he did. Maybe that's where he drew the second.
I could be wrong, but I
Or
think he
the,
spent
yeah,
one to draw a card.
I think you're right. I think he did too. But that's still fine, right? Oh,
Oh, here
this
comes
one we're doing the buttons.
firepower from
Checks
hand.
one.
There's a lethal slash. Now that's something I don't think we saw in Joshua's deck. And lethal slash is insanely good with Mirko because if you block the first attack in the card pool and then you play a lethal slash and it deals damage, you can respond Mirko to kick a different attack and then the lethal slash will remove. But really quick, we see it once again, the referee jury. No wonder we felt like we could be a tad disrespectful.
Must have already been in hand. And then if he presses the button, he'll commit another of either. That's definitely rough.
Yeah, and on top of that, so we thought Grog was being a little disrespectful with Weapon Clash. It turns out Mirko was being disrespectful by ignoring the threat of referee jury and pumping everything into this attack as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. It does seem like the threat of both actions in this action economy, as it were, they're both really good for different things.
Yeah, building.
And Grog not getting to repeat them the same way, but getting to take a whole nother turn with so many foundations up is probably gonna threaten for a lot here.
Yeah, so
And
I
checks
mean,
well.
we're gonna get to draw a card with Grog. We'll get to draw 2 cards with Electric Moth, and then if we really gotta filter, Fearsome Transformation is there to give us a draw and discard. And while you would normally wait till you have a momentum to activate those effects, if you need to, if you feel pressured in this situation, like you won't survive another turn, that might be the way to go.
Yeah, we're milling with the extra damage, so he's given +4. He is gonna do it. So maybe he's hunting for. Maybe he doesn't quite have enough attacks. He feels like. Or does he have any discard triggers? No, no discard trigger.
Yeah, I was thinking for a second maybe there's a Feral Shriek, right? Maybe we discard a Feral Shriek and we actually just, see an extra card off
But
Fearsome.
I agree, but I feel like we would have seen it by now.
Yeah, here comes another Moth on a 5, checks a 4. We're gonna draw
the one face down.
some more cards.
Discard. We might now have a plethora of attacks because they drew first to try and see which one they were going to discard.
Yeah, having more options before you pay a discard cost is traditionally the way to do it. Like without any other factors in a vacuum, that should be the optimal way to do it. Have as many options to discard the worst card before you make that choice, but it might not matter much. Oh, we check a 3 here.
Fine, we don't care.
I wish I knew how many attack teaming with the attack titans were in the discard pile, because I have a pretty good feeling that this deck is good at drawing teaming with the attack titan. We'll probably see one coming up pretty soon, if not a few.
I think you flip it. I think you make your next one easier. Yeah.
Imagine a world where we had the disarming glance combo. You could have just needed the first attack. Yeah, and you wouldn't have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards in your 5-hander after playing 3 attacks.
He also couldn't give damage on that turn. It really just it would have just shut his turn down.
Oh,
checks a 6 on a 6.
We didn't have a high block for the last one. Are we gonna Botons it? Interesting to not latent skill with 2 non-high blocks, so maybe this is a high block. Because latent skill into Botons or latent skill Botons is a much better chance.
Oh, okay. It was a high.
It was, we just liked it. We liked the card.
That being said, I think we can check another attack.
We can check a 4 diff, we can check a 3 diff, we can check a teaming with the attack type. But do we get the damage? Yeah. There was a world where we missed by 1 if we had to commit Grog, but We don't live in that world because we did not have a 2-check.
True story.
Botons gets to ready. Or Mirko gets to ready, then you get to Botons. And if you draw a +6 and then check a, or draw a +3 and check a 6.
Didn't draw the mod. I mean, how many 6-checks have we seen in that list?
None.
Would be the other question. would be my second question, but
yeah,
agreed. I don't think there are. I don't know if there are any in there.
I'm a little surprised with the amount of Botons and latent skill that we didn't see Mikasa's admission, which is a Fire Tune 6-check that gives you bonus damage when you discard it and activates Science Bros. So if you're fiending for a 6-check, that seems like a pretty good one. I like to have at least 1 or 2 6-checks in my deck because people are often willing to take the risk and say, I win the game if my opponent doesn't check a 6. And if you can't check a 6, they win all of those games. And it is such a common, I would say it's like a 10% of my games, there's a situation like that, Besides that, turn 1, there's a lot of 0 risk turns where I can attempt the foundation on a 6. And if I don't have a 6 in my deck, it never passes. But if I do, I just built 6 going first. That's pretty incredible.
Agree. I am a big believer in if there's a 6-check on your symbols, unless it's just blank,
like not even a good block mod.
Yeah, like not even a good block mod, which would be wildly crazy. You should probably be running a number of it. Like,
yeah,
2 or 3. I'm a believe, like in this like for Mikasa here, I feel like 4 of it would be totally fine.
I do keep finding myself in situations where I have the ability to stack my deck, and then I have to like go out of my way to force myself to play 6-checks in those decks, which is probably just good design. That's probably just designers realizing like, hey, maybe the character that stacks 6-checks shouldn't get the best ones. But that might be too much credit. I don't know. But it is something that I go out of my way to do, though.
Yeah, I feel like it's probably like a 50-50 of they maybe not maybe in the other direction where they go, well, we want this character to stack, and then they start going through it and they go, well, they can only stack bad 6s, so that's probably okay. And then sometimes they're just like, we want this character to stack, and then they go, well, it turns out they only can stack bad 6s. We didn't think about it, but it turns out that was right. So good going us on accident.
Turns out, yeah.
So you know what? It's great. Let's just ship it.
All right, so Mirko's gonna go first. Whoa! We got some foundation control.
New tech.
A Mirko player playing control pieces, interaction. Say it ain't so.
And a wish hard.
Yeah.
Like new tech. Who this?
Yeah, we haven't seen the wish hard. We talked about Mikasa's admission. We had seen the Feral Shriek. I don't know if we saw the wish hard before, but importantly, we didn't open Science Bros. We had we had whatchamacallit. We had Science Bros last game and it wasn't enough, right? So
yeah, but we didn't have enough remove triggers to really go to town with it, right? And now we
True, yeah.
I mean, we won't now, obviously, because it's not here to mess with. But in general,
this guy, I got someone in chat saying this is the sideboard tech we brewed. Is Wish Hard your sideboard tech? Like what? Are you trying to stun the man out?
It might be the steel cards.
It might be what?
We definitely didn't.
That's
the demonstrations.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay, that's what I assumed at first. That's why I was like, wait, hold on. Yeah, failed.
But it might be possible that Gab is not running 4 of Wish Hard and decided to put the extras in, but that seems like an interesting.
Yeah, maybe we just haven't seen it, but yeah, no, that makes sense, right? It's in a deck that cares about self-milling and getting bing bongs, having the control piece that self-mills makes perfect sense. That I assumed immediately was sideboard tech, which is why it's wild that we opened with 2 copies of our sideboard piece. But now we've got the Titanstone Knuckles.
which I also agree. Like before, I think that card's very cool, very good. We might even get to do something with it this time. We'll see. Yeah, there you go.
So we're in a similar situation as last game, where we have double weapon clash versus Science Bros, but Mirko has a couple more foundations this time, but less card draw. So it'll be interesting to see how things turn out. But Fiery Stare is a pretty good way to start things off when you're trying to draw your whole deck.
For sure. Apparently, we were seeing all the Science Bros, just not on turn 1.
Imagine if Grog could flip that now. Like, you just discarded all your Science Bros, and then he plays something that flips it, and you're like, oh, guess I never have it for the rest of this game. Well, I guess Falling Heel Strike. Falling Heel Strike might be in the deck.
If it's in this list, yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. It might have also been why that was in there. A way to tech themselves and protect
Maybe
those cards that...
I did run into, sorry to cut you off, I did run into a Deku deck playing Lost in Thought recently, and I had Falling Heel Strike in my deck, and when they added the foundation to my hand, I just built it back down and played Falling Heel Strike. So that was like a real moment of power for me.
Okay, we're sealing all the damage reduction. That makes sense.
You wanted to seal the ramp, but couldn't get to it in time. Damage reduction it is.
I think if I were dominant, at least, obviously I'm not here. He already got here, so he's already doing very well with this deck. I might have not used it and let him show me which one he believed was the most important 2 pieces to seal. But
Cowabunga
that's just
is.
Yeah, for sure. Cowabunga is definitely how it feels.
Oh no! Is this also the sweet sideboard tech to check a 2? We're playing a 2 check. I know I mentioned Lethal Slash is actually kind of goated in this character when they block the first attack, but we are playing a 2 check in our deck that cares a lot about a 3 diff.
Mm-hmm. Which might, but obviously they did better than the other list, so it obviously hasn't mattered enough yet.
That has yet to be seen. They did better against different decks, right? But
that's true, right? Yeah, like
if they lose to Grog, if they both lose to Grog, which one really did better?
The one who was luckier.
The one who won one more game, obviously. But Josh Adkins also didn't win an extra game, right? He had a freebie round. So Josh Adkins is already wins behind this deck. If we're going for like a weird results-oriented kind of a thing. But this is an 8 mid for 10. Grog is stuck with no damage reduction in stage. He can deflect with the asset if necessary, unless Nick Reagan's going to be a dick and make him play it read as written. I don't know. Did they errata this the asset to work or something?
Yes, it says like you could do it as if it was in your hand.
Okay, yeah, because
they
there's like
errated
a hand
it so
cost.
you could do the thing it says.
Yeah, which is weird because I don't know why that one wasn't golden rule enough, but it's got an errata, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Koenma's task? Is that also the sideboard tech for the referee jury? Because that keeps bonking us.
I do think that has to be a sideboard tech piece because I don't think we saw that last time at all. Not that we went super deep into the Gavin deck on the last game.
True, yeah. But this definitely reads like, oh, my opponent is playing jury. I think it's time to start mainboarding Koenma's task. Come on, guys. What deck is not like playing actions up?
Which I think is a design space of UBS. They were like, we want people to play actions.
Yeah.
We think this is a cool thing that is in our game. Please do it. And so they started putting more and more actions in like the challenger decks and things. They go, please use these cards.
Yeah, well, for the first couple sets, right, all the actions like counted towards progressive except Summon Dark Shadow, and people were like, ew, yucky. And now none of them count towards progressive, and it's like we draw our whole decks.
Yummy.
So it makes a lot more sense because a big part of playing action cards and having high action counts is you have to have ways to filter through them, or else your opening build turns are going to be so gunked up it doesn't work. And yeah, Nick Reagan, I don't play actions in that deck at all. Come on. Come here, cat.
Yeah, I know. For me, um, we were talking about this going back to a conversation, multiple turns ago. That I, you were talking about Nick Reagan not being consistent, and in my case, I don't know that I played Nick Reagan because I don't know that I could play a 100 card deck. Something's going on. I'll let him chat. So we've got we checked a 3. That's unfortunate because I don't know if he can do enough damage now.
Yeah,
I mean, this
so
probably
the
goes
Mirko
through.
decks really thrive, obviously with Science Bros with it, but they really thrive on hitting a bunch of firepower triggers and stuff like that. And the Science Bros really sends it over the top and makes it like super credible because of the speed it gives. And we haven't seen him like full combo out yet. It feels like it's time to do so if we have access to it.
It does feel like this one is going to try and be that one because I don't know if you get another one.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to put us down to 7 and dealing, putting up a 9 damage move after this. And we can still block. There's still the option to block,
Yeah,
maybe even deflect.
I feel like if I had the right block mod and it doesn't get any faster, this is definitely one I would choose to block. On
Yeah, as
a
long as I wouldn't
10, I
have to
mean,
commit. Well, no, if I commit Grog, I think saving 10 full damage is probably worth
because then
it.
you have the fake 3 minus 3
Yeah.
grog effect on stage 2.
I mean, you block
That's
with a
how I
plus
think I would
one.
be looking at this, but I don't know if that's true.
I mean, you block with a +1 on a 9, and then you commit out if you check a 3. So, like, it's theoretically guaranteed until this gets +1 speed from another Science Bros activation. Oh.
I don't know if there is another Science Bros activation in the deck. Oh, they're
Yeah, I'm
talking
not
about it.
sure either. It looks like we're contemplating the deflect.
Oh,
Okay, we're
I think
popping
he's
it
saying
off
the defect.
here. So, probably probably recognizing that the likelihood that the next attack is also speed pumped is not likely. And so between
Not
Grog's
as
card
easy.
draw and the other cards in hand, we probably have a better chance of blocking the next attack.
That's fair. That definitely seems to be the case.
Oh
And also
wait.
saying I get to prevent. Oop, he got the +2.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Just 2, because he checked all bad. But he gets to respond to. Boom, boom.
Yeah,
I mean, we're still looking at an 8 damage move because he gets to throw it in and then also respond on his
right.
character.
This is also
And
out of but this is also out of the realm of like we could have guaranteed blocked it.
maybe do you just choose to fail?
He's choosing to
I,
fail and then before the block step or before the damage step, deflect. So we're getting that extra review out. We're gonna kick this with Mirko. We have one foundation ready. Gotta
you can
deal. We
see
gotta
it.
present 9 at least. Okay.
Oh, now I'm sad we didn't keep the 4 check, the 4 block.
Yeah.
It's 1 extra speed, but that's very blockable.
All right. This is gonna come in with 1-3 because of unabashed man.
So we're putting the full numbers. Yeah, there was 1 unabashed.
So
Up for the character.
a second
And
besiege will do it. I mean, we could block
probably.
this theoretically.
Checks.
Oh, I spoke too soon. Activate the other firepower because they milled at the same time.
You can put him in.
Science Bros. Blocking on a
He is through there.
9. Not
It's still pretty blockable.
I mean, we check a 3, we commit out to block. So he's got to play the next firepower, hit one more remove, and then a 3 fails.
But we didn't. We didn't play the next.
Didn't. Okay. But this one is a full block.
Is that a full block? Yeah. So you said please play a whole nother one?
I wonder, okay, yep, another
did have it.
besiege. But can we activate this? Can we activate a firepower on this? What's the last card in our hand? Because I
don't know.
I really feel like we needed to activate that firepower while we could. You know, and I'm not sure if maybe because we did the cards one at a time that we didn't realize that we could respond with the firepower after the I'm with you. Because I think they did the I'm with you like immediately, unless it was the check, which I don't think it was. We checked in that. So
yeah, we checked an attack. It would have been. It was the one right under combined firepower in the mill order. It was.
Yeah. Grog is committed though, so this is a full 4 damage. Get the counter. We don't see the Mirko response immediately, so
yeah. So you take all 4, and you're at 3. If you have another one,
is it a 4 diff? What's the contemplation here? Can't be an attack, right? We would have windmill slammed.
It's on a 4, 5, 6. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
no,
not
we're just deciding if we're building. Okay, fair enough. On a 2.
I mean, 3 low, not gonna do you any good with 1 foundation ready.
And also it lets you block with firepower once.
Yeah,
right?
True.
It gives you the activation.
All right, 26 is a decent amount. There is a world where Grog doesn't immediately chain draw everything, right? This is not a starter attack. This is not an ideal starting attack. So there's a decent chance this is the only attack, but we're going to get at least 2 card draw opportunities between Grog and Fearsome Transformation.
Crowdy would.
Ripping them off.
Definitely. Might as well draw all your cards. Wonder if it's where.
No way.
That's
we had
so
exactly 1. Oh, he's playing it again. Are these are not unique?
They are.
They are. Okay, so we're just doing it to get rid of firepower. I don't hate it. Firepower is how Mirko is getting speed, right? So
yeah, it does both parts. Actually, that's very smart.
Yeah, because this is a world. This is a world where. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say. Now there's only 2 of them in the whole deck.
Ooh, block.
Because we've seen all 4.
Playing the Warm and Bubbly is a little weird here. I don't know what the Besiege count is in discard. It's a very small deck, so maybe they're all in the discard. But this is a Besiege blocker, and it is a unlikely enhance that we're going to play. Grog can take 1 damage easier than most, so maybe I'm capping, but that seems like a sus enhance to try to play at 3 health.
So we'll get rid of 1.
Looks like he's reading it, so he should be figuring it out. No? Or is that your hand over it?
No. It was their hand this time.
Who is it? It's Dominic.
Yeah, it's Dominic.
Oh, I probably have to interrupt. I don't know if Nick's here.
Yeah, I don't know if Nick's here either.
I don't know if Nick is still here, if he had to go to his... Let me...
Okay, no, they figured it out.
Alright, you got it, It's covered.
He figured it out, which...
Alright.
Yeah, and the fact with how many foundations are up for Grog could also just block a handful of them because the past just says draw 2.
That's where we're at. Like we have to block, I feel. I don't know. I mean, we have access to like -2, 5, 7, 9, 11 damage with Grog, so I was gonna say taking one isn't like terribly unlikely, but we might just sweeping daggers him to death. That would be crazy.
It would be really surprising, but we'd have to have another dagger card in there.
True,
That
but we
one
are
that
gonna
calls
get to
it Sweeping
steal an
Dagger.
electric moth, discard a card, and draw 3 cards.
It's pretty good. But I do know we're getting almost to the end of Mirko's deck. Drawing yeah, like drawing as many as that means we might not get all of the activations we want. I'd have to count. I mean, obviously, I don't know the number, but
Yeah, Grog has minimum 1, and he wants to take 1 damage because that'll activate the Warm and Bubblies, which do not have minimum 1. So Weapon Clash and Grog both have minimum 1 on them, and you have to kind of sequence it properly, right? But you can afford to take 1 if you don't think your opponent is going to sweeping dagger you to death, which...
okay.
Oh, wait, we might mill out? No, okay, we have 28 cards left. Whoops.
But we don't get the second combined, and we lost it. So that's the only one.
Yeah, and we didn't get to use any of those triggers at the bottom because they were part of the pause condition of the cycle. So we
Yeah,
actually don't
that's
get to respond in between that, unfortunately.
yeah. We just get to respond with another 1/1 from Science Bros.
Which I don't know if people know that. I'm not 1000% sure on that ruling, but I think Nick has ruled it. Yeah,
Looks
okay,
like we're
there
doing
we
it
go.
now.
But it's after you remove, so it should be after the pause condition, which means you can play a response to it. At least that's
Stopping
how
for
I always
-2 makes
remembered it.
sense. Even just leaving it here if they don't have the thing, we know there's not going to be another combined firepower. We've been shown all 4.
Yeah. I mean, oh,
Okay, give him +2 if you're
okay.
responding.
And the Botons respond Science Bros. 7 speed for 6. We can still bring this down to 1 damage with Grog
Yeah,
and pull from
-3.
danger.
Now back to 1 again. You're battling over this damage. And if you're battling over the damage this much, it feels like there might be an like a lack of attacks in Mirko.
Well, I think it's just, you got to get to the real resource, right? Which is basically the hand. And you really cannot just send it for 1 because Warm and Bubbly is a huge multiplier of the damage reduction available. But it's gonna clear the card
Is
pool.
there one? Because he cleared it. Yeah, that's so. He did do what you said. I just didn't think it would work the way you said it.
It's so grimy,
That's so
but
funny.
it's so cool. It's so.
But that's okay.
Good.
Grog's still in it.
I mentioned
game 3,
it.
people.
I mentioned it during Josh's game. I don't think he's playing sweeping daggers, but I dig sweeping daggers in Mirko, and I don't know how often it's gonna be the one that you need to deal to kill someone, but it's gotta feel really good when it is.
Yeah, that was so crazy. And if he had just lowered it, because he had enough to lower it by another 2 and bring it to 0.
Yeah.
Damage reduction, it wouldn't have left.
Right, correct. But the only way to get it to 0 would have been to reduce it down to 3 and then pull from danger, which I don't think we could have done because, again, the Warm and Bubbly, which, by the way, blocks Sweeping Dagger, it's a mid block, is not available until you take that 1 damage. So took a massive risk.
You're right.
Took a massive risk that our rival didn't have another Sweeping Dagger, because I think that's also something that can catch you off guard, right? Is you go, okay, well, they don't have any Sweeping Daggers in the discard pile. They'll have to check or mill 1. And actually, no, Mirko just puts it there.
Actually, he did have a way because he had a heroic endurance there. on board that was
Oh,
ready.
okay, true,
So he
true.
had -4 also on his stage as well
I
that don't
mean,
say.
again,
But
yeah,
I think
but
he was maybe I think he was just gambling that he got to use it on the next one.
right, like the idea that if my
Totally
opponent
fair. I
doesn't have
definitely get the idea.
exactly another sweeping dagger, that I then get to activate more damage reduction on the next attack was really appealing, right?
For sure. I definitely agree that I would not have. I don't know if I did not. I feel like I might have just blocked. But
Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Like if we had the mid block in hand, we're probably just like if those warm and bubblies are not in our stage, we have zero reason to take one damage from a move other than we really want to rage counter, which we don't. We don't want to rage counter, right?
yeah, we've
Like,
had like 4
but
of them at that
the
point.
but the warm and bubbly having non-minimum one damage reduction was really appealing to activate. So I can't blame him for trying to do so while he could. It was just the wrong gamble at the wrong time.
For sure, for sure. But now we're gonna see. We're coming in. This is now turn 3. We both built a good stage. We're trying to play more traditional universes.
Both of these decks have excelled really well with a double build. And Mirko, of course, building into the Science Bros is probably a big deal. Haven't seen a lot of assets from these decks, right? We've seen the Titanstone Knuckles, and that's pretty much it. So
I think that is it. In these two lists, I wouldn't be surprised if it's just one, maybe two Titanstone Knuckles, and that's the whole thing.
yeah, so um, getting like good healthy builds has been surprisingly easy, I think, for these Mirko decks that do have, like 8 actions in them, and 2 checks and everything else. So that might be a little bit surprising to me, but we do see the Electric Moth come down as a second attack. Again, Instant Shining as an opener should be a little bit of a tip off that our hand maybe isn't the greatest hand.
So
But
now
Grog,
that might be less true.
yeah, but Grog having access to so much card draw on the Earth symbol and his character means that we can start chaining one attack into many attacks.
And even more because we have another +3 card draw on stage if we so desire.
True, we still
Because we
have
have a
Fearsome.
momentum. So we could Fearsome and then we could Sins of the Past and get another 2 if our hand was really not that good. Plus, if you ended up with another Sins of the Past in hand, you could just blow it up. Ooh, okay, we're canceling.
No, we're partial blocking.
We're partial blocking.
The forbidden
That makes
technique.
more sense.
The commit half my
The
stage.
forbidden third option.
Yeah, the commit half my stage to take 4 damage option. Still gives Grog a counter.
Not sure if I'm in love with that option, but
Yeah, but look at where we're headed. We clearly don't have a high block. And again, actually, we probably do have a high block because we did last time, actually. But we clearly don't want to block with our high block if we do have it. Because we were in the same situation before where we had 2 cards in hand. We mid-blocked high attacks. We have latent skill to go digging for high blocks. And now we have just Botons that we can activate. Or combine firepower, I guess, for a potential.
half again.
We can draw with
I
Push
don't
the
know if
Limits and Science Bros. We actually have a lot of card draw. There's actually quite a few cards we can add to our hand off destroying stuff.
And still have a pretty ready stage to try and block one. If we're going, it doesn't look like we're activating the Science Bros. Which is probably fair enough. If you already had the block. Like if the first one went off and you got the block, maybe you don't need to. Yeah. Ooh, bad check though.
Blocking with a lethal slash, not the way you want to use this card. Especially not with a partial block versus Grog. That's 6 damage, putting us at 5. That's another counter. That means another similarly statted move is almost certainly going to spell utter doom.
Yeah, if you can pass one more, which I think you just can.
Okay, this is a very slow one, but if we don't have a high block, it's not lethal yet because it's only 7. We need one more damage. Oh, Titan Stone.
Uh,
Or not Titan Stone. What's it called? Titanic Combat.
Titanic Combat.
Hopefully they didn't see my
It'd be
hand. I
lethal
didn't
and a half.
hover over it.
No.
Titanic Combat can make this lethal on a partial. Our rival hasn't shown us a high block yet. It could be the greatest slow roll of all
Or
time.
maybe we're just holding it.
Don't go for lethal on a partial. This is game 3, right? Oh, we checked a 2?
Yes.
Still passed it.
To 1. That's so. Oh, never mind.
Oh, I'm the
6.
fool. I'm the
I'm
fool.
the fool too.
Why would I commit Titanic Combat when I can just
When
play
I
a
can commit
whole nother attack?
Exactly. Why commit Titanic Combat for +2 when I could have committed it for +5?
Yeah, there's nothing that you can draw from Botons that'll get you out of this apparently at 1 health.
Yeah.
So unless I'm tripping, that was game 3, right? We're done?
That was game 3. This is it. Grog won it.
All right.
Which is congratulations to him, and also congratulations to everybody for doing amazing jobs throughout the whole tournament.
Yeah,
a lot of really cool things.
So it's gonna be Dominic B taking the whole thing down with Grog. I can't say I was expecting Grog to win this event, but I'm super stoked that it was a Critical Role character.
I will say that if you were gonna tell me a Critical Role character won it, Grog was definitely on my short list of character that was gonna get to do that.
I think it was Grog and maybe Percival, just because Percival has like a really cool gimmick of committing people out. But yeah, he's real squishy.
Yeah, which is scary.
So I think, if I'm not mistaken, I get the names mixed up a lot. I believe Dominic got second place at the first Ace Arena, and now he's gotten first place at the second Ace Arena.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I'd have to go look. But if that's true, then he's just kind of on a tear when it comes to this format. And then in Ace Arena 3, he'll have to get 4th, and then in Ace Arena 4, he'll have to get 3rd.
That would
just
be
to kind of like keep up the theme.
That would be truly crazy.
You might have to concede somewhere in there to get that to happen properly.
Yeah. So there you have it, guys. That's Grog, Strong Jaw, Mighty Half Giant. Draws a lot of card, adds a lot of damage. But both of these players are going to walk away with a box of Critical Role Heroes of Exandria. Pippa Sad is going to walk away with a box as well. They won the giveaway. And then we've got 3rd and 4th place. Josh Adkins and I believe Gavin F was the name, if I'm not. No, Gavin F was finals. Who got 4th place? Kai got 4th place. They're gonna win $20. So congratulations. Thank you to everyone who participated. Brian, what was your favorite match? What was your favorite moment of this event?
That's a hard choice. I think it might actually have been when we both got stun locked by the referee jury that neither of us had even thought about, even though we probably should have thought about it.
You just hadn't seen it yet,
nah.
right?
Yeah, we hadn't shown one. I don't even think there was one in the Discord file that had been shown.
Yeah.
He just had it.
I think that was it. I definitely have a soft spot for the +11 to the check moment, but considering we were just kind of confused about what was happening there, I don't know if that's my favorite, but very, very cool stuff. Congratulations once again to all the players, all the finalists, and thank you again to Cryptid Gaming for providing a box for this event. And Brian, do you have any shout outs you want to give, or any plugs you got before we take this away? Because I don't want to tie up people's Saturdays too much more.
No, not really. I just wanted to say thank you for having me on. This was a lot of fun. I've been looking forward to it basically, what, 2 weeks since you mentioned, hey, do you want to do it? Two or three. I was just like, yeah, man, that sounds so cool. I'm so excited. Uh, and so this has been a lot of fun. I hope to do something like this again with you in the future. Or maybe even in reverse. Um, Response on Play has been talking about maybe putting on something like this when we hit like around 100 subscribers. And
Ooh.
we're really close now. I think we're at like 86, 87. Um, and then like I have participation pricing stuff that we might do as giveaway, all sorts of stuff. Like, but
Sick.
other than that, if you liked listening to me for a long time, you can go listen to me talk a lot more with someone that isn't Sam Tate.
Quite a few
And if
other
you didn't like
people.
listening to me,
You guys got a
then
big podcast. Is it tough to like wrangle in that many people?
honestly, it's not that bad. Typically, what will happen is whatever topic we pick, three people are like, "I really want to talk about this," and two people are like, "I will probably have a few things to say, but I'm
Okay.
probably gonna be pretty quiet." And if you listen to a lot of them, which like if you go through that, that's kind of been the case. It's just like two or three people are like, "This thing, I have a lot of opinions," and the other two people are like, I'm just here to weigh in on whose opinion I think is probably the most correct,
That makes
and then
sense.
kind of just wrap it up.
All right.
But yeah,
Well,
thanks a lot as always.
yeah, man. Thank you for joining me. I'm super excited that you were free for this weekend. Maybe you'll play in one in the future. I don't know if you're a TTS gamer, but are you gonna be in Denver? Because I'm gonna be playing in Denver.
Yeah, I think basically all of us from Response on Play will be there. I think one of us won't get to go, had other stuff that basically was going to prevent them, but I believe there's going to be four of us there. So Uh, we should be there. We look forward to talking to everybody. I know you were talking about being there as well, which
Yeah.
is really exciting. As a competitor, because it doesn't seem like you didn't compete really at all last year. I don't think.
No, last year I only played in
Just
community events because they took away
yeah, so
webcam from me, and I worked the Vegas event.
yeah, which is, I mean, it obviously the reason for that is unfortunate, but
Yeah, super unfortunate.
but these are the ways things happen sometimes. But yeah, I had a great time. Thank you, Stream, for having to put up with me.
Do we have a meta breakdown? No, I don't. Zach did all that stuff last time. I don't know how he did it so well and so quickly and so handsomely. But I can tell you that there was a couple Grogs, there was a couple Mirkos, and they did really well both. So,
There's definitely
um,
one Ed Shot, one Devil Jin,
yeah, I want to
one Mitch
say
China.
the event should have deck lists published. I don't know how the publicity on all that stuff works. Not everyone was able to submit it through the UGN, but there might be a way that after the whole thing is closed out and finalized, which it looks like it might be, um, I'll talk to Nick to make sure. But did they not report?
They
They
may not
have
have
to.
reported yet.
All right.
They're still in
Anyways,
the table. They might just be chatting about it
yeah,
since this
that's
was the last
true.
one, regardless.
All right. Anyways, let's wrap this up. We've been here doing the outro for too long. Thank you all for watching. Please go check out Cryptid Gaming, support their store. Check out Response on Play. They're almost at 100 subscribers, and I know you guys aren't subscribed listening in the chat, and you should be to support the community and also to get more awesome podcast content. And I hope to see you guys in Denver. Peace out.